Today's anime is about special fire brigades. But not your typical firefighters. They are individuals with immense combat power, tasked with saving humanity from the flames of hell. The story begins on a train, where a man suddenly self-combusts and even explodes, creating a disaster. A red-eyed young man witnesses the entire process, watching the man transform into an infernal and step out of the train car. He immediately takes a stance, his feet preparing to ignite, ready to end the creature's suffering. But just then, the fire force arrives on the scene with the same objective. The accompanying sister quickly begins to pray. A firefighter immediately shoots special fire-suppressing rounds. And as the heat subsides, another charges in. But the monster is still able to launch an attack. However, the final member of the fire force intercepts the blow, creating an opening for his comrade to move in and shatter the monster with the coin pile bunker. The prayer also concludes. At this moment, unexpectedly, the fight caused a station chandelier to come loose. The young man quickly activates his power, launching himself up like a rocket. Just as the chandelier is about to fall, he manages to grab the sister and get her to safety. Afterwards, Shirna unexpectedly introduces himself as the newest member of Special Fire Force Company 8, a fire soldier with the nickname Devil's Footprints. He is the type of person who grins when he's nervous. Hearing Shirna say this, Captain Obi immediately gets in his face to intimidate him. After a few tries, the boy just grins right in his face, which in turn makes Obi find him strange and interesting. Shirna says he became a firefighter because he wants to be a hero. But in a profession that requires teamwork, this statement makes Lieutenant take his correct him immediately, bringing up his grim and pleasant past, and that if he thinks of himself as a notorious criminal trying to become a firefighter to gain fame as compensation, then that's just pathetic. Take his A's words instantly wiped the grin off Shirna's face. Fortunately, the sister he had saved earlier came to thank him. This led to the female firefighter Maki teasing the two of them a lot. Thanks to that, Shirna's start wasn't too bad. Even though they're firefighters, none of them ever know when their next mission will come. These missions involve infernales, people who suddenly and unexpectedly burst into flames. This phenomenon is called first-generation spontaneous human combustion. The victims lose their minds and go on a violent rampage. An inferno will not stop until its core is destroyed. The mission of the Special Fire Force is to do just that. To put those poor infernales to rest and rescue other ordinary citizens. Furthermore, they are also tasked with solving the mystery behind all of this as soon as possible. In this situation, Shirna wants to become a hero because he once promised his late mother that he would protect her. But his fate up to this point has been incredibly tragic. The alarm bell rings, signaling the start of Shirna's first deployment. He is burning with fighting spirit. The fire inside the factory is terrifying. Infernales often do this to protect things that were important to them. This reminded Shirna of his mother, and his state of mind became unstable. Fortunately, his comrades at this time showed their concern. The Special Fire Force never abandons a comrade. Thanks to them, Shirna overcame his fear. Maki, a second generation, steps forward and with her power quickly clears a path, pulling all the flames outside. But a sudden explosion sends Shirna flying. It seems he's been seriously injured. While unconscious, Shirna sees an image of his mother engulfed in flames, screaming at him to run away. He was later blamed for the deaths of his mother and younger brother. Even though third generations are relatively safe, humans have become accustomed to a sudden fear no different from hell. Of course, Shirna wasn't the one who killed his mother. On the contrary, he realized that at that moment, there was something else besides his mother and younger brother present in the flames. Shirna swore he would find out what it was. His strange grin originated from the countless curses of those who were once his relatives, and from the terrifying experience of that moment. Suddenly, while unconscious, Shirna sees a blue light and hears someone calling his name. Opening his eyes, he sees the strict lieutenant take his A. And this time, everyone saw the target they were preparing to fight. Shirna, being nicknamed Devil's Footprints, is no joke. The responsibility of finishing the infernal in one blow was entrusted to him by Captain Obi. The infernal was previously reported to be very strong. It quickly lunges forward. The firepower from Take His Ace shots only causes it to dodge instinctively. without having much effect. The moment the Infernal gets close, it unleashes a powerful attack that quickly takes him down and continues charging towards Obi, erupting in red flames. Fortunately, Maki appeared in time to nullify all of its power. Obi immediately strikes with his improved fire axe to push the Infernal back. It separates from Maki and instantly unleashes its power. But this moment of pause is the opportunity Shirna has been waiting for. He failed to keep his promise to protect his mother. And now it's time to fulfill that promise in a different way. I'm not a devil. I'm a hero. Shirna's power explodes violently, seeming even stronger than the Infernals. The sister immediately prepares. As the prayer rings out, the devil's footprints instantly launch forward, like an arrow, delivering a terrifyingly powerful kick straight to the Infernal's core. The ability of a third generation is truly formidable. Afterwards, he and his comrades recite a final prayer. This seems to be a humanitarian procedure for these special soldiers. The husband of the woman who became an Infernal later grabbed Shirna's hand, crying as he thanked him. All the residents gathered in the vicinity also applauded in unison, hailing the heroic fire soldiers. This felt amazing. Exactly what Shirna had been hoping for. He had taken the first step on his journey to fulfill the promise he made to his mother. Captain Obi then informed Shirna about the Rookie Fire Soldier Games, which he and another newcomer who arrived today will be participating in. This makes Shirna quite worried, as people from other companies might know about his past. This could easily lead to trouble, just like the trouble Shirna is facing now with the aforementioned new fire soldier. The two, who already knew each other, couldn't stand the sight of one another. And with a single disagreement, they decided to fight. Unlike a third generation, a second generation like Maki has to use an external flame to activate her abilities. In contrast, her control over fire is masterful. Just then, a loud noise erupts, and the two young punks appear in a fighting stance. In front of the pretty girl, Arthur introduces himself as the Night King, also a third generation pyrokinetic, calling Maki the princess of the castle. Arthur and Shirna came from the same training academy and were both top elites, so they have a fierce rivalry, especially when it comes to the question of whether a knight or a hero is cooler. They could fight until they're black and blue over it, but in front of Takehize, they both have to back off. Or else, citing the upcoming competition, Takehize asked Maki to beat them up a bit for him. Faced with her lieutenant, the girl reluctantly accepts, though she doesn't want to. Can a second generation really win against a third? The first one-up is Shirna. Before he could even ignite, he's quickly punched, and when he finally does ignite his flames, they are instantly extinguished by Maki. Shirna is thrown straight off the rooftop. He barely manages to land in time, breaking out in a cold sweat. Maki won far too easily. Arthur, however, is not ready to submit. His hand igniting a plasma sword he calls Excalibur. Against Maki's power, it isn't extinguished. Arthur's flames are plasma, which is why he's so confident. However, against Maki's martial arts, he has no way to fight back. After getting punched in the nose, Maki's title in Arthur's mouth changes from princess to gorilla, which deeply hurts her delicate heart. This in turn becomes an opportunity for Arthur to counterattack, and Shirna quickly flies up to coordinate with him. This probably isn't the first time these two have done this. However, their entire plan is crushed before it even begins. Not only can Maki not have her flames extinguished, she also has the ability to turn them into harmless little fireballs. So what's the point of fighting anymore? When it comes to Maki's nickname, her control over fire should be called that of a fire witch. However, when her cute fireballs are extinguished by Captain Obi, she lets out a scream, clearly a very adorable witch. All in all, with Arthur's addition, Fire Force Company 8's strength has increased significantly, and their new mission has begun. It's in a densely populated area, so the fire needs to be controlled quickly. The victim is a little girl. Her mother had previously become an infernal, and now it's her father's turn. The responsibility of a firefighter makes Sobi demand that everyone handle the situation as gently as possible. He even reprimanded the two third generations that they shouldn't reveal their weapons. Although this wasn't taught in the academy, it's a matter of conscience. The fact that some fire soldiers enjoy fighting the victims of spontaneous human combustion is unacceptable. Shirna understands that if they don't care about the family's feelings, they can't be considered true hero firefighters. This mission for Company 8 isn't normal, because someone is behind the incident. He throws out a type of powder that causes the flames to erupt in a terrifying manner. It's as if they have a life of their own. Company 8 then confronts the father, but he isn't doing anything, just staring blankly at his family's mementos. For a first-generation infernal, this behavior is strange. Putting him down becomes incredibly difficult. But the notion that first-generation infernalists have no consciousness has been proven wrong over the years. Arthur decides to act to help the victim escape his torment. This mission for Company 8 is unexpectedly more difficult and tiring than any other. That dust suddenly appears in the space, followed by a series of continuous explosions. The house is about to collapse. Yet Obi stands his ground, knowing that someone orchestrated this, and decides he cannot forgive them. To the mastermind behind the scenes, what he just did was nothing more than a small prank. Fortunately, the scene filled with the victim's memories was safely protected by Obi. He then goes to comfort the grieving little girl, telling her that her father fought the flames bravely and won. Their passing was to protect her. He did everything within his power. Another person who needs comforting after witnessing the whole thing is Shirna. Surprisingly, after all these years, the one comforting this devil is none other than the devil-slaying knight, Arthur. That powder was created by a young man who seems mentally unstable. His purpose in giving it to his accomplices is to target Company 8, the company led by Obi, a former firefighter who was awarded to medals, but also had both medals stripped for not following regulations and prioritizing saving people during a mission. This makes Company different. A company judged to have been built on the strength of Obi's character is very interesting. The second person of interest in Company 8 is Shirna. He is currently participating in the rookie games and sees the man who once saved him immediately going to greet him. But unfortunately, the fire soldier doesn't want to talk about what happened 12 years ago. Tamaki also stops Shirna from bothering her captain, and is immediately punished by his lucky lecturer. The pervert Shirna has shown his true colors. Hopefully, Tamaki's future days in Company 8 will be peaceful. He continues to seek out the captain of Company 1. But his answer is very convincing, stating that he handles countless incidents each year and can't possibly remember what he's asking about. The competition begins, and all the fire soldiers must enter a building, rescue a victim, and defeat a simulated infernal. In terms of speed, Shirna's devil's footprints give him a complete advantage, quickly demonstrating his ability to fly straight up. Inside, he unexpectedly sees that mysterious and dangerous figure who has come to sabotage the competition just to talk to him. Specifically, the issue is about the fire 12 years ago. The day your mother and brother died, and you turned into a devil. The mysterious man's attitude is not friendly at all. Shirna decides he needs to save the person first, but being ignored makes the man decide to slaughter the victims. Shirna immediately unleashes his power and charges, but it's hard to effectively counter the opponent's attacks. If you want to talk so badly, what happened 12 years ago? Having successfully baited Shirna, the man seems very pleased, saying he Lancer of Shirna can last against him, then quickly uses a strange type of ash. As it gets close, it explodes violently, sending Shirna flying. He still has pretty good combat instincts, but what his opponent possesses is experience. It seems he doesn't even need to use his full strength to fight Shirna. This is starting to get Shirna's blood pumping. Unfortunately, the mysterious man's weapons are too dangerous, forcing him to retreat again. Moreover, the game he's playing isn't just for fun. He's playing for keeps. Shirna collapses. The mysterious man finds the fight boring and quite easy, so he might as well just kill his prey. This immediately causes Shirna to unleash a demonic killing intent. His grin in this moment of extreme tension unexpectedly pleases his opponent, who gives Shirna the first piece of information: his younger brother is still alive. This immediately causes Shirna to jump up, asking in astonishment how that could be possible. People said Sho was burned to the bone, and if he is alive, where is he? Have you ever considered that the fire force is hiding many things? Shirna tells the stranger that he doesn't believe him, but the uncontrolled burst of his power betrays his thoughts. However, Shirna wonders why his opponent is telling him these things. What is he plotting by coming all this way to find him? And perhaps the mysterious man is trying to brainwash him into joining his side, telling Shirna to stop playing hero to find the truth, and to become a devil with him instead. How could that be possible? No matter what he says, the man before him has already harmed the fire soldiers and is a target to be taken down and turned in. However, Shirna's attacks seem naive against his opponent, but this time, he has the upper hand with his versatile attack style. And the power unleashed in his anger is also terrifying. Unfortunately, the mysterious man's defense is too solid, while Shirna is easily exhausted. In a flash, Arthur and Tamaki, the other two standouts in this competition, hear a tremendous shockwave from a distance and quickly rush over. Shirna informs them of the intruder situation. He tells Arthur to quickly report to the captains, but the idiot Arthur thinks Shirna is lying to steal the glory, and swiftly swings his sword at the person he thinks is the competition's target. However, the young knight's swordsmanship is still too immature for this opponent. Even Tamaki's attacks using her flame-shaping ability don't faze the man at all. Before his explosive ash can hit her, she is thankfully rescued by Shirna. The mysterious man tells him since he wants to be a hero, he should try to save everyone, then unleashes all the ash he has, leaving a message that his offer for Shirna to join is always open. Knowing the power of that ash, Shirna tells them they need to rescue the people quickly. At this critical moment, Arthur obediently cooperates, not having enough power to break through. The cat girl also lends a hand with the firepower from Shirna's feet. He lifts all four of them at once, unleashing his power and flying straight into the sky. A massive explosion erupts, but they all manage to escape in time. The captain of Company 1 quickly arrives to rescue his team members. Below, Company is also prepared to catch Arthur. Everything ends well. Tamaki and her captain later come to thank them. Shirna truly deserves this. However, it seems that Captain and Obi don't get along very well. Shirna later tells Obi about the mysterious man and the explosive powder that was similar to the incident a few days ago. He also voices his suspicion about the man's claim that the fire force doesn't operate for the purpose that the public believes. Obi frankly states that the fire force is not a unified organization, but is formed by four main powers: the Holy Salt Temple, the Tokyo Armed Forces, the Fire Defense Agency, and the Che Industries. Each organization has a different level of influence over each company. Indeed, the mission to save people from the spontaneous human combustion phenomenon is not wrong. But when it comes to investigating the cause of the problem, each organization does not share information with each other. It's not hard to guess that each side has its own agenda. So what is the goal of our company? We are under the Fire Defense Agency. Our responsibility is to save people, investigate, and not trust any other company. We investigate because it's highly likely they have information on why the spontaneous human combustion phenomenon occurs and what infernals are. If we knew everything, many people would be saved. Reassured in his purpose, Shirna is very proud to be a part of all this. Obi is also proud to have him in Company. According to his information, Joker's appearance at the competition was indeed covered up by the other parties. This is probably because he holds too many secrets. But one thing is undeniable: this Joker is a villain. The main component of that explosive ash is the ash from the remains of first-generation infernals. Exploiting those miserable victims is an act of utter depravity. As an organization under the Fire Defense Agency, besides its main duties, Company 8 also handles paperwork and even helps citizens with everyday problems like rescuing a puppy stuck in a tree. For example, surprisingly, that puppy is the Fire Force mascot, and it being hung from a tree branch is the work of some young punks. They did this because recently a firefighter brutally murdered four civilians, but the court verdict, due to mental illness, declared him not guilty. This is a legal loophole that the bastard exploited, which has only made the public more furious. Suddenly, the smell of burning erupts, and red flames flare up. Miyamoto has become an infernal. But it's not divine punishment as others might think. On the contrary, after his transformation, he managed to retain his will. The will of a homicidal maniac causes the public to flee in panic, Miyamoto mercilessly tortures even the lawyer who just defended him. Information about him is immediately reported to the Fire Force companies. Many want to capture him because this guy has high research value. Company 8 also takes action immediately. Arthur and Shirna are urgently summoned. With Shirna's flying ability, they should get there quickly. They arrive ahead of their comrades. Upon encountering Miyamoto, they immediately attack him to rescue the hostage. Before the guy can recover, he takes another punch from Arthur. He and Shirna coordinate their fierce attacks. But after his transformation, the guy has gained considerable defense. He claims that fire soldiers are just murderers hiding behind the guise of saviors, just like him. A punch thrown at this moment disperses the power that Miyamoto had accumulated. A first-generation infernal with its own will is certainly different. Faced with Company 8, he quickly launches a fire attack to create an opportunity to escape, leaving behind the words that a fire soldier killing an infernal is no different from him having killed people. Shirna is ordered to pursue him, but because of those words, his feet hesitate. Fortunately, Takehaze's firm mind encourages him so he doesn't fall into the trap. He quickly sets off, understanding that if Miyamoto isn't eliminated, there will be more victims. Sure enough, he has found a populated area and is preparing to strike. Shirna appears instantly, sending him flying with a kick. Of course, his opponent isn't scared, using a car to counterattack. This trick means nothing to Shirna. He kicks the car away, using it to counterattack, and his power terrifies Miyamoto. Shirna's performance catches the eye of a mysterious pair. They assess his potential as formidable, given the amount of energy he's emitting. However, destroying an infernal with its own will would be too wasteful, and they decide to retrieve him. Meanwhile, Shirna is performing the last rites for Miyamoto. He himself asks for a final moment to repent, but when the opportunity arises, he attacks, trying to land a punch. He is completely unworthy of being saved, and Shirna is now truly furious, determined to act. Suddenly, the woman from the building earlier appears, the captain of Company 5, a third-generation pyrokinetic. Hibana. She declares that her company will take over handling Miyamoto. Of course, how could Shirna accept that? But the electric glare from her eyes easily confuses him and makes him collapse. Being defied by a regular member makes Hibana, as a captain, furious. She demands Shirna lick her boots. How could he tolerate such a haughty attitude? In your dreams, babe. But if you want me to take a peek at your panties, I won't refuse. Shirna's nonchalance gets him immediately restrained. Company 5 intends to take him back too, but it won't be that easy. Shirna manages to unleash his power in time, knocking back all of their regular members. Moreover, because of the enemy's attitude, he challenges all of them by himself. Fortunately, Company A arrives just in time. Facing them, Hibana says she will take Miyamoto into her custody. However, this is Company 8's jurisdiction. But she says letting them put him to rest and turn him to ash would be a waste. Why not use this rare specimen to research and find the cause of spontaneous human combustion? That's something Company, without a science division, can't do. So why are you trying to take him? Even if you research and find something, you wouldn't share it with us, would you? Of course, hand him over. OBI's compliance is seen as cowardice and looked down upon by a member of Company 5. Of course, he has his reasons. And that guy's arrogant attitude is met with a punch from Shirna. Seeing this, Hibana, with her large squad, immediately confronts Sobi, asking, "You want to play?" He answers straightforwardly that he's yielding for the greater good of humanity. But if you want to fight, Company 8 is not afraid to fight. Hearing this, the opponent gets spooked and leaves. After returning, Obi no longer needs to explain the shady nature of Company 5. The team's mission from now on includes investigating them. The issue Obi mentioned, Shirna already knew, so he was a bit distracted and got a gun pointed at him by Takehaze, thinking it was just a joke. Who would have thought the iron-willed lieutenant would fire for real? Luckily, aside from the pain, Shirna wasn't injured. Takehaze is also a second-generation pyrokinetic. He controlled the propellant's force so the bullet's damage wasn't high. But that move could still scare someone to death. So scary. This was Take His A's lesson. That unlike first generations, when facing later generation pyrokinetics, you never know what will happen. He demands everyone train hard. Shirna is furious. Company 5 treats firefighting like a game, especially Hibana, who climbed to her current position by conducting illegal research on spontaneous human combustion. Obi says that besides investigating them, they need to seize the results of that research, even if it means using force. The combat prowess of Arthur and Shirna will be crucial from now on. Hibana's research methods were so harsh that even a monster like Miyamoto couldn't bear it, screaming in agony from her torture. Hibana is like an addict satisfying her sadistic urges. The position of a sister is probably something that only exists in Company 8. But ever since she encountered Company 5, her behavior has been very strange, making Shirna want to find out why. Just then, Maki appears and says Iris is gone. She is currently at the gate of Company 5, demanding to see the captain, saying that Hibana's experiments are an affront to the Holy Soul. This infuriates the woman, who immediately unleashes her power. Iris is terrified by the attack, but calls Hibana sister. Could it be that Hibana's past is similar to hers? But now, she despises the role of a sister, believing the Holy Soul is just an non-existent puppet, and the world is only filled with devils like her. Iris was then taken into Company 5 because she was worried about her sister, but now she'll be used as a tool to trap Company 8. But perhaps it's already too late. A loud explosion erupts, and outside the base, Shirna has appeared. His goal is to save Iris. The rest of Company 8 also quickly arrives. Shirna is ordered by Take His A to rush inside and find Iris. He and Maki will take care of everyone out here. Trusting his comrades, he immediately takes action. The Company 5 members trying to stop Shirna are continuously shot down by Take His A. Arthur charges in to eliminate those who weren't hit by the bullets. Perfect coordination. On the Company 5 side, they also have guns, but compared to Take His A's power of enhanced firearm, they're meaningless. He's even incredibly skilled in martial arts. His ability to manipulate firepower is so masterful that he knocks out all enemies with his ricocheting bullets. Arthur follows Shirna inside. Before he can find him to provide support, he sees a guy who looks like a monster. An old man whose research results had enhanced Miyamoto's strength. It's unclear if Arthur can defeat him. The new recruit from Company 5 from before is sneak attacking Take His A's group. His rubbery projectiles have immense explosive power. Luckily, Maki was able to block them in time. But the guy continues his assault. A series of terrifying explosions erupt. But Take His A's experience helps him and Maki find cover. The problem now is that they don't know which direction they're being attacked from. Take His A immediately opens fire, altering his bullets' trajectories to find the target. One might think this method of firing is just a shot in the dark, but from the sparks created when the bullets collide, he can control them. Again, it's like the bullets have perpetual motion, and because of that, the guy is shot down. Take His A intends to interrogate his defeated opponents about the document's location. But their more formidable foe appears. The old man is now planning to use his creation to kill Arthur. Ma Dao quickly attacks, and his enhanced strength is truly formidable. Arthur dodges, but his opponent attacks relentlessly. However, the ineffective attacks force Miyamoto to close the distance with Arthur. And for a swordsman like him, this is an advantage. The battle situation is continuously reported back to Hibana. She has lost track of Obi and Shirna, but just sees them as rushing to their doom. And indeed, Ma-Tu is still completely overwhelming Arthur. However, he hasn't been injured at all. Only surprised that he's not performing as well as usual. It's not until his opponent insults his dream of being a knight that he stops hesitating, charging forward and falling into Miyamoto's trap. Taking a hit, he prepares to finish him off. But Arthur instantly switches his sword from his left hand to his right, and with a single slash, cuts Miyamoto in two. It turns out this is the strength Arthur had been hiding. Hibana probably never expected any of this. Her three most capable subordinates have also been defeated in parallel. With their hands free, Take His A and Maki prepare to go find the documents, while Shirna has spotted his target. In that mansion he believes is where Hibana resides. Today is his chance to have a one-duel with a captain my-level opponent to test his strength. But if he can't overcome her previous special move, his chances of winning are zero. The story of Hibana and Iris is now revealed. How could she believe that God exists when she and the other sisters were consumed by flames? Hibana was lucky to survive thanks to her third-generation abilities, setting her on a path of depravity with no return. Shirna appears at this moment. Iris immediately tells him to run. Perhaps no one understands Hibana's power better than she does. Sure enough, the moment Shirna ignites his flames and charges, that demonic gaze once again extinguishes them, even making him feel as if he's possessed, completely unable to move. Shirna is stepped on, not understanding the reason for his defeat. Hibana doesn't mind telling him he's suffering from heat syncope. The amount of heat she emits envelops him, causing his blood vessels to dilate and his blood pressure to drop. Not enough blood reaches his brain, causing dizziness and collapse. A hero defeated by a dizzy spell. How could Shirna endure such a ridiculous humiliation? He forces himself to stand up. If that wasn't some incredible ability, then he has already endured all of these negative effects before. Bravely, he declares himself a hero. Bravely, he issues a challenge. Then, let's fight. The flames on Hibana's fin immediately flare up. Shirna has also regained his strength, saying he will shatter his opponent's mistaken beliefs and illusions. For Hibana, she can die. She can be corrupted. But she cannot be wrong. She quickly attacks with ferocity. But her inability to fully use her power causes Shirna to fail once more. Don't you realize you're just forcing yourself? And, as if to make him understand the problem, Hibana attacks again. Her fire techniques even materialize, and the flower petals carrying terrifyingly high temperatures leave Shirna flustered and overwhelmed. How can he fight against such increasingly powerful pressure? Please stop, sister. In response, Iris tells her to try praying to God. God certainly can't help you control me. Can he? In this world, there is no God, and there are no heroes. Prayer can bring you peace. People are saved by that in this world. There is no salvation. For Hibana, that's clearly the case. Because if there was, why did her convent suffer such a tragedy? The convent had taken in orphan children like them. The sisters and the other children all worshipped God. Only Hibana didn't. And she is still alive, and living very well, while all those she considered family are dead. That is proof that people can only stand on their own defeat. Since then, Hibana has believed that not saving yourself but praying for a vague salvation is a mistake. That foolish passivity is even a path to destruction. Shirna says he understands Hibana's feelings. His life was also destroyed by those flames. But this sympathy only makes her more frantic and violent. But something seems to have spurred Shirna on. He successfully resists, saying that unlike Hibana, he won't surrender to fate and fall again, and because of that, he will save her too. This absurd statement leaves Hibana utterly astonished, but the moment of weakness is fleeting. If you want to do it for me, then accept being burned to death. There are flames of destruction, but there are also flames that light our way. There are no heroes in this world. So, I'll be a hero, and you're just another victim. Shirna shouts back at Hibana, then bravely charges forward, wanting to shatter her trauma with his fist. Ever since she was young, Hibana was very good at experiments. She created beautiful flowers from flames and other substances. This made the children at the convent admire her greatly, feeling happy just looking at the flowers. Among them, the one who liked them the most was Iris. However, when the sisters saw this, they scolded Hibana, because the flames bestowed by God are not something to be played with, and could easily cause danger to others. With the ability you've been given, do you really not believe in the Holy Soul? She used to believe strongly, but not anymore, because the very flames she thought were beautiful destroyed everything. So what could she do? Besides becoming a demon, what God would bestow such a wicked power? And so, she identified herself as a demon. Since then, Hibana has acted like a true demon, using every opportunity she could to research those flames and climb to a high position. For what? She didn't know. No heroes. Huh? Hibana was once a hero, the older sister to all the children at the Comet. She achieved that thanks to the flames. But those same flames also took everything from her. Her conscience, her meaning in life. Yet, sharing the same fate. Shirna was right. She is also the victim of an accident. Having someone understand this makes Hibana feel as if she's been freed from her shackles. So there are heroes in this world after all. I'll come to you when you need me. Hibana blushed but also angrily said, "Who gave you permission to save me? I don't need your permission. I do it because I want to." What do you want? Her eyes turned into hearts as she said that from now on, she won't fight with Shirna anymore because she lost. Is this an adorable confession? Hibana even once again created beautiful fire flowers for her little sister. Her soul has probably blossomed in the same way. The battle then ends, but both sides have suffered losses. Iris suggests organizing a friendly get-minus together between the two companies. Hibana also says she will pretend that she asked Company 8 to attack as a training exercise for her subordinates. Why did she suddenly become so easy to talk to? Because I'm starting to like you a little. And so, the joint training exercise of the two companies reached the ears of the other companies. However, they thought it was just a smokescreen. The master strategist Obi has finally made his move. Yet at this moment, Company 5 and Company 8 are having a gathering together, celebrating the success of the joint training. And it's all thanks to Hibana's crush. When her subordinate voices an opinion, he even gets skipped for it. It seems she's only easygoing with Shirna. Hibana later had a direct conversation with Obi. However, the alliance between the two companies is only established on a personal level with her. As for the organization behind her, Fijai Jime Industries, Hibana has no power to resist it. The benefit of this cooperation immediately shows itself. Hibana shares the most important result of her research in some cases of spontaneous human combustion. Human hands are involved. For Obi, this is something that's hard to forgive. By having Shirna break her shackles, Hibana also considered the possibility that the common accident was arranged by someone. If that's true, she vows she will not let them get away with it. For their common goal, the two strengthen their relationship. But the next investigation will likely be difficult, because all the mentioned cases of artificial infernal originated from Company 1 Xingwocha district. However, Obi decides to investigate anyway, using the rookie inspection system that allows new fire soldiers to transfer to other companies for duty. With the main mission falling to Shirna and Arthur, they head to the most prestigious company of the Holy Sol Temple, along with 3 members from other companies, to face Burns and get closer to the truth about Shirna's family 12 years ago. He wants to speed things up and unexpectedly proposes a sparring session. Although it's aggressive, this is probably the most effective greeting since they are all new recruits. The sparring session also includes the others. The first match is against a guy from Company 2. Eagerly provoked by Red Kwai, he unleashes immense power, and thanks to him, overcomes his own shyness to attack. Honestly, a fire soldier who only joins to extinguish his own flames is pretty useless. The cannibals fired at him with his agility and the precision of stray bullets. A single ring of Cream's bell completely extinguished the power of his weapon, which is incredibly formidable and can even freeze flames. The lieutenant of Company 1 displays a terrifying spirit and power. Burns surprisingly decides to take on both Arthur and Shirna himself. This is quite insulting, and the punk Arthur wants to fight him alone. But Burns just extends his arm, invitingly. Yet, his slash couldn't even scratch his skin. On the contrary, Burns' counterattack sends Arthur staggering back a dozen steps. While he's stunned in disbelief, Shirna has already charged forward powerfully. If we're gonna fight, let's fight. What's there to think about? His attack shakes the entire stadium. Shirna goes all out, relentlessly attacking and not even hesitating to use his strongest special move. However, Burns takes it with his own body without even flinching. What is your reason for becoming a fire soldier? My mother and brother died, so I have to find the cause of spontaneous human combustion so it doesn't happen again. I want to be a hero firefighter. You still have a long way to go. The answer seems to satisfy Burns, and he immediately attacks. But without even using his flame abilities, he sends Shirna flying. However, Both he and Arthur are welcomed into Company 1. Their abilities have been recognized. Hibana's experiment results also showed that the cores of artificial infernal victims all contain a type of insect. The time limit for Shirna's group to investigate Company 1 is only 1 month. But why take his A and Hibana visiting every day under the pretext of checking in? What else can be investigated? And yet, Company 1 doesn't seem to care about them at all. Since the spontaneous human combustion cases only occur in secret places accessible only to new fire soldiers, or at cord and fire scenes, the possibility that the culprit is within the fire force is very high. Shirna's chance to act finally arrives. He is under the command of Lieutenant 1. And Company 1's forces are indeed numerous, all dispatched for a mass infernal outbreak with 5 victims. But, with so many people that Arthur and Shirna are tasked with guard duty, what can they even do? However, Shirna suddenly has a vision. The man he sees has a bug placed on him by a mysterious figure, and immediately becomes an infernal. This is indeed a rare opportunity for Shirna, and he immediately gives chase. Leaving the work with the victim to Company 1, he pursues with incredible speed. But at the end of the road, he sees his seniors from Company 1. Why is this happening? Arthur immediately prepares to fight, but Shirna unexpectedly stops him. Tamaki reports to the 2 lieutenants that she has helped put all the infernal victims to rest. Could someone as cute and innocent as her also be an accomplice to evil? Shirna stops Arthur, because they don't have enough evidence to act. Attacking in that alley would also make it too easy for them to be silenced. Their only gain is having witnessed firsthand how the victims are targeted. This is terrible. And now they need to directly investigate those 2 lieutenants, by any means necessary. That horrific act against their own kind is unforgivable. Shirna and Arthur now want to check Kareem's room, and sure enough, they find the jar containing that bug. Unfortunately, the lieutenant also appears with a terrifying expression. Is he going to kill them to silence them? But no. Kareem says that he is also investigating this case, and that is a sample he collected. The fact that Shirna and Arthur are suspicious proves the perpetrator also wears a cloak like his. At the time, Shirna was in pursuit. Besides Kareem, only Raikoi was there. Kareem explains that 2 months ago, there was a group of children who all became infernales, which was very unusual. He found the bug there. Who could accept someone not even sparing children? In another development, the children are on their way home. They're talking about games when Amaki appears, talking about infernales, and saying there's a sure way for them not to become victims, telling them to follow her. She is acting on Rikama's orders. That sure way was also told to her by him with the attitude of a kind person. So kind it's excessive and completely fake. Tamaki is asked by Raikoi Kikei to go outside, but she wants to stay and witness the miracle he's about to perform. Raiki Kai is very happy and gives her a friendly hug, so tight that she passes out. After that, the mother, who had the most ability to resist, becomes the first victim of the demon bug. She came here worried about her child, but as an extra, she is quickly and mercilessly killed. Meanwhile, Arthur and Shirna, although not permitted, want to act with Kareem. Hopefully, they can save the crying children here. Amidst Raikai's depraved words. Come on, kids. Be strong. Don't be afraid of the fire, and you will overcome it. Isn't that what you want? Tamaki wakes up and is horrified by all this, unable to believe the lieutenant she admired is such a monster. He beats her, saying he won't stop until he helps the evangelist find a pilot. Raikaipuai is the type of person full of passion, but this passion is revealed to be completely pathological. Tamaki can only watch in horror as the next child is chosen, with no escape from death. Shirna is searching frantically everywhere. He seems to sense the boy's tormented screams. Come on, kid, you can do it. Fight. The encouragement sounds utterly disgusting, but suddenly something strange happens. The fire dissipates. The boy falls, and he's unharmed. Rikakwa has found a pilot, but following this success, he wants to continue his savage acts on all the children. There's been a success, so the path isn't wrong. One pilot can't compare to having even more, right? Tamaki screams for help in anguish. Her efforts help Shirna spot the abandoned building, but at the same time, They make Raike furious. He says Tamaki has committed a homicide. She has stopped the children from fighting, stopping them from reaching the glory that belongs to them. A series of brutal blows are delivered, as if to shatter Tamaki's heart. Rakwai even decides to kill her on the spot. Fortunately, at this moment, a ray of light descends from the sky. Shirna has appeared, kicking Rakai straight in the face, brutally stomping him into the floor. Tamaki, having been saved, cries as she has never cried before. The trauma she received today was immense, and the feeling of being alive is truly wonderful. But Rakwai has gotten up and is counterattacking. His punch is extremely powerful, and his speed is fast. Luckily, when it comes to fighting, Shirna has even defeated a captain before. He quickly counters. Each of his kicks is incredibly effective. In close combat, he locks Rake's arm and unleashes his flames, declaring that the hero Shirna has captured the criminal behind the artificial infernal S. However, Rakwai immediately counters. He says he will never run away, but will continue to move forward, delivering a heavy blow. But how can Shirna accept the way he moves forward? And he fiercely counters. Thetan are fighting on even terms. But unexpectedly, before Shirna's flames, the demon bug reacts. Rakwai realizes it's trying to return to the flame. So Shirna is the target, even more important than the pilot, designated as the third special individual that the evangelist is searching for. Rakwai decides he will capture the incomplete flame before him, the purest flame he has been seeking from countless children for so long. Hearing that, Shirna becomes even more enraged, especially since Raike considers the children who were sacrificed before to be nothing but trash. He immediately focuses his power to attack. But his anger makes him reckless, and he gets sent flying. With newfound determination, Rakwai attacks. Growing stronger, Shirna took a barrage of his punches. What is happening? Is he groping a girl? The victim, Tamaki, seems to have been through this before. Please, save Joka. These words made Shirna calm down and get serious. He weighed his and his opponent's strengths and weaknesses, deciding to use the terrain to win. With mobility, Joka was using all his power. But in contrast, Shirna shot up like a rocket, immediately launching in another direction after impact. He skillfully dodged his opponent's attacks, finding an opportunity for a fierce counter. None of Joka's subsequent blows could hit him. Without the ability to fly like Shirna, he was completely on the defensive. Next, he was hit by Shirna's all-out attack, and the impact caused a massive explosion. Joka was defeated, but Shirna was also overheating from using too much oxygen. Joka still wanted to fight for the evangelist, to find suitable children to increase the organization's numbers, create infernal S, and return humanity to the flame, which probably means jumping into a pit of fire. The evangelist has twisted the will of the Holy Soul. Their goal is to turn all of humanity into fire, plunging this entire wrongful world into the flames of salvation, turning Earth into a second sun. And they'll die too, the stupid fools. Yet Joka was happy as he said these words, even saying with a crazed look that he would teach all newborn children the lesson of the evangelist. This made Shirna immediately think of his brother. Could this be the answer to all the questions he didn't know? But Joka had unleashed his power once again, a power that burned his very life force, all to achieve victory. But then, an unexpected bell rang out. Kareem had arrived just in time to control the situation, freezing the madman who was once his best friend. Another commander was also at the scene, and what they had just discovered could affect the entire country. Suddenly, a beam of light shot forward, striking the block of ice. It pierced through Joka, silencing him before he could be taken back for interrogation. The mysterious assassins attacked again. From the very beginning, they had identified the fire soldiers as their enemy. Kareem's commander friend even had his arm shot off. Shirna quickly received an order to create a smokescreen to block the enemy's line of sight, then pinpointed the target's location. Kareem immediately directed Tamaki to counterattack. Her flame shot straight to the other side, and Kareem froze them, feigning an opening for his own troops to advance. Their position exposed, the assassins knew they had lost their advantage and began a full retreat. This was what Kareem wanted, as everyone on his team was injured. They could hardly fight. though they lacked the strength to pursue. Shirna's objective had been set the evangelist. After everything, Kareem couldn't understand how the passionate Joka had turned into such a bastard. Or was he a passionate bastard from the very beginning? Nevertheless, they would always be friends. Now that the investigation of the other companies by Company 8 had yielded results, the next target was the evangelist. Kareem wanted to join forces to avenge his friend. A lot happened after that. Company 1 was flooded with reports about the incident, so the rookie training was cancelled. Arthur went missing while tracking Joka, so now they had to try and find him. Shirna felt like he was coming home. Surprisingly, Tamaki showed up at Company 8. Her involvement in the recent incident was not minor, and she was temporarily suspended from duty at Company 1. Who knows if she and Haibana will end up fighting over someone. A meeting was then convened for all company captains, proving just how serious the situation was. Artificial Infernalists, the organization of assassins in white, and that evil cult all showed that humanity was seemingly standing before a mysterious veil concerning the great cataclysm. The meeting was held at the most important place in the Tokyo Empire. The Amatora is a perpetual energy plant, and a plant that could power all of Tokyo was no simple thing. Here, the Hajima Corporation sent a message to Haibana that she was getting too close to Company 8. All 8 company captains then had an audience with the Emperor of the Tokyo Empire. He said that an organization was clearly operating in the shadows, threatening the country's safety. All companies needed to do something in the name of the Holy Soul. Benimaru, said to be the strongest fire soldier, scoffed at these words. He didn't like the Holy Soul, and such an attitude towards the Imperial Army was extremely disrespectful. However, Benimaru said that his company was just a collection of low-class civilians. They had never sworn loyalty to the Emperor or the Holy Soul. Therefore, Company 7 would act as it pleased. Fortunately, the other companies did not act like Benimaru. Shirna was the first to be called upon by the Emperor, who asked about his pure flame. It was considered one of the first sparks the Holy Soul used to create the world, and that flame was helping power the entire Amatora as a plant. The captain of Company 3 stated that the evangelist was trying to possess all of these pure flames. It turned out their real goal was power. So naturally, Shirna would be hunted, and the captain said he would protect him. But how could Shirna accept that? The job of a fire soldier is to protect the people. And as a representative of Hajima, Haibana realized that Captain had no good intentions. Obi said he would protect his squad members with all his might. His reputation was high, even in front of the Emperor. Arthur then returned, becoming Shirna's best sparring partner. But it seems that for him, the evangelist searching for him was actually a good thing. Surprisingly, Joker really did show up, saying that although the pure flame could create the world, it was also the root cause of the world's destruction. He didn't come to fight, but rather to give information as a reward for Shirna's efforts that his brother, Sho, is the commander of the Knights of the Ashen Flame, who work for the evangelist. This news was incredibly shocking for Shirna. He didn't even see Joker leave. He left behind the words, "A devil will always belong in hell." The search for the evangelist began afterward. Company 8 would examine all information from past fire incidents to find clues. As for Shirna, he had chosen that he must confront his brother. Because if Sho had gone astray, that would be how he fulfilled his promise to his mother. And during dinner, he decided to tell his comrades everything. Joker's information wasn't necessarily accurate, but Obi asked Shirna if he wanted to believe his brother was still alive. Of course, he did. So, both Obi and Takehize said they would change their strategy based on that information. This made Shirna feel truly warm. A few years ago, at the Tokyo Armed Forces, both Maki and Takehize came from this force. And then, his one and only best friend became an infernal, begging Takehize to kill him while he was still in control. Takehize couldn't bring himself to strike down his friend, and could only watch him die. His only memento was the baptized gun left behind. His friend once said that perhaps victims shot with this gun would also find peace. At that time, Obi was still a regular firefighter. Both of them witnessed firsthand how the prestigious fire soldiers only resolved infernal disasters for points and achievements, not to help the victims rest in peace, nor to comfort their relatives, as people were led to believe. Obi and Takehize therefore teamed up to deal with Infernalists, even though it would yield fewer points. accepting whatever punishment might come for overstepping their authority. Stealing those jobs was the reason Obi lost his medals. Take his A was kicked out of the army. In return, Company 8 was slowly established through hardship. A company that operates truest to its reason for existence. I'm telling this story because the first case Company 8 handled after its founding was an infernal dressed in white. After putting the victim to rest, their company quickly arrived to handle the entire scene. The incident occurred in Company 7's jurisdiction, and Benimaru is someone who hates being bothered, especially by the Emperor's restrictive laws. So he wasn't friendly with Company 8 at all, even thinking the evangelist was just a fabrication. Benimaru's ridiculously nonchalant attitude angered Shirna, and he challenged him. Just then, an alert came in about an infernal outbreak. Benimaru first dealt with the problem by whirling a matoi, then throwing it to destroy a series of houses. He used another matoi as a tool for flight. Benimaru quickly approached the victim, used a few more mato, and smashed countless other structures surrounding the victim. Old man, you can't cause any more destruction. After saying this, Benimaru moved in and shattered the victim's core. He died with a clear look of relief on his face for not having caused any harm. Benimaru's way of putting others to rest was strange, but full of humanity. This made all the residents of this district treat him with great respect. If sins are to be committed, let me bear them alone. A festive funeral was then held to send off the dead. The destroyed buildings were rebuilt, and arranging shelter for the currently homeless was also something Company 7 always did. Their enthusiasm made Shirna want to lend a hand, too. The other members of Company 8 felt the same way. News about the two companies reached the white-clad assassins. The evangelist's order was to eliminate them, bringing with them many demon bugs. Truly horrifying. After all that, Benimaru seemed to accept cooperating with Company 8. He and Kaon-ro went to meet Shirna. That vice captain was a third generation who had reached his ignition limit. However, for the sake of his duties, he still tried to use his power and was gradually turning to ash. After so many events, the members of both companies had formed a certain bond. The following night, while on a walk, Benimaru overheard a plot by Obi and take his A to turn people into infernals. He was furious, unleashing an incredibly terrifying power. The two impostors immediately fled as if they knew nothing. But how could Benimaru let them go? He immediately gave chase, attacking them fiercely as soon as he caught up. What's going on? You just said you turned that old man into an infernal. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. I heard it with my own ears. So you're plotting to wreak havoc on this town. Shirna arrived in time, using a kick to block Benimaru's attack, hoping he would calm down. But how could Benimaru possibly calm down? Even though he trusted Company 8. He knew he couldn't have misheard. Come at me, you bastards. I'll destroy all of you. And just like that, the white shiat-clad assassin's evasive tactic succeeded. Take his A was the first to be forced to draw his gun. Obi ran off to prepare for something else. Maki, with her fire-dousing ability, could temporarily hold Benimaru back. But his ability to wield fire was in no way inferior to hers. Maki had no choice but to charge him with martial arts. Shirna also provided support, but she was immediately thrown right at him. One of Benimaru's moves took out both of them. Take his A's bullets were then controlled and sent flying back. Benimaru possessed the power of both the second and third generation, making him far too strong. Take his A had no choice but to have Maki charge forward, but his covering fire was still blocked as before. Benimaru's martial arts also easily took down Maki. Arthur suffered the same fate, becoming a human shield. After a successful defense, it was Benimaru's turn to counter. A powerful slash cut through the silent space, striking Take his A and Arthur, who were completely unable to defend. Is that all you've got? Company 8. Stop bullying my squad members and let's have a duel between the two leaders. Obi's usual pastime when free was hitting the gym. The gym, and more gym. Now, like a bull in full armor, he charged forward, blocking all of the fireballs Benimaru fiercely shot out. Why aren't you dousing the fire? Don't tell me. I'm an unpowered human. What? Benimaru was quite surprised but still jumped up and struck Obi's iron mask, What? You're not afraid of fire? I'm terrified. It's incredibly hot. While replying, Obi continued to charge forward like a fortress, surprisingly pushing Benimaru back. He truly was a respectable figure. You understand fire. So why did you harm that old man? I'm afraid you've misunderstood. Upon hearing this, Benimaru quickly used his ultimate technique. He had seen it with his own eyes and couldn't accept that clumsy explanation. He attacked again. After a loud explosion, Obi was still safe, saying, "Don't you dare use your strength to bully the weak. I've trained myself every day." Fire-extinguishing grenades were now being thrown continuously. He quickly rushed forward, charging with incredible force. But Benimaru still confidently blocked Obi. However, the fire mayonnaise extinguishing grenades did limit his vision and power. In contrast, Obi, with his arsenal, was still relentlessly attacking. He was stingy with the team's salary to buy equipment just for this moment. Even when knocked down and seemingly finished, he stubbornly used his iron head to counterattack. Finally landed a hit. Huh? Don't you know when to back down? I can't back down. I'm fulfilling my duty as a captain. This statement astonished all the members of Company E. OBI's performance was truly moving. They couldn't believe their non-powered captain was so strong, and that reckless fighting style, too. But Takehise said that it was time for this pointless battle to stop. Kaonro, hearing the news, had appeared. Obi is amazing. But his amazingness made it harder for Benimaru to accept, and thus, he became more determined to destroy him. Using his final technique, Kaonro stood in the way to stop his young master from killing someone. But Benimaru told him what he had seen. You must have misheard. I can't believe it. Yelling in anger, Benimaru was determined to strike, but, surprisingly, Kaonro accepted using his ability to stop him. Please, listen to Company 8's explanation. Seeing the ash spreading on his subordinate's body, Benimaru decided to retract his anger. The story was then clearly explained. At that time, Obi and Takehise were buying groceries, while Shirna was asked by the imposters to call Benimaru to an alley to witness the story. Why was this? Benimaru quickly went to ask the townspeople. It was all out of respect for Kaonro. Between the two of them was an old story from a time before either of them were fire soldiers. They still had powers, but in a large-scale infernal outbreak, both were exhausted. Just then, a demon appeared. Yes, a demon, not a normal infernal. It was so dangerous that Kaonro decided to knock Benimaru out. Despite being at his own ignition limit, he used his power to fight the demon. The next morning, Benimaru woke up to find Kaonro's body beginning to carbonize, and he was heartbroken for not having fought alongside him. And now with your health affected, who will look after the Asakusa district? That would be you, Benimaru. On that same day, the fire force only appeared after everything was over. So Hirio, the captain of Company 4, said that the Empire wanted to recruit them to become Company 7th. This was entirely out of fear that their rare powers would cause a rebellion after the calamity. Therefore, it's understandable why Company 7 doesn't obey the Emperor now. The two sides are just using each other for their own purposes. One seeks pacification, the other wants real power to act freely. What Benimaru was seeing in the shopping district now was many people arguing, even fighting. He stopped them to ask and learn that everyone here was in the same situation as him. A night with countless misunderstandings was hard to accept. Even Hinan and Haikawa were arguing, thinking the other was not their real friend, but an imposter in disguise. Although the two of them looked cute even when fighting, it was all a mess. Suddenly, Arthur jumped into the dispute, kneeing Haikawa in the face and beating her unconscious. This barbaric and inhuman act was immediately punished by the others in Company 8, but Arthur said that was just a small old man in disguise. And then he revealed his true form, leaving Kaonro speechless. This face changing was done by a white-clad assassin. And next up was their main plan to turn Asakusa into a sea of flames once more. Benimaru couldn't understand what was happening. Could the shape-shifting fox demons from Legends have appeared? Suddenly, he saw the flames of Infernales appearing everywhere and panicked. White mace-clad assassins would use this chaos to attack Company. They also quickly wanted to rescue and evacuate the citizens. But it was too late. The enemy's attack was too sudden, and their power was so great that even Maki's fire suppression couldn't handle it. All she could do was render it harmless. Luckily, Shirna immediately charged forward to fight, but before he could find the opponent's location, he was attacked again. Each one followed an unpredictable trajectory, and the assassins took full advantage of the chaos, making it temporarily difficult for him to track them. Luckily, Arthur was there to team up with Shirna. If the opponent only focused on distracting him, he could totally point Arthur to the target's location. The imposter was being interrogated, but instead of giving information, he even used a firebug to take his own life. Truly a fanatic. This also helped Keon-ro understand for the first time what an artificial infernal was. Unfortunately, it seemed it was too late to understand. Chaos was spreading everywhere. Defeating the infernaless was simple, but stabilizing the public was not easy at all, making even Benimaru feel helpless. Shirno was suddenly ambushed and fell straight down. Luckily, he was fine. He caught sight of the assassin and gave chase, but fell into an ambush by another assassin. This one was very strong in close combat and quickly subdued Shirna. The first assassin quickly drew his bow, and soon an arrow was fired. Luckily, Arthur arrived just in time to block it. Shirna also immediately counterattacked. At this moment, the two-on-one battle had officially begun. The knife-wielding assassin quickly rushed forward, his flying coat acting as a screen for the archer's surprise attack. Unfortunately, that devious arrow was still blocked by Arthur. Compared to their opponent's coordination, the Company 8 pairs seemed out of sync and were quickly kicked away. The archer on the other side continuously fired arrows to suppress them, while the knife-wielder rushed up to face Shirna. They had accepted a true head-on fight, but the archer's explosive arrows were no longer easy to deal with. Even the other assassin's blade speed was unexpectedly fast, putting Arthur and Shirna completely on the defensive. Yet the attack showed no signs of stopping. Unfortunately, just as the swordsman was about to finish them, he was knocked back by the pair's coordination. They were forced to work together if they wanted to win. But working together here just meant Shirna wanted to separate the two opponents. With his speed, he would handle the archer to solve the problem of their obstructed lines of sight. Shirna would fight at a high altitude. After a clear strategy was formed, the battle took a completely different turn. Neither Shirna nor Arthur was weak, and they quickly approached the archer. The swordsman's protection was used by them to switch targets. The archer was hit with the first blow. Shirna quickly switched to attacking the knife wielder. The archer was subdued, and he had to pay a price to rescue him. Their failure was already obvious. The knife wielder told the archer to fall back, took out a demon bug, and calmly swallowed it. In another development, Keon-ro was trying to find Benimaru. The captain of Company 7 was currently trying to take down Infernaless in a very bad mood. In all disasters, usually only 10% of people can handle it calmly. 20% become panicked, and the remaining 70% are too shocked to do anything. Right now, the people desperately needed a leader. Keon-ro had found Benimaru again. Hearing his young master ask him to use his extraordinary composure to resolve the chaos, he knew, but it was none other than Benimaru who was the spiritual leader of the people of Asakusa. Receiving encouragement from Keon-ro, he resolved to act, controlling the tallest tower to separate and fly high, shouting, "Hear me, Asakusa!" And the citizens all cheered in response. Benimaru continued, saying that countless impostors were currently mixed in with the populace. There was no way to distinguish them, and this was the main cause of the chaos. But you don't need to worry about it. The citizens cheered, thinking Benimaru had a way to solve the problem, and his solution was just go ahead and beat each other up. We can't lose to the enemy. Let's give those bastards a fight. Any damage after that will be handled by Company 7. Hearing these badass words, everyone cheered in unison, because it turned out the solution was that simple. Let's start a fighting festival. Everyone. Benimaru is so cool. The spirit of the Asakusa district, especially around the town where he lives, is just as cool. The assassin who swallowed the demon bug had transformed, willing to lose himself to fight for a pointless cause. It turned out the demon that Keon-ro saw was just like this guy. Terrifying. Countless brawls were currently happening all over Asakusa. This caused another assassin's chaos strategy to fail. Company 7, at this time, on Benimaru's command, began their work, spreading out everywhere to douse the flames. He himself saw a light from afar, saw that demon, the Kimi, and immediately identified it as the opponent he had been looking for all this time. Shirna now also realized the demon before him was the same thing he sensed in the fire long ago. He was a bit dazed. Luckily, Arthur rushed out in time to block its attack. Shirna became very angry, extremely angry, and it seemed something was activating on his feet. He was startled, hearing the archer say he shouldn't be a fire soldier because he bore the flame that would destroy humanity. Shirna didn't care and rushed up to help Arthur. But the demon quickly gathered a fireball, powerfully blasting them both away, then swiftly chased after Shirna and punched him extremely hard. Arthur's sword couldn't pierce its skin. In return, the demon's claws tore his flesh. Luckily, at this moment, someone provided support, preventing the two from being attacked further. Benimaru appeared, saying that the demon was his opponent, and recounted the story of Keion-ro, wanting to personally avenge his friend. Many people were searching for the girl Haika. Suddenly, they saw flames erupt and she appeared, surprisingly scolding the ones who had lured her, saying the promised amount of candy wasn't enough. I betrayed Hina for you. But Hina immediately came to her friend's side, overjoyed and not blaming her, instead convincing Haika to go destroy the bad guys. The power of the twin girls was anything but ordinary. In Benimaru's fight, he was easily blocking all of his opponent's attacks, easily knocking it down, even against a rocket-like attack. He blocked it with just one hand. His skill was on a completely different level. Benimaru then launched himself at the demon for a finishing blow, but was immediately repelled. Its skin was too tough, and it seemed that to defeat it before, Keion-ro had to dig a giant hole. Benimaru decided to use equivalent power, launching a weapon straight at the demon. But his goal was to grab it and take it to another, more spacious area of the sky. Keion-ro was very confident in his young master. But suddenly, the enemy archer took aim. He saw her and immediately wanted to stop her, but his body's condition wouldn't allow it. He used his fire and immediately fell in pain. The fired arrow quickly pursued the unsuspecting Benimaru. Keion-ro was extremely worried but could do nothing. Who could save him now? Shirna. Shirna's feet suddenly had a sensation. He heard Keion-ro's voice from within his mind. They had a promise to support each other when needed. Turning his head to assess the situation, he quickly unleashed his power to chase after that arrow. But it was tailing Benimaru, who was already very high up. This forced Shirna to go all out, unleashing all his power. With terrifying speed, he caught up and quickly launched a blow. But the female archer said that his flame was now useless. It was a demon's flame, while her arrow had a demon's blessing. Shirna also realized what she had meant before. Don't mess with me. My flame is for protecting humanity. Shirna was trying to overcome his destiny. Many people were watching, hoping for his success. Conversely, the archer knew that if he failed, Shirna would be forced to return to their side, but he didn't need to face his complex. He was a hero, but he didn't need to show off like one. If he couldn't destroy it, Shirna simply kicked the arrow off course. His flame could still be used in normal situations, and Benimaru was alerted. He had also reached the necessary altitude and quickly summoned his weapon, striking straight at the demon with his most powerful attack, turning its body red hot. I don't care who you are. This is my town. Get out. Benimaru then used Keion-ro's technique, a powerful palm strike that pierced through the enemy's chest. The force was so great that even the moon turned a fiery red, marking the complete failure of the evangelist's campaign. The task of reconstruction was all too familiar to the people of Asakusa. They immediately began the next day in high spirits. Unfortunately, the company that Company 8 wanted to investigate had been burned down by the evangelist to cover their tracks. They had no choice but to return. But before that, as proof of their newly formed friendship, Benimaru invited them all for a drink of traditional sake from the old country of Japan. The recent battle still yielded a harvest for the evangelist's side, the devil's flame that Shirna possessed. which was even more precious than the pure flame often mentioned. This was what the evangelist coveted most. Upon receiving the news, Sho decided he would personally take the field in the next campaign. The Hajima Corporation had forced people to form a science division for Company 8 due to the previous situation with artificial infernalists. This was a direct order from the Emperor, and they were forced to comply. That guy turned out to be an accomplice of Joker's. His true identity was a mystery. From the moment he appeared, he made Obi and Haibana feel very suspicious. As a scientist, he grabbed Shirna's legs to study them and was thoroughly stomped on by Haibana. Anyway, while they were at it, Company 8 also wanted to recruit another mechanic. A very talented one at that. However, Vulcan didn't like the Fire Force at all. Thus, the heavy responsibility was placed on the shoulders of Shirna and Arthur. Perhaps Sobi hoped the two passionate young men could achieve something that the money and status of other recruiting organizations could not. This caught Victor's eye, making him feel that Company 8 was indeed as strange as the rumors said, which might be useful for his purposes. Anyway, Shirna's group arrived in normal clothes, stated their identities, and immediately received a warm welcome. Still standing there? Get lost. Iron cans were thrown continuously, nearly cracking Shirna's and Arthur's skulls. Luckily, towards Iris, Vulcan still showed a bit of gallantry. Just as the two young men were about to explode in anger, a boy suddenly appeared. He was Vulcan's apprentice. Thanks to this boy, Shirna's group was able to meet the mechanic, call him a bastard, and continue to get hit with cans. So there was nothing left to discuss. Yu, however, said he would help Shirna talk to him. He's not a bad person. He just hates the Fire Force. Company 8 is different from the other companies. Then I'll do my best to help. Yu, for some reason, trusted Shirna so much. He then led him into the workshop to get hit with more cans from Lisa. Yu was also immediately punished by her for his poor, presumptuous actions. But thanks to the boy, Shirna's group witnessed Vulcan's skills firsthand, assembling machinery like he was playing the drums, then kicking the whole machine away after accidentally breaking it. How dare you come in here? Where's you? Serving tea. Shirna was very surprised, not understanding why Vulcan was suddenly so friendly. But he didn't expect the tea cans were only brought out to be used as weapons to throw straight at him. Arthur, wanting to play baseball, suffered the same fate. Luckily, before they were completely beaten down, someone came looking for Vulcan. An old nuisance, which made his mood worsen quickly. The captain of Company 3. This guy was a lackey for Hajima, using a supply embargo on mechanical parts to pressure Vulcan. How could he accept? And if he didn't comply with this final notice, Giovanni said, something worse would happen. Like dying like my father and grandfather. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Don't play dumb. You traitor. This was likely an old story between the two. And also, perhaps the reason Vulcan hated the Fire Force from the start. Giovanni said that Vulcan's dream was ridiculous. In return, he was scolded for having chased after power and fame, having no right to talk about others. The two could find no common ground. Vulcan returned, and Shirna suggested he join Company 8. Because unlike other companies, under larger organizations, Company 8's true purpose was simply to help people. Vulcan didn't agree, but perhaps with a bit of goodwill, he said he would show them something, a special device created by him, his father, and his grandfather. Something that wasn't purely mechanical. After activation, it showed everyone an image of the ocean. Did you know? The world once had over 1 million species of animals. Images of dense forests and skies full of birds continued to be displayed. Now, all of it was gone, and Iris's tears fell endlessly. Vulcan said that Amatoriza only supplied enough energy for the Empire's population. But he wanted to produce an even more powerful energy source to revive the extinct animals of this world. That was his wild dream. It was another dream that made Shirna feel respect, realizing the man before him was a perfect fit for his team. Vulcan, please, meet my captain. Just once is fine. Unfortunately, Shirna's sincere words were once again rejected by Vulcan. He didn't want any possibility of being involved, even slightly, with Hajima, his father, and grandfather became infernal-less and died at the same time. He suspected Giovanni, his grandfather's apprentice, of this crime, but after they died, he joined Hajime, despite the long-standing feud between the two sides. Just when Shirna was about to give up, he suddenly heard the voice of that Company 3 captain telling someone to kill Vulcan. Shirna's feet immediately had a strange reaction, and, with this intuition, he decided to stay here. Shirna even told Arthur and Iris about his intuition, but seeing Giovanni arrive to recruit Vulcan, they didn't seem to believe it. However, Shirna said that intuition had appeared in a Sakusen, helped him save someone. He asked Arthur and Iris to quickly warn the mechanic inside the workshop, while he would use his hidden advantage from above to watch for the enemy. Sure enough, Giovanni was having his squad members prepared to attack. The members of Company 3 took off their outer coats, revealing they were all from the Evangelist. They quickly surrounded Vulcan's workshop. Their numbers were massive, and somehow they had completely bypassed Shirna. He himself was ambushed by Giovanni. Luckily, with his flying ability, he managed to escape. But unfortunately, his opponent hadn't given up. And with this long-range attack, Shirna tried to track his opponent, but fell into a trap. He was hit by Giovanni's attack. 2,000,000 volts of electricity continuously passed through him, which he couldn't endure, and he quickly collapsed. Giovanni then reported back that he had captured an important target. The key Vulcan held was just as important to the organization. Before the battle, Arthur had forgotten his weapon. He asked Vulcan for help, revealing a ridiculous secret: the more he felt like a knight, the stronger he would become. Arthur then appeared with a horse, or rather, a horse's head. Surprisingly, the sword he summoned and was unexpectedly powerful. Excalibur was very well formed this time. One slash shattered all of the enemy's illusions, leaving only two who were real. One of them immediately took out his weapon and quickly attacked. The previous illusions, it turned out, weren't just for show, and were summoned again by the remaining one, charging forward at the same time. Unfortunately, they were all defeated by Arthur, and even the fire dagger was shattered by him. Knight Horsehead Arthur had truly never been so cool. He made the maze welder very wary. But suddenly an illusion of Arthur appeared right in front of him, saying to Arthur, "Look at yourself. What do you look like?" Arthur really did look, realizing his appearance wasn't knightly at all. And just as Vulcan said, he fought based on his mood and was quickly sent flying by his opponent, realizing it was all a trick. In any case, his beloved donkey was also killed by the opponent. Knight Arthur stood up to fight again, though his sword had become weaker. Vulcan observed the situation and immediately told Lisa and Yu to run. He would stay behind and risk his life. But suddenly, that girl aimed right for his chest and attacked, not sparing Yu. She revealed her true form as a spy for the Evangelist, demanding Vulcan hand over the key to Amatoriza. If he wouldn't cooperate, then he would have to face death. Giovanni had arrived at the workshop. Arthur was still struggling and couldn't stop him. Facing Vulcan, he used even crueler methods, attacking Yu, and even being prepared to kill him if Vulcan didn't compromise. Vulcan still said he didn't know about any key, and was then brutally and relentlessly beaten by Giovanni until he passed out. Finally, this forced him to confirm that he truly had no information. In that case, Giovanni had no choice but to search for the key in the Vulcan family's most precious possession. Each hammer blow on that dream shattered his heart. This Evangelist organization was truly no ordinary group. Its members were also incredibly abnormal. The steady and emotional movements of Giovanni made him look terrifying, no different from a Seiko. And yet, he actually found the key. Another psycho, Hibana, had unexpectedly arrived. It was thanks to a listening device on Shirna that she discovered what was happening here. As soon as he was rescued, he immediately took action, quickly flying to Arthur's fight, delivering a flurry of kicks that took down all the illusions. Against the mace wielder's attack, he used his speed to charge straight through. Just as Giovanni held the key in his hand and was about to finish Vulcan, Shirna appeared in time, delivering a powerful knee straight to that madman's face. "Don't touch my mechanic." But now he was facing two enemies. Giovanni said he would capture him again. "You won't escape." Outside, Arthur was still struggling with the illusions when, suddenly, Haibon arrived to help, dispelling them. She was very skilled and knew the illusions were created by causing a thermal imbalance in the air. Now, she used her flower petals to heat the entire area, making that impossible and completely destroying the enemy's trick. Inside the workshop, Lisa began her attack. Her strange fire technique surprisingly bound Shirna. Vulcan yelled, telling Iris to activate the switch on the wall. Just as Giovanni struck, a series of machines fell from the ceiling, disrupting his attack. The magnetic field even caused Lisa's fire technique to lose control, and Shirna escaped. He quickly launched forward to strike, and it seemed Giovanni's close combat skills were rather poor. As he was sent flying outside the workshop, Sho had appeared. Shirna stepped out and saw him, immediately stunned, then overjoyed. Sho, are you Sho? Are you my little brother? Are you and I brothers, sir? From the similar face, Shirna had no more doubts. He was overjoyed that his little Sho was so handsome, like an angel. From now on, I'll keep my promise. I'll protect you. Sho, I'm your ally. Suddenly, time seemed to freeze. Sho approached to observe Shirna, his supposed brother, and found the form before him so disgusting. He immediately struck Shirna down, subdued him, and demanded his submission. Arthur ran to help but was slashed and sent flying. Sho was too strong, so much so that Shirna couldn't even see his sword strokes. After a few more moves, he lost the ability to fight. This campaign was a victory for the evangelist. The key to Amaterasu was now in their hands. Suddenly, countless bits of ash appeared in the space. A series of explosions rang out. Vulcan, in a car, helped Shirna escape. Victor had arrived to help, getting everyone away quickly, but surprisingly, before they could leave the workshop, Sho blocked them. However, Victor was not afraid. From beneath Sho's feet, an enemy suddenly attacked. Quickly, Joker appeared. His fighting ability was terrifying, immediately pushing back his opponent. Sho recognized who had ambushed him, and the two immediately charged at each other to fight. The boy's time-freezing ability didn't work on Joker. Does he belong to another mysterious organization besides the Evangelist? After Joker successfully rescued them, Shirna's group left. Information about Giovanni's betrayal and Sacho's appearance was reported to Obi by Shirna, who was taken into surgery for treatment. Vulcan, after everything, agreed to join forces with Company 8. As for Shirna, he decided he must do everything to bring Sho back to his side. Kaon-ro then came to Company 8. A meeting between representatives of 3 companies synthesized information on the recent artificial infernal S, especially about Giovanni. The recent incident was reported to the higher Mon as someone impersonating him. The mask had indeed produced an unexpected effect, and all 3 companies agreed on the need to find the evangelist's base for a counterattack. This task was given to Victor, but everyone was worried about the fighting aspect. They weren't sure they could defeat the enemy. Kaon-ro suggested Obi send the rookies to be trained by Benimaru. And having joined Company 8, Vulcan had invented many new weapons. This was wonderful for non-powered people like Obi. Benimaru's training was simply countless battles. By now, Shirna and Arthur had begun to coordinate with each other. But unfortunately, compared to a tough opponent like Benimaru, they were still far too inferior. This battle was just to gauge the two's strength, and what each of them lacked was a final finishing move. Victor suddenly appeared, saying he would solve this problem. He talked about a technique to converge flames in one direction and compress it to increase damage. Benimaru immediately put it into practice, and the effect was wonderfully better than expected. Shirna's firepower was incredibly strong but diffused in many directions uselessly, so this technique could very well compensate for all his shortcomings. However, that was extremely difficult for a 3rd-generation infernal. The ability to control flames was considered a 2nd-generation ability. Benimaru then taught Shirna martial art, using his hands to control the flow of energy moving through his body. Sure enough, this had an effect. The second time he practiced, the result was completely different. Shirna's power increased tremendously. Sparring began again. Arthur's abilities were already quite balanced. All he needed was real combat to increase his experience. A few days later, the preliminary training was over. Benimar urged Shirna to try and protect his brother. Just then, his feet had that sensation again. Victor then investigated and found the evangelist base was in the nether, the filthy land beneath Tokyo. Company 8 decided to move out. This was a battle for survival. The nether was the old subway network, now a dark and desolate land. As soon as they entered, a sky full of smoke and dust greeted Company. An enemy with illusion abilities quickly used various methods to separate them. After a moment, only Vulcan and Obi remained en route. 9. The evangelist's forces then immediately moved out. The first to encounter the enemy were Tamaki and Iris, facing a very dangerous opponent. Assault. Maki, meanwhile, was in a worse spot, facing many enemies. They quickly charged at her. But of course, she was not weak. And with the weapons Vulcan had equipped her with, she boldly declared she would knock them all down. The enemy, with strength in numbers, immediately used their firepower. Unfortunately, those sparks of fire were too weak compared to her and were all blocked. So then, amidst the red flames, there are also weapons mixed in, causing immense damage. And if Maki didn't have that pair of iron nails, she might have been defeated. She quickly used the iron nails to counterattack, taking down the enemy. They were incredibly powerful and moved very fast. Opponents who rushed in for close combat were easily defeated by her. Maki's martial arts, learned from the army, were considered professional grade. Those amateur assassins couldn't stand against her. In an instant, only one enemy remained. But he was a powerful one who quickly summoned his iron mace. The destructive power it unleashed was terrifying. Maki had a very difficult time dodging, and even quickly fell into a defensive position. But just then, the iron nails once again proved their use, helping her launch a powerful counterattack that gave the opponent a beatdown. Her next move took down the assassin. On Maki's side, the battle was also unfolding quickly. She attacked, but her skill level was to novice compared to her opponent. Even in terms of damage, Assault completely overwhelmed her. He said he would kill her quickly because she was a woman, and he had no interest in torturing her. Angered by the discrimination, Tamaki charged, but her opponent countered with a powerful attack. Yet with her nimble movements, she was able to get past the dense barrage of bullets. Unfortunately, that was still not enough, because Assault also had close-end combat skills. He unleashed his powerful technique. Tamaki faced it head-on, knocking it away, and rushed towards Assault, only to be mercilessly groped by him. Oh my god, that feels so good. The ecstatic feeling made him let his guard down, and he took a staff hit from Iris. After that, although he got up, the recent event had truly enraged the two girls. They continuously beat him until Assault collapsed, completely unable to get up. In another development, Take his A was fumbling in the darkness when he was suddenly hit by an extremely powerful attack from an opponent. His flames were so terrifying that they burned through the fire-resistant coat in an instant, and his movements were so mysterious that for the moment he couldn't pinpoint his location. The hidden enemy thanked him for bringing the devil's flame to attack his own side. The archer O readies herself. Opposite her, the marksman Take his A immediately opens fire. Shirna has caught up to Victor, who is being held hostage, and the enemy demands Shirna follow him. Suddenly, the foe is taken down by Shirna's unimaginable burst of speed. After hearing gunshots, he immediately decides to go and back up Take his A. He, in the meantime, is engaged in an extremely fierce battle. It seems his position has been exposed because his opponent is in the dark while he's illuminated by his own powerful flames, making it very difficult to pinpoint where O is. His bullets ricochet off countless obstacles, leaving him no choice but to get closer by constantly moving. But he never expected that besides O, to other enemies were waiting for an opportunity while searching for his target. Take his A is attacked by O, and this dead man's send path. Her explosive arrows have blocked every possible escape route, causing him to take a direct hit. However, Take his A still has his secret weapon. He'd rather die than surrender to Shirna. His next shot carries a destructive power and a shockwave that are both incredibly terrifying. The bullet's kinetic energy was amplified by Take his A to its maximum level, horrifically shattering the gun's barrel. He continuously grabs new guns. And even if his opponent dodges the bullet, the shockwave alone will make it hard for her to breathe. Sure enough, O counterattacks. But she herself is already injured. Her position is quickly exposed, and she engages Takehize in a one-on duel. The two assassins hiding outside are unable to interfere in the crossfire, which looks like the tanks firing at each other. The final result is both O and Takehize being sent flying by the shockwave. He is truly exhausted. But if he leaves his comrades to fight alone against those 7 wolves, Takehize can't rest easy. He forces himself up again out of his responsibility as the marksman commander, then uses the enemy's own flames to accelerate even further and take down O. Takehize is completely exhausted afterward, leaving the rest to his teammates. Facing the 2 assassins who were lying in wait, it seems death is his only path. Takehize still tries to fight back. A stone pierces the enemy's head. But unfortunately, it's just an illusion. But unexpectedly, the shot also creates a hole, large enough for Arthur, who was watching from above, to appear in the fight below. He once again faces the illusion-using assassin. The thick smoke makes him even more difficult to deal with. But before this, his training with Pan taught Arthur how to sense life on the battlefield, as well as to sense the killing intent of the enemy aimed at him. He quickly takes a stance, closes his eyes, and the illusionary attacks are directly ignored and cause no damage. Even when more of them rush forward, they don't throw Arthur into chaos. At the exact moment his opponent intends to strike, he can feel his breath. A single sword swing nearly decapitates Takehize. He panics for a moment, but it turns out the real enemy, who was hiding behind that pillar, has been defeated. The remaining assassin flees immediately. Meanwhile, Tamaki and Dyrus have regrouped with Maki. Obi and Vulcan have run into 2 opponents, Giovanni and Lisa, putting the mechanical engineer in a very difficult position. He still loves Lisa after everything that has happened. This makes her feel very ashamed. But she is immediately threatened by Giovanni, trembling in fear. It seems he controls her from deep within her mind. Lisa's cold expression instantly returns, and she quickly makes her move. Fortunately, Obi steps forward, curious at the masked man's attitude. Giovanni says that the evangelist knows everything: the origin of the spontaneous human combustion phenomenon, the destruction of humanity, the truth about the demon insects, and the meaning of the LA burst. What happened in the past as well as the present. He challenges Obi to get past him, to understand it all. But very quickly, both he and Vulcan are easily captured by Lisa's power. She is a chosen child with an incredibly special power. But Obi says that the salvation from the flames Giovanni speaks of is just a lie. He quickly takes out a weapon to escape. But as soon as he charges forward again, he is stopped by Lisa. Her flames can automatically defend against all attacks. Obi resolutely uses a fire extinguisher. Though he's knocked back, he keeps advancing. He's not messing around. He says he's trying to save Lisa from her own flames. Why do you look so uneasy? I'm not uneasy at all. Lisa, his words having hit a nerve, continuously attacks and knocks him down. How can he fight a monster like her with just a fire extinguisher? Obi's determination surprises Lisa, but she is forced to strike again. Are you willing to sacrifice your own life to save someone? I don't take my own life lightly, but I have the courage to use it for something I believe is meaningful. The button Obi presses detonates, destroying the fiery octopus. He had pretended to passively take hits to plant fire extinguishing grenades all over its body. As Lisa falls, she's terrified. She has nothing left. Suddenly, just like in the old days, Vulcan once again extends his hand to catch her, causing Lisa to call his name and burst into tears. But Giovanni, observing the situation, immediately acts, asking Lisa, "Do you love Vulcan? Who was it that saved you from your fear of fire and brought you to him? He is the one who gave you everything." He demands that she walk towards him. Lisa, at a crossroads, doesn't know what to do. This creates an opportunity for him to restrain her. He stabs her with a weapon, using Lisa's life to threaten Vulcan into throwing out his gun and demanding he shoots Obi. Vulcan, Of course, doesn't want to. But Giovanni intends to actually kill Lisa, forcing Vulcan to choose. Obi volunteers to sacrifice himself. A gunshot rings out, causing him to collapse. This gives Giovanni the chance to laugh gleefully at Vulcan's foolishness. Because even if he saves Lisa, she still belongs to him. Suddenly, just as the villain is reveling in his victory, Obi abruptly sits up. That hurt, you bastard. He quickly uses surprising strength to rip out the subway tracks and attack. Obi isn't dead, all thanks to the physical damage-resistant armor Vulcan equipped him with. The fight quickly erupts. Giovanni, being a disciple of Vulcan's family in mechanics and weaponry, is also perfectly equipped. But now, Vulcan activates his battle mode. His penguin helmet can analyze all the magnetic fields his opponent emits, allowing Vulcan to effectively dodge Giovanni's attacks and strike him directly, smashing through all the machinery. Though the damage is high, it's a messy kind of attack. In any case, Vulcan's combat power isn't that strong. He only pushed Giovanni back to separate him from Lisa. He runs to her aid, while Obi, on the other hand, grabs a ladder and charges to attack, using it skillfully to find an opportunity to knock his opponent down. But Giovanni quickly activates his own weapon, forcing him to retreat. This is a very difficult enemy to fight. Meanwhile, Sheernet is exhausted. The pain from the backlash in his legs has put him in a terrible state. It feels like something is trying to invade his soul. From the dark space, a demonic arm appears, followed by its entire body, advancing towards Sheerna, seeming to want to swallow him whole if Sheerna doesn't hear his mother's voice and snap out of it. That demon must be the same one that took his brother, Sho. Back then, waking from his stupor, Sheerna is terrified. But this vision shows that Sho is just ahead. He immediately steps forward bravely. Sho also predicts this, as Sheerna's Adale burst is already connecting with him. It's a flame that allows one to enter any heat source, a power of the next age for pyrokinetics that few possess. Sheerna and Sho quickly face each other. He says he's here to fulfill his mother's promise to protect his little brother, but all that sentiment seems like a joke to Sho. The boy says he has no mother. If he does, it's the evangelist, not some filthy, ordinary human, as Sheerna claims. Hearing this, Sheerna instantly flies into a rage, correcting Sho, telling him not to speak ill of their mother. The fight then unfolds at an incredible speed. Sheerna not only successfully deals with Sho, but also easily blocks his sword strike aimed at a bewildered Victor nearby. Don't you want to sit down and talk for a bit? Sho doesn't answer and quickly continues his attack. Of course, Sheerna isn't one to be trifled with, and he relentlessly counters. His speed is truly a headache for opponents, making him extremely difficult to deal with in a fight. Sheerna uses this to his advantage and successfully catches Sho, throwing him far away. But as he closes in, the boy draws his sword. Sheerna dodges but finds himself trapped in his opponent's time-raising domain. Sho then coldly attacks with a single slash that sends Sheerna flying, leaving him with extremely severe injuries. After their conversation of unclear purpose, Giovanni says that the fight is now meaningless. Sho has met Sheerna, so his mission is considered complete. Giovanni doesn't even bother taking Lisa with him. He leaves her behind. But the brainwashing technique is not easily broken. Who knows how Vulcan will deal with the love of his life now. Back to Sheerna's fight. Though his movement speed is slower, Avacho's sword strikes are clearly much faster. He tells Sheerna to be smart and surrender, but Sheerna unleashes his full firepower and rushes into attack. However, he is once again struck by the sword and sent flying into a wall. Analyzing Avacho's power, Victor realizes it's incredibly terrifying and quickly tells Sheerna to run. But unexpectedly, Sho connects with him again, and after a moment, pulls them both into a dark space. The boy then tells his brother that the Adale burst is also called the primal flame. The flame of destruction is a fire that originates from this alternate dimension. It's a fire whose energy can interfere with anything. That's why Sheerna was pulled here. He's shocked to learn that the place he's standing in is often called Hell. He's even more shocked when the evangelist appears right behind Sho. Unfortunately, just as Shirna is about to ask him about everything, why he took his brother, why he created artificial infernals, and many other unanswered questions. The space transforms. They return to the subway tunnel. Sho immediately draws his sword. And with the power he just received from the evangelist's blessing, Shirna is no match for him. Especially since Sho has the powerful ability to stop time. No matter how fast Shirna is, it's meaningless. He's quickly hit. After that, Sho moves in a way that Shirna can't even see. He is continuously beaten to a pulp, but is still determined to get back up as a hero. He continues to charge forward and gets beaten even more brutally than before. Sho's cold attitude truly infuriates Shirna, who decides to go all out and use his ultimate move. This time, his unexpected acceleration almost hits Sho. Although Shirna is still forced back, the outcome of the fight now shows hope for a turnaround. At this point, Shirna understands that his brother is so strong because he's connected to the other dimension and the evangelist. He also has the Adale burst. He can also quickly rush in and attack Sho. But besides his time-stopping ability, Sho is also a talented swordsman, and he gains the advantage in their exchange. Shirna needs time to find more power. But unfortunately, Sho won't give him that chance. A powerful ultimate move strikes Shirna directly. Sho attacks without mercy. It's win or die. Shirna resolves right then and there to actively connect with Sho through the Adale burst, no longer passively waiting for it to find him. He quickly unleashes all his power, all his speed, and rushes at Sho. But once again, he's hit by a heavy sword strike and sent flying. Despite this, Shirna keeps advancing, and by advancing, he will naturally get cut. But so many comrades, so many friends, are cheering him on, hoping he can find his brother again. Shirna himself thought he had lost all his relatives, wishing every night for just one more chance. That chance is right in front of him. So how can he give up? For the last time, he unleashes his full speed, regardless of the consequences. And a miracle happens. Shirna suddenly disappears. This greatly surprises Sho. As time passes, his domain loses its effect. Shirna reappears, crashing into a nearby stone pillar. Just now, his incredible speed had bridged the gap of time. And that's not all. Shirna now immediately uses the connection from his Adale burst to connect with Sho, showing him images of the two brothers when they were little. However, the boy pays no mind to these things, so the battle must continue once again. With a speed faster than light, Shirna ends a hit on Sho for the first time. He gained this power by taking advantage of his little brother. The boy is linked to the evangelist to receive her blessing's effects. By connecting with Sho, Shirna can do the same thing. The only difference is the extra bridge, that's all. But that's still only enough to let them fight on even terms. With his brotherly affection, Shirna once again loses ground. But he knows there's no other way to save his brother than to defeat him. He immediately rushes forward again, unleashing his full power, and the destructive capability of the two is truly astonishing. If they keep fighting like this, the entire area is in danger of collapsing. In this situation, Shirna still continuously tries to reason with Sho. Being mistaken for a brother makes the boy furious. His burst of power pushes Shirna back. He wants to keep fighting, but his body's condition no longer allows it. Finish it. Come with me. You are essential to the evangelist. Of course, Shirna can't accept this, even if he has to die. But if he fights at his combustion limit, his body won't be able to handle it and will start to fall apart. Fall apart? I'm a hero. I'm not afraid of anything. Besides, I'm having a lot of fun playing with my little brother. After saying that, Shirna immediately rushes forward, using his speed to clash head-on with Sho, creating a powerful shockwave. Why are you so stubborn? I'm not your brother. The face I'm looking at is my brother's face. There's no mistake. The images of you crying and laughing are still clear in my memory. After speaking, Shirna continues to transmit memories to the boy. This makes Sho even angrier as he strikes. But Shirna says he won't stop until he brings the real him back. His speed is once again pushed to the maximum. Along with his attacks are fragments of memory about his miserable life after his family was gone. Being seen as a demon by others, The continuous flood of memories increasingly annoys and angers Sho, but he also begins to understand his pain. He understands why when Shirna claimed to be his surviving brother, he reacted so excessively. But I'm not your brother, Sho says. He doesn't care because he has no past. But he wonders to himself if those images are his own lost memories. Nothing happens without a reason. There's no reason Shirna would be so passionate if they didn't have some kind of connection. And is that person my mother? Every child longs for a family. The little boy from the past was like that. And the boy shedding tears today is the same. They do. Brothers then hug each other tightly. Shirna says he will take Sho back to their home. Suddenly, red blood spurts out. It's Shirna's blood, dripping from the sword blade. Li Cho's blade has mercilessly pierced his brother's chest. Haomiya then appears. She was the one secretly controlling the sword. Now, she wants to take Shirna back to the organization on Heicho's behalf. Shirna asks Haomiya why she wants to do this. He's shocked to hear the answer: the great cataclysm from hundreds of years ago failed to destroy humanity. In the present, if they gather all the Idal A burst, the evangelist will perfectly recreate that dark day. The reason she's telling Shirna all of this is because Haomiya has already decided his fate. She steps forward, preparing to act. But unexpectedly, Sho steps in to stop her, saying that if she wants to do that, she must first tell him what happened to him 12 years ago. Unfortunately, Haomiya has no intention of explaining anything to Sho. He Kwang resolutely attacks, only to find that his power has been taken by the evangelist through their connection. Against an opponent of equal caliber, he can only take a hit and collapse. This proves that Sho was being used from the very beginning. Shirna then grows extremely worried, seeing his brother stand up like a soulless corpse. Unfortunately, he himself is now about to face a similar tragic fate. Luckily, a bullet flies in just in time to save Shirna. Arthur also appears, pushing back the enemy. But Shirna immediately warns his friend that the opponent's power is very strange. Unfortunately, it's still too late, and Arthur is hit instantly. A brainwashing technique is not simple. It's extremely dangerous. Unfortunately for her, Arthur is a guy with no brain. He's fine and continues to advance with his sword. Haomiya is furious about this. Despite the evangelist's order to retreat, she decides to wipe out her opponents. Maki's iron nails are quickly deflected. Haomiya's electromagnetism causes them to lose control. Take his ace shots are the same. They have almost no effect on her. Haomiya quickly counterattacks. But luckily, Arthur is there. His plasma sword is the perfect counter to her electromagnetic powers. Just then, violent tremors echo from all around. Company has fully assembled. But unfortunately, Haomiya follows the order and escapes. They don't have a chance to catch her, nor can they stop Sho from leaving with her. Shirna is furious that he was so close to rescuing his brother. Company 8 then escapes safely. But Shirna is very seriously injured. Obi transfers him to Company 6. When it comes to treating pyrokinetics, no one does it better than Captain Kyoko there. However, upon meeting, Kyoko questions Obi about the recent series of earthquakes. The cause might be Company 8 trespassing into the forbidden land of the Nether, being punished by the sun god. Obi tells Kyoko the information he has about the evangelist and the white lattice assassins being stationed in the Nether, including their experiments with artificial infernal to gather the Adale burst to destroy the world. Kyoko says nothing more, but Shirna's health condition isn't very optimistic. Even if he can be saved, it's feared he might be paralyzed or suffer from some other after effects. The members of Company 8 can only bow their heads and hope the doctor will do her best. She has an amazing ability to save people by combining her surgical skills with her special healing ability. Then, thanks to Shirna's strong vitality, everything goes perfectly. 3 days later, Shirna wakes up. The first thing he thinks about is Sho, feeling incredibly sad that the opportunity within his grasp slipped away while he could do nothing. The hospital room has an unexpected visitor, Captain Burns of Company 1. Who voluntarily tells Shirna that he will tell him the truth of 12 years ago. Burns knew from the beginning that Sho was alive. From the beginning, he knew the boy was lured by the evangelist. Hearing this, Shirna immediately becomes enraged. Then why didn't you save him? Or at least tell me sooner? Burns unleashes his power, pushing Shirna back, saying that with his current abilities, he almost died. If he had told him about Sho before, It would have been like sending him to his death. Don't underestimate me. I'm not the same as I was before. Then stop talking and show me. A few days later, Shirna's mental state is quite unstable. Fortunately, when he's discharged and returns, his comrades welcome him warmly, helping him feel a bit better. In the previous fight with Burns, despite being injured, Shirna attacked fiercely, attacking, relentlessly attacking with incredible bravery. But unfortunately, Burns' defense is as solid as a fortress, not allowing him to gain any advantage. But taking this opportunity, Shirna also hones his fighting style, fighting more and more fiercely, forcing Burns to counterattack. The energy surrounding him is too powerful. It erupts and easily sends Shirna flying. Even when he comes back again, the result is the same. Burns uses a method of burning the fire within his body, circulating the generated heat to elevate his abilities to a phenomenal level, earning him the title of the incarnation of fire. The weak who know too much only die faster. If you want to know what you need to know, prove you're worthy. Shirna accepts this offer. He, with his youth, is not afraid to face challenges. With the ultimate goal of taking down the enemy who harmed his family, Shirna quickly rushes forward, but that energy wall once again sends him flying. People often say that Benimaru is the strongest fire soldier. At this moment, it seems that assessment needs to be reconsidered. Yet, after a loud shout, Shirna breaks through that heat wall. He quickly attacks Burns, creating a heaven-shaking explosion, forcing him to use his full power. His entire body ignites with a red flame, meeting Shirna's ever-stronger assault head mountain, then easily flinging him away to become the victor. However, Burns says that it's been a long time since anyone could injure him. In the arm that just blocked Shirna's attack is now trembling. He then reveals the truth of 12 years ago. At that time, the evangelist was already active and causing disasters everywhere. Somehow, she knew that Sho was a child with a doll A burst, and also knew about the fire in advance, or more accurately, indirectly caused the fire when she performed spontaneous human combustion on Sho to verify it. Seeing her boy being swallowed by the flames, his mother was extremely worried and scared. As a result, she shared the same fate because the enemy wanted to silence any witnesses. Shirna's mother then turned into an infernal. Terrified, he unleashed the power in his feet for the first time and flew far away, leaving his mother, who, despite her grotesque form, still tried to drag her body to find her child. Searching for Sho, who was believed to be the cause of the fire, was also the reason for the bloodline connection that helped awaken Shirna's third-generation ability. His mother then faced the evangelist and made a deal. She broke off her own horns and stabbed them into her eyes, choosing blindness to obey the enemy's doctrines in exchange for the chance to be with her son again. So was the cause of the fire, and his mother was the monster he hated for so long. To Shirna, this story feels like a frustrating joke. The reason is that 15 minutes after the fire, Burns finally arrived at the scene. By the time he rushed inside, he only saw the tragic image of the child and the monster, watching them leave before he could intervene. Main cause of the disaster was therefore a misunderstanding. His telling Shirna that his mother and brother had died also caused him to be mistaken for a long time. The reason Burns lied was to keep Shirna out of trouble. He was afraid that one day the evangelist would come for him like they did for Sho, and wanted him to hate and fear the flame, not use his ability, and thus escape all trouble. The story of 12 years ago ends here. Burns leaves, leaving Shirna with many questions, like whether the demon he met in hell was actually his mother. It must be. And if so, to meet her again, he needs the connection of the doll A burst, and Shirna then thinks of a bold plan. He reports everything to Obi and asks for his help in contacting Captain Haig of Company 4. According to Shirna's investigation, this person knows how to activate the connection for his flame. After everything, Obi decides to help, moved by Shirna's determination that if his mother has become an infernal but is still alive, he will do everything he can to turn her back into a human. The fate of Shirna and his family is truly tragic. As a hero who always helps others, always lives for everyone, I believe he will succeed in saving his mother and brother. To see how Shirna does these things, please grab your slippers and wait for the next part. Right here Ratten and Movie Time. Welcome back to Fire Force Season 2. After everything, Shirna is very hopeful that he can find a way to turn Infernaless back into humans, uncover the mysteries of the Evangelist and the Adal burst, and end all the calamities of spontaneous human combustion. Currently, he and the 3 girls of Company 8 are shopping together with the ambition of changing the tacky fashion sense of Captain Take His A. Suddenly, an explosion occurs nearby, and the group immediately takes action. Shirna activates his ability and quickly flies to the target area. Very quickly, a monster appears. It has a giant body and is even very fast. A leap behind Shirna surprises him quite a bit. Although he manages to dodge the next flame breath, the monster takes the opportunity to strike and send him flying. The power from that blow was no joke, and now Shirna is unlikely to be able to dodge the next attack. Luckily, Arthur appears and uses his sword to slice the incoming fireball in half. The monster, however, is not yet defeated. From a distance, the rest of Company 8 has also appeared. Take His A. Continuously fires fire-suppressing bullets straight at the monster. The entire company's forces then gather. This is the first time they've faced an infernal of this gigantic size. However, no one seems to be afraid and they immediately carry out their respective tasks. The monster continues to attack relentlessly. But the members of Company 8 are all elites. Each individual has their own unique power, and their coordination can be said to be comprehensive in both offense and defense. The monster's defeat is probably just a matter of time. It is now targeting the logistical support members of Company 8, because they have no combat ability and are easily targeted. But once again, Arthur shows us his masterful swordsmanship and peak power, deflecting the fireball back straight at the monster and knocking it down. At the subsequent impromptu meeting, the research specialist informs everyone of an amazing discovery. The Infernal is so large because it has 5 separate cores in its 2 arms, 2 legs, and chest. Because of this, it's very difficult for Company 8 to put it to rest, requiring a high degree of cooperation. A plan is immediately issued by Captain Obi. The first act is Take His A, who can accelerate his bullets. He immediately shatters a core in the right arm, causing the monster to roar in pain. Tamaki volunteers next, using her ability to transform flames into ropes to bind the monster's left arm, preventing it from moving. Maki uses her iron nails to continuously attack the core on that arm. She attacks relentlessly and mercilessly, just like her violent personality. And finally, another core is shattered. Having lost both its arms, the monster is no longer a threat. Knight Arthur takes his stance, gathering energy. As before, a single slash destroys the core in the left leg. Finally, it's Captain Obi. Although he has no natural fire ability, he is incredibly tough. He collides head-on with the monster. His steel arm shatters, but he is completely unharmed. He quickly gets back up, takes out another weapon, and immediately counterattacks, successfully destroying the remaining core in the right leg. The task of finishing the target is given to Shirna. Amidst prayers, he descends from the sky with incredible speed, destroying the monster that was once a normal person and sending it to its final resting place. The daily work of the Fire Force is always like this. But now, it's more than just fighting. Obi tells Shirna he has arranged a meeting for him with the captain of Company 4. The person who, according to him, could be a clue to the Evangelist and the link of the Al-A burst. Shirna has seen him before when using that link to go to hell. And because of that, the captain is just as interested in him. After meeting Haig, Shirna is terrified by his attitude. His mental state is completely abnormal. He asks Scout to burn himself. Shirna suddenly hears a voice echoing in his mind, saying, "Do it. Don't suppress the demon in your soul anymore. Weren't you the one who, every time you were called a mother skiller, accumulated resentment, waiting for the day you could destroy the real demon to clear your name? Now, the demon you hated turns out to be the mother you thought was dead. You can't get revenge anymore. Why not vent that frustration on others? Kill them. I guarantee you'll feel relieved. After all, you don't care about being a hero anymore. This world is full of lies anyway. The truth about your family being hidden for 12 years has already made your childhood dark, hasn't it?" The person telling Shirna all this is Iris, but how could it be her? Shirna realizes this and breaks free from the demonic connection. Utterly bewildered, the Hague in front of him is now completely calm but still genuinely asks Shirna to burn himself. Why is this? He explains that he once fought like a madman to protect the people. Until 2 years ago, a massive fire burned almost the entire city. Powerless, Hague was pulled into the hellish space by a demonic connection, then was seriously injured but found hope and despair. It felt like his soul was saved by the light of a god more real than the holy soul of this world, making him believe that the place people call hell is actually the destination needed to save humanity. He wishes to once again be bathed in the A burst to reach that place. Wake up, Mr. Hague. How can you call hell the world of a holy god? Heaven or hell? It doesn't matter. I just know that the power there is not something humans can reach. Shirna, having connected with that other world before, had a very normal experience of it, which makes him unable to understand Hague. But perhaps because he was powerless in the face of disaster and his ideals were completely shattered, Hague witnessed a power that could realize those ideals and completely fell for and became lost in it. Just then, the door is kicked open. Pan appears, saying he will kill Shirna. But Shirna doesn't understand why the guy is so angry. Even someone with mental issues like Hague doesn't understand this action. But the fake voice of Iris once again rings in Shirna's ear, saying the opportunity to kill has arrived. And this time, with anger in his heart, Shirna loses control. The blow aimed at Pan is blocked by Hague. He had been saying strange things, but after being knocked outside, he says that the two inside are not in their right minds, as if possessed by something. So he was faking his madness, perhaps to test Shirna. Pan is the one who most often berates Shirna, constantly picking at the painful wound of his mother's death. Now that he's attacked first, it's very likely that Shirna will kill him. Luckily, Hague manages to restrain Pan in time, but whether he can stop Shirna in this abnormal state is unknown. For now, the power Shirna is using is only at a normal level, but his actions are like those of a wild beast. That is probably a projection of the voice in his mind, the voice that wants to devour his soul. He's being controlled, quickly lunging forward to attack fiercely. Surprisingly, engulfed in flames, Hague shows an expression of pure bliss. The wonderful feeling this old man is experiencing is strangely real. But if he's burned for too long, he will still die. Even though he truly wants to be liberated, his responsibility to company for forces Hague to fight. Unfortunately, his strength is gradually becoming no match for his opponent. Ogun of Company 8 and Arthur suddenly appear, saying that Haumei had done something to Shirna in the Nether. Now, in this situation, controlling him surely has a dark purpose. Arthur is here to prevent a misunderstanding, and also to stop Shirna. The battle quickly begins with him using his special move. His terrifying speed overwhelms both Arthur and Ogun at once, so fast that they can't even react. To win this fight, they'll have to rely on Arthur's power of belief. He assigns team roles. Pan will be the support mage. Ogun will be the tribal warrior, responsible for defense. And he himself will be the Night King facing the enemy, who let him take drugs. From Arthur, Hogue judges the entire younger generation to be terrible. Ogun shares that he's just deluding himself. Yet, the more real his nightly delusion becomes, the higher Arthur's fighting spirit and power grow. He's able to block Shirna's kick now, scolding him. You've changed. Attacking an innocent person proves you're no longer a hero. You're just a puppet for the one behind you, a demon. Therefore, this night will grant you 3 moves, and after that I will cut you down without mercy. Sure enough, when Shirna fiercely charges forward, he's easily knocked back. The counter-hunt attack stops just as Arthur said. Perhaps that's also his limit when facing his friend on the battlefield. Arthur's delusional mode is truly powerful, turning the tide of the battle so spectacularly that Ogun can't even understand it. The reason for this power of belief is that he once had a happy family, but his childhood ended in the most tragic way. That was when both of Arthur's parents, plagued by poverty, left one day, abandoning their child to fend for himself. The letter they left affectionately said, in the style of his favorite stories, that they had begun their journey as knights to save the world. Who knows at what age Arthur realized this sweet lie? The pride he once had in his parents would turn into what emotion? It's hard to know. but facing Shirna now. Perhaps he is the person Arthur feels closest to. That's because his opponent also has a past, and also carries a burning dream in his heart, no matter how foolish it is. So, the fact that Shirna no longer wants to be a hero is something Arthur finds hard to accept. However, giving him 3 free hits means Arthur has taken a blow. He put himself in a difficult position to save his friend. In return, Shirna reveals the reason he accepted going mad, that the ideal of becoming a hero to destroy the enemy who killed his mother has vanished into thin air. The cause of the fire that destroyed his home was his own brother. So, what really is his life's purpose? Hasn't he been living in vain all these years, living meaningless land? Moreover, in shame? So why not become a demon and burn everything down? Even without revenge, you still have to be clear-headed to take care of your brother. Shut up, Sho has even sided with the evangelist and doesn't need me. Shirna has been brainwashed. His anger growing higher, he continues to charge, only to receive heavy counters from Arthur, because the 3 moves are over. The Night King's ire will means he attacks without mercy. However, before he runs out of options and has to kill Shirna, Arthur continues to scold him, saying he's forgotten his purpose of becoming a hero to help others. To help the people important to you. That's what you promised. And that's what your mother wanted you to do. Not get revenge. You idiot. The powerful voice penetrates deep into Shirna's soul, overpowering Hao-Mei's brainwashing whispers, causing Shirna to consciously unleash his flames for the first time. Just as she's celebrating, thinking she has complete control over him, he surprisingly delivers a brutal knee to his own face. Then, regaining his senses, he shouts back at Arthur, "I am a hero." Inside his soul space, he tells Hao-Mei to get lost. Of course, there's nothing more she can do. Shirna's mind is firm, but he is suddenly bewildered to hear from the enemy that besides her, Sho, and himself, another Adale burst user is about to be born. This will surely cause the Fire Force and the Evangelist to fight over them. And why would Hao-Mei reveal this secret? This question, and who was controlling him, keeps Shirna thinking. Investigating the state of Pan as well, the fire soldiers determined that 2 different people were responsible for what happened to them. According to Hao-Mei, the person who directly controlled Shirna is the unmentioned 5th pillar. The 1st pillar was discovered by the evangelist. Caught in the 1st pillar. Shirna then tells Haig what he heard, emphasizing the evangelist's goal of gathering all of them to cause a great cataclysm like the one 250 years ago. He then apologizes to him for causing no small amount of trouble. But Haig, in turn, thanks Shirna for helping him feel the Adale burst again. So the thing that attacked you in hell also had this flame? How can you be so sure? Perhaps because I got very close to the truth within it. Until now, Haig remains an unsolved mystery to us. However, the matter Shirna is concerned with now is finding the Adale burst that is about to appear. He thinks they need to protect that person from the evangelist's hands. Company 8's Captain Nobi wants to stop the root of the problem, proposing to the Fire Defense Agency chief that they gather all company's forces and attack the evangelist. But the official asks him to be calm. The fire soldier forces are divided among the Fire Defense Agency, the Holy Sol Temple, and to other organizations. The other 3 factions have not yet accepted the news Obi brought back, because even if the Adale bursts are gathered, there's no evidence they would cause an event on the scale of the Great Cataclysm. If we wait for evidence, I'm afraid it will be too late. That's why I gave Company 8 to you. Act freely. Just like before. Just like before then, what was the point of Obi's plea? The irresponsible answer from his superior leaves him completely disappointed. Elsewhere, a high school girl named Inka is called Big Sis by 2 thugs, thanks to her clever ability to sniff out where fires will break out. That's also when they break into a house to steal. Inka says she will save the terrified old man from the red flames if he hands over his money. Although she's taking advantage of others' fear in the face of an accident, it's still a quid pro quo. Inka considers herself a good person. She is also a person who has awakened an ability. But unlike first-generation Infernalists who lose their reason, second neo-generations can manipulate and control fire. Third-men generations can even create fire and change its intensity and shape. Inka's ability is unlike any recorded case. 2 years ago, during the Great Fire Haig mentioned, The victim, Inca, was dazed with panic as she witnessed the tragic deaths around her. Her mind went blank, leaving only the instinct screaming to live. And so, she awakened the ability to perceive flames. They became sense and were represented by lines of light with very clear strengths and weaknesses. Following them, Inca successfully escaped death. She then relied on her ability to make money. Although it's ill-gotten gains, it's not illegal. It's like compensation for what Inca has lost, which makes her quite satisfied and even thrilled with her current life. Suddenly, after saying this, Inca sees an illusion. A frightening woman appears and tells her that the greatest thrill of her life is coming soon. Another Adale burst. At the same time, Shirna also senses that a big problem is about to occur. From Inca's perspective, she sees streams of light shooting up. A huge fire is about to start, making Inca extremely joyful. Her thrill, it turns out, comes from a warped psychological state. News of Inca and her ability has been gathered by Company E. From that strange ability, they deduce she is an Adale burst, a pillar they must all try to protect from the evangelist. But from the camera footage showing the scale of the incident, it seems they don't have enough manpower to control the entire situation. Even so, all they can do is try to act. The others will confront an Ersh generation Infernaless. While Shirna is responsible for finding Inca, Arthur will support him if an assassin from the evangelist appears. As Company 8 moves out, Inca also makes her move. Regardless of the danger, the most dangerous person Obi is wary of is Haumie. With her ability to control thermoelectricity combined with the equipment she wears, she can read information across the entire area, using it to connect with other members of the organization and command them. Information is the evangelist's trump card in every battle. Thanks to this, Karen quickly appears beside Inca. His smile gives her an uneasy feeling, and she backs away, seeing her friend quickly killed. Karen then asks Inca to follow him to find excitement and serve the purpose of creating the great cataclysm to destroy all of humanity. Inca remains silent, feeling her ability changing from before. She controls the warning lines of fire, causing a powerful explosion right on the assassin's body. This surprises him quite a bit. The activation of her ability allows Inca to escape in time. Terrified by the vast amount of information the opponent brought, and after processing it all, which side will she choose? Another heat ray comes towards her, allowing Inca to sense the opponent's attack and dodge it. She also quickly counterattacks, but doesn't yet know how to increase her damage. And if that's the case, her capture is only a matter of time. Luckily, just then, Shirna arrives in time, saying he will protect her. But the two words "protect" you unexpectedly disgust Inca. For now, Karen is not afraid of Shirna, deciding to capture both targets at once as his underlings continuously cheer him on. This clearly has an effect, as his subsequent ram sends his opponent flying. In contrast, Shirna's counterattack has no effect. He quickly finds an opportunity to knock him down, stomp on him, and throw him like a ball. Shirna gained the speed of light when he received the evangelist's blessing through show. But in his normal state, he seems to weak against this opponent. Karen's ability seems related to shouting slogans. He shouts and charges forward again. But no matter how terrifying the pressure from Karen is, Shirna is still determined to risk his life and fight. The task of simultaneously confronting the evangelist and helping civilians in a disaster is naturally too much for Company A. The number of Infernaless created by the enemy keeps increasing. The situation is dire. Except that Obi has noticed something unusual. He hasn't seen any white-clad assassins. They must have someone behind the scenes directing all their actions. If they can take down Haumie in time, the battle, and even the fire, might be brought under control. Obi quickly ordered a search for her. Meanwhile, Inkei realized she was the target of two organizations, and she was not happy about it. This attitude made Karen flare up in anger. Those who possess the cursed flame have no right to freedom. That's the law. Hearing this law of the jungle, Shirna became furious, lunging forward to kick Karen square in the face. He told Inkei to find a safe place because he would hold off the enemy. He was determined to protect her. Surprisingly, it was as if Karen's words struck a nerve with Inkei. She said that safety is meaningless when life has no excitement and is too boring. So she would accept facing danger and didn't need anyone's help. Even if you save me, I don't have any money to give you. What? I don't need any reward. And that's why so many people think being saved is a privilege. Becoming useless and helpless in the face of disaster. Inkei's reasoning was infuriating. But it was likely her way of insisting that she wasn't useless. That she could survive on her own without needing anyone. Which also meant doing whatever she pleased. The emotional agitation caused her pro even stronger. She used them like conducting music. Knocking Shirna down before running off satisfied. Leaving him to continue taking a beating from Karen. Who, after what he witnessed, was now certain Inkei belonged to him. The situation grew worse for Company 8 when a mutation of a first-generation infernal, a demon infernal, appeared. This was to be expected, since a cursive flame had just been born. Facing it, and the large force behind it, Take His A's group of 3 was struggling and overwhelmed. Fortunately, their backup arrived in the form of Cream from Company 1. His powerful weapon could handle hordes of regular infernal S, freezing them solid in an instant. Kareem arrived in a personal capacity, as Shirna was surrounded and restrained by a horde of enemies. A rubber ball flew in and exploded, freeing him. Toru was also there, along with Juggernaut, another rookie from Company 5. Their combination attack easily blew away all their opponents. Karen, momentarily victorious, had rushed after Inkei, giving them an opening. But Shirna, and he still had a score to settle. The moment he was free, he immediately ran after his opponent, arriving in time to see Inkei screaming and struggling as she was captured. However, the moment she saw Shirna, her attitude changed. She yelled at him to get lost, saying she wanted to live somewhere filled with fear every day. Why would she say that? Could Inkei hold a grudge against self-proclaimed heroes who try to protect people like her? The help from Company 1 and Company 5, under the command of Kareem and Captain Haibona, gave them a chance to turn the tide. Meanwhile, the communications link, Haumie, had been found by Arthur. Unfortunately, his surprise attack had no effect on his opponent, but Obi had given Arthur this mission for a reason. Haumie's electrical powers were countered by his plasma sword, which terrified her. She quickly contacted Karen, demanding his immediate support. Meanwhile, Shirna was still trying to rescue Inkei, even if she didn't want to go with him. Keeping her from the evangelist's grasp was the right thing to do. Unfortunately, Karen appeared again and easily swatted away his old foe. Inkei was being taken away. Shirna charged forward once more, but his blows had a minuscule effect on his opponent. Karen then landed a continuous barrage of incredibly powerful blows on Shirna. In contrast to Arthur's confidence, Shirna was now fighting purely on reckless willpower. It was do or die, and his only chance to win was to use a new ultimate move his opponent didn't know about. Meanwhile, the spontaneous human combustion S were successfully brought under control by the 3 companies. All the Infernal S had been put to rest, and now only the terrifying Demon Infernal remained. But with Haumie under attack and unable to transmit, they hoped the mindless monster's power would diminish. Being countered, she couldn't fight back effectively. While stalling for time, she revealed that, to create the Great Cataclysm, a pillars like herself are needed. The 5th pillar was already gone. The 4th pillar remembered the hand sign techniques he'd learned to control pressure. Though he hadn't practiced, he decided to give it a try and fight to the end. In her battle, Haumie was still being suppressed, but she put up a struggle. For the moment, Arthur couldn't finish her off, but he made Haumie extremely anxious, and she urgently called for Karen. However, he was currently being held up by Shirna, and winning instantly wasn't going to be easy. To Shirna, however, Karen felt like a solid rock. No matter how many times he attacked, it had no effect on him. He himself kept taking hits, and while growing exhausted, he desperately analyzed his opponent's power, hoping to find a way to win, and finally discovered that Karen wasn't a 3rd-generation pyrokinetic. At the battle with the Demon Infernal, Kareem's appearance easily countered and froze it. As a 2nd-generation pyrokinetic, he couldn't generate flames, but besides controlling them, he could also convert them into ice. Infernal S with this kind of conversion talent have a myriad of forms. From the very start of the fight, Karen had created a massive explosion to attack Shirna, making him misunderstand and concealing his true ability. After that, every time he was attacked, He absorbed the power and converted it into his own flame, causing Shirna's attacks to lead him further into a den. His ability was truly overpowered. Because now, even knowing the truth, Shirna still couldn't attack. In a battle of physique and stamina, if they fought with just their fists, he would still be the loser. What's more, Karen then had his subordinates continuously hit him to accumulate energy, converting it into thermal energy to strike Shirna, knocking him down. However, he noticed that his opponent's energy conversion had a cooldown time, which meant that was the most effective moment to attack. Once Shirna figured this out, he immediately acted, rushing forward to strike. Naturally, his opponent took his power and converted it into his own. Shirna's next special move surprisingly had no effect, causing him to be hit by his own attack once again. The special move that Shirna had successfully used before now failed due to a psychological block. And though Shirna repeatedly charged in, he only ended up taking more hits, with Victor slipping further away. When Obi taught Shirna that hand sign, he told him it was called the devil's sign because he had always been seen as the devil who murdered his family. He instinctively rejected it, no matter how powerful it was. But now, facing imminent defeat, he had an epiphany: he wasn't living to be a hero. He was living to saving Kay and countless others from the disaster caused by the evangelist. Failure is like death, and death is the end. So, what meaning is there in being a hero or a devil? I will gladly become a heroic devil. The devil's flame was unleashed, erupting with terrifying power that sent Karen flying, collapsing before his horrified comrades. Shirna then immediately demanded the remaining white lad's releasing Kay, but Karen somehow still had the strength to get up, launching a surprise attack as if his stamina was still at its peak. Elsewhere, the demon Infernal broke free from its ice prison. The king of the first-generation Infernals couldn't be taken down so easily. It forced the fire soldiers to charge forward once more, firing continuously. But the demon Infernal's hide was too tough, resisting all damage. To take it down like Benimaru and his men did, they would have to use immense power. And right now, no one present possessed such strength. Suddenly, Victor said there was a way. An excellent way, in fact, to completely extinguish the fire in the area and destroy the demon Infernal at the same time. Following his instructions, everyone immediately took action. Each second-generation pyrokinetic spread out to assign positions all over the area, manipulating the wildfire flames to be carried by the wind. The wind in this valley city always blows toward the central area, where Maki was waiting, and her flame control was the best. She quickly gathered all the flames carried by the wind, forming a fire tornado with immense destructive power. The demon had now been lured over by Takehize, but forcing it to jump into the flames and submit seemed nearly impossible. Could Victor's calculation have been flawed? No. Just then, Company 8's special vehicle arrived, quickly deploying its fire hose with extremely high water pressure, aiming straight at the demon Infernal as the vehicle recklessly charged forward, knocking the demon Infernal into the fire tornado. But that wasn't all. Takehize continued by firing his grenade launcher straight into the tornado, using the dense surrounding flames as kinetic energy to accelerate the shell, flying at terrifying speed. The final shell accumulated the combined power of all the fire soldiers from 3 companies. Just as the demon Infernal was thrown into the air, he coolly fired, piercing through its core, causing a massive explosion that ended the demon's life. The firestorm, considered a natural disaster, was then converted by Kareem, who froze and extinguished it. After this battle, all the participating fire soldiers acknowledged the strength of Company 8. Each individual member was incredible. All that was left was to wait for news of Arthur and Shirna's victory, and in front of his opponent, Shirna was no longer taking a passive beating. Both sides prepared to charge at each other. But suddenly, Haumie, seeing the situation on the battlefield, immediately told Karen to retreat. If they continued fighting, they would clearly be at a disadvantage, and although Arthur countered her, stopping Haumie completely was a bit difficult. Shirna tried to reach out to Inkei one last time, but she now saw herself as a criminal. Reaching for a fire soldier would surely mean receiving punishment later. In contrast, A future with the evangelist was a future full of danger and excitement. Inkei's mentality was already warped. And even with the devastation around them, Shirna emphasized to her that the evangelist was the bad guy. However, more than villains, Inkei hated heroes. Because where were the heroes when she was suffering? Shirna didn't know Inkei's past. But since words weren't working, he had no choice but to attack. However, the enemies were numerous and he was exhausted. So he was quickly countered and sent flying by Karen. Inkei was then brought to Haomie, and they were all preparing to return to the evangelist's base when her chubby underling suddenly appeared. Although he was terrified, his trembling hands held a gun pointed at Haomie's group, wanting to rescue Inkei. But she decided to leave. Her mindset seemingly changed. Slowly, activating her powers, she killed the underling who had come for her with her own hands, her face completely cold and cruel. Having successfully recruited Inkei, the evangelist faction had essentially won this battle. The fire force, aside from a little information about the 8 pillars obtained from the enemy, came away empty-handed. To deal with the enemy, they could only hastily gather intelligence. News of the battle later spread throughout all the fire force companies. The leadership also held meetings to find a way to deal with the current situation. A joint operation between all fire force companies was established. Representing Company 8 would be Shirna, Arthur, Victor, and Tamaki. The mission was to find all the undiscovered pillars and stop the evangelist from causing a great cataclysm like the one 250 years ago. They would also investigate this great cataclysm. Their destination would be the Chinese peninsula, outside the Tokyo Empire. Very quickly, the entire group boarded a massive, specialized ship. The path to unveiling the secrets ahead would surely be filled with countless dangers. The ship moved fast, and it wasn't long before they reached the mainland, continuing by vehicle toward their target, the Great Fisher. The climate on the Chinese peninsula was extremely harsh, with the air full of gas leaking from underground. This was indeed the place where the great cataclysm occurred long ago. As the vehicle was moving, the group heard a cry for help. A talking mole was fleeing for its life, and behind it was a giant monster. The mole quickly leapt onto their vehicle. After talking with it for a moment, the group realized the mole could converse with them and screamed in terror. Arthur, thinking the mole was a demon, almost crushed it to death. But before they could get the full story, the fire soldiers needed to eliminate the monster behind them, and Shirna was the first to fly up. Next, Ogun followed on his hoverboard, providing support, summoning countless fire arrows to attack. Inside the vehicle, the mole said that the area ahead was the nest of a giant and worm. However, that was the path the fire force group had to cross to reach the fissure from the great cataclysm. The mole also said it would accompany the fire force group there to reclaim its oasis. Outside, Ogun was attacking fiercely. His aerial mobility was very agile, allowing him to dodge all the sandworm's attacks. However, against the monster's thick hide, even Ogun's powers couldn't inflict any significant damage. He could only chase it away. Afterward, the group found a place to rest. Besides the talking mole, they also discovered a crow that was also fluent in human language, and they both came from a lush green oasis. But one day, their oasis home was attacked by a horde of strange monsters. All the animals living inside had to flee elsewhere. As night fell, the fire force group looked down from a hill onto the plains below, where countless specks of fire lit up the ground like another starry sky. Looking closer, they were all infernales. The crow said they were all 250 years old. Indeed, the legend was true. If no one helps them find rest, infernales will live forever in a fiery hell. Shirna immediately wanted to do this, but unfortunately, the ground on the plains below was very unstable. Fighting there would cause him to fall into the lava below. The only thing they could do was ask Tamaki to pray for those souls. The next day, they all arrived at the oasis. Following the mole and crow's directions, Shirna flew up from the mountain to scout the situation, and was shocked to see a temple identical to the Amaterasu, the symbol of Tokyo. The entire fire force team found this strange and began to scout the oasis. It contained many remnants of science and technology from 250 years ago. They then ventured deeper into the forest, quickly reaching the inner area of the oasis. But ahead was the territory of the monsters the mole and crow had mentioned. Before Shirna's team could decide whether to reconcile or fight, they were attacked. An infernal dog was kicked away by Arthur. The ambush wasn't just one, but many others. Fortunately, their strength wasn't great, and they were quickly and neatly eliminated by the Fire Force group. Right afterward, Shirna suddenly heard a voice calling to him, telling him to protect the forest. The distant voice startled him greatly. Shirna later told Victor about this. They initially concluded it came from the mysterious temple, and according to the mole, it had been in the valley for a very long time. 250 years ago, after the Great Cataclysm, a mysterious woman came to the desolate oasis and taught the animals how to speak. She said she came from beyond the fissure and wanted to recreate this world again. She also manifested a sacred flame that shone on all the animals, ensuring they would no longer go hungry and granting them long lives that have lasted to this day. That mysterious temple was also built by the mysterious girl. Because of it, the oasis gradually appeared, becoming a home for the animals until now. The girl later left, but based on the voice he heard, Shirna guessed she might be inside the mysterious temple calling to him. An infernal then appeared and attacked, surprising the whole group. Victor even stepped on a trap that flung him into the air, with a bed of sharp iron spikes below. Luckily, Pen immediately gave him a protective charm, and he landed safely. The mysterious infernal continued to attack Shirna. Of course, he immediately fought back fiercely. The more and more enemies arrived, the others fell back to find a defensive position. Ogun handled long-range support. Arthur was also fighting tenaciously, and although these infernales were numerous, their strength was no match for the experienced fire soldiers. The lead infernal was then forced to speak, asking who the fire soldiers were and why they were there. A creature that is normally mindless, having the ability to think, act, and even speak was truly abnormal. The mole became enraged upon seeing the enemy that had driven out and killed its friends. It immediately burst into tears and started cursing them, making it impossible to stop the fight. But trying to fight recklessly only made the infernales fail faster. The Fire Force team was comprised of the best. Licht asked the lead infernal if it needed the regenerative energy from the mysterious temple. With its immense energy, it could be shared among all the animals. Regenerative energy? Foolish. That thing is used to destroy the world. Shirna was shocked to hear this. The mysterious temple was a weapon of destruction. He immediately thought of the key that Giovanni took from Vulcan. His and the evangelist's goal was to create another great cataclysm. But how? The massive energy inside the temple answered everything. Just then, the mole angrily shouted that what the infernal said was a lie. The mysterious temple the girl created clearly allowed the beautiful oasis to flourish, and even though she had a creepy smile, she had helped animals like it have a life. Shirna also confirmed the voice he heard wasn't malicious and decided to defeat the infernales to stop them from using the mysterious temple to cause chaos. The mole then told the Fire Force group that to activate the weapon in the mysterious temple, stone tablets were needed, and their leader, the demon infernal, had ordered them to collect these for a long time. Hearing about a demon infernal, the fire soldiers seemed hesitant. The monster's defense was too strong for them to take down. Even Victor's plan to defeat the previous demon infernal only worked because of a lucky geographical advantage. However, it was their duty to foil its plot, so the fire soldiers still had to try to complete their mission. Licht quickly devised a plan of action for everyone, and they swiftly entered the temple. At first, they saw no infernales, only a hallway with those strange stone slabs. Then, they were suddenly separated by a mechanism that sealed them off. Outside the temple, the infernales returned, and Shirna's guard team was quickly surrounded. Their vast numbers completely flustered the fire soldiers. Shirna faced the demon infernal directly, launching a series of fierce attacks. However, the demon defended effortlessly, saying he was trespassing on its territory, and it would definitely Dr. Wu him out to achieve its noble goal of destroying the world, so it could ascend to heaven. This was utterly absurd. The demon infernal went on to say that for 250 years, it had wandered aimlessly, without purpose and unable to die. And now, it would use the Amaterasu to destroy everything. including itself. After ascending to heaven, it would be the ruler there, and all the humans buried with it would become slaves to this psychopathic demon. Shirna kept charging into attack, but to no avail. He was even hit with an incredibly powerful palm strike from the demon infernal, the shock wave shaking the entire forest. Shirna was sent flying, but luckily, he dodged in time to avoid life-threatening injuries. He told his teammates they had to stop the enemy at all cost and not let it disrupt Lick's actions. But how could Shirna generate enough power to destroy the demon now? Suddenly, he felt a connection reaching out to him. Was it a connection from that mysterious girl? Lick's group was still trapped in the dark room. Those stone slabs displayed a very difficult code. Victor was in the process of studying these codes when Arthur suddenly noticed something strange. He quickly told the other two that there was a connection between all the numbers in pi. This value, used to calculate the circumference of a circle, might unlock the mystery inside the temple. Meanwhile, Shirna's connection was showing him a girl with a bewitching smile. He snapped back to reality to find himself surrounded by infernalists. Luckily, Ogun backed him up, so he wasn't in danger. Tamaki immediately used her ability to transform flames. Ogun then some, and countless, sword-like projectiles, intending to wipe out all the normal infernalists before them. His area's mass effect power was incredible, and his close-quarters combat was just as formidable. The charging infernal dogs were all taken down by Shirna's hip-kians moves. Seeing this, the demon infernal immediately rushed to attack the most important person in their formation, Tamaki, who was preparing a powerful move. Suddenly, Juggernaut appeared, blocking the terrifying blow meant for her. His chest pierced through. Everyone nearby rushed over in horror, extremely worried for Juggernaut. Surprisingly, the thick jacket that seemed like armor concealed his body's position, allowing Juggernaut to escape with his life. Its attack hadn't failed. The demon infernal became truly enraged. It summoned red flames that coalesced into a terrifying Sith, its destructive power immense. Shirna decided to be the vanguard, to stop it before the demon infernal could strike anyone else. But even using his ultimate move, he couldn't do anything to his opponent. Meanwhile, the demon infernal had already begun its attack. The mysterious girl's voice continued to echo in Shirna's ear. But now, facing his opponent's power, he couldn't protect the forest as she asked, even if he wanted to. At that moment, Victor's group had deciphered the code and reached the temple's core. They could feel an incredible amount of energy radiating from within. Before the locked door to the inner sanctum were 8 white feather arrows. 1 was in the lock, and 7 were on a rack. They were numbered separately, perhaps holding the key to opening this place. The battle between the demon infernal and the fire soldiers was still ongoing. With its death Sith, its defense was incredibly solid, making it difficult to defeat. Shirna himself was trying to call inward to connect with the mysterious woman. He sensed from the previous link that she had a power of blessing, similar to the evangelist. The burden of fighting fell to Ogun. He quickly tore off his clothes, transforming into a much more muscular form, and rushed forward to give the demon infernal a beating. Grabbing it, spinning it around, and throwing it high into the air, setting it up for a supermind powerful combo that shook the very ground. This was Ogun's special combat state, which was said to rival the power of Captain Burns of Company 1. The drawback of this combat form was that he used a lot of firepower. He currently took advantage of the time to unleash a continuous barrage of attacks, so fast and strong that the demon infernal could only passively take the hits. For his final move, Ogun gathered all his power into a single point, hoping to take down the demon. But it was completely unfazed. So, Tamaki, having finished gathering her energy, immediately took action. All of them were trying to buy time for Shirna. They trusted that he needed to do this, and that a miracle might happen later. Ogun tried to wring out his remaining strength and charged in once more. But it seemed the demon infernal, with its tough hide, was actually enjoying the blows to its body. They weren't causing any damage at all. Right after the second barrage, Ogun, steamed and his physique deflated, he was close to overheating and told Shirna that if he was going to do something, he better do it fast. While the demon infernal drew its weapon, he gathered a fireball and threw it straight at it, knocking his opponent away. Ogun was truly fighting with his life on the line. Fortunately, Shirna had connected with the mysterious girl. She understood his wish. But unfortunately, she only had enough power left to protect the forest. She couldn't grant Shirna Dale's grace, or, at best, could only do it for 1 second. What could Shirna do with such a short second? 1 second? At the speed of light, 1 second is more than enough. Shirna then asked the girl who she was. Her blessing power was slightly different from the evangelist's. And surprisingly, she knew of this mysterious figure and her goal of plunging everything into a sea of fire. The girl then proceeded to bless Shirna. Immediately after, he rejoined the battle, his body breaking into particles of light. Using that speed, he attacked the demon Infernal, sending it flying into the sky. And this time, the Infernal was truly unable to defend itself. A moment later, its face suddenly transformed into that of a human. To Shirna's astonishment, the man who had been turned into a demon Infernal had, during the great cataclysm 150 years ago, lost everything: his wife, his children, his entire family. He wandered to the space-dome fissure, hoping to get inside. Unfortunately, a barrier shattered all his hopes. Just then, the evangelist stepped out from within the barrier, causing Tempe to be utterly astonished. Thinking she was a god, he quickly cried out, begging for her blessing of happiness. Unfortunately, that blessing turned him into a demon Infernal, a blessing full of pain and suffering. Seeing these memories gave Shirna more insight into the evangelist. There was no other way for Tempe. He could only unleash his full power in one final blow to set him free. A thunderous explosion rang out, ending it all. Shirna had now been teleported far from the forest and rushed back. Because they felt similar, he wanted to ask the mysterious girl about the evangelist. The similar feeling she gave off was because she had been here, burned by the cursed flame. For a very long time, she activated it with an infernal bug and, like the evangelist, came from another world. The evangelist, from the very beginning, started a plan to manipulate humanity's thoughts from behind the curtain of history by creating gods. To fight her was to fight the creator god, a daunting task. Shirna then returned to meet with the other fire soldiers. Victor had gathered a lot of important information, most notably that the mysterious temple, like the Amaterasu, had a core component: a human possessing a pure flame, also known as the cursed flame. So, the evangelist's purpose for finding the pillars was to turn them into sacrifices. Just like the first pillar who once linked with Shirna, the extreme hatred she radiated was likely because she was used as a tool by the people of the Tokyo Empire. And so, the Holy Salt Temple and Hojime Industries, the organizations that created the Amaterasu, must be hiding many secrets. The immediate important issue is that the possibility of a great cataclysm with 8 cursed flames is very real. Shirna resolved that he would stop that evil creator god. As the first pillar was clearly one of the evangelist's people, if the Amaterasu was a gift she had bestowed upon humanity, why would she now want to destroy everything? Everything was later reported to Obi, including the fact that the Amaterasu's energy originates from the first pillar, a tool that goes against the humanitarian doctrine of the Holy Salt Temple. And if the doctrine is false, could the evangelist and the Holy Salt Temple be colluding with each other? Victor then tried to decipher those number sequences. After much hardship, he succeeded. The fact that the church's doctrines are all lies, as well as the development of the Tokyo Empire, are all part of someone else's conspiracy. Announcing this would surely shake the entire nation. But Victor knew that even so, everything would ultimately be covered up. To make a change, a stronger move was needed. Joker then went to see Benimaru, hoping he could take a trip to the Holy Salt Temple. This fire soldier, said to be the strongest, found it very interesting. And the reason Joker chose to ask him was because Company 7 had never been dependent on anyone and held considerable dissatisfaction with the Empire. Joker and Victor, the heroes in the shadows, wanted to find the truth about the cause of spontaneous human combustion and what was happening to this world. Just as Victor predicted, after reporting to his superiors, Obi said the leadership decided to cover everything up. They needed 3 years to release the information differently to avoid public rebellion. In Victor's eyes, this was just a perfunctory response. Because with the evangelist plot right before them, in 3 years, it would be too late. The only way was for the shadow heroes to act. Benimaru and Joker stood before the Holy Sol Temple. But infiltrating one of the most secure places in the Empire was not a simple task. But Joker was determined to do it because the truth was the only thing that brings justice to all. And one piece of that truth was the true scripture of the Holy Sol. Benimaru had never heard of such a thing. But Joker insisted it existed. From ancient times, there were many religions. And by believing in gods, humanity formed a disciplined way of life. But at this point, after the great cataclysm, only the Holy Sol faith remained. All religion, science, and government gathered around the life-giving energy source, the Amaterasu. And to defy the Holy Sol doctrine would mean destroying everything. Benimaru then attacked. Seeing no way to infiltrate secretly, he decided to strike the main gate. The Pope panicked, and the clergy immediately gathered to try and stop him. But who was Benimaru? The man at the pinnacle of human strength. Joker himself was no slouch either, quickly taking down everyone. Suddenly, a powerful opponent appeared, with just a few words, somehow causing Benimaru's body to tremble. He then collapsed. Much to Joker's surprise, the one who accomplished the unthinkable then appeared. Joker now had to fight this opponent alone, but suddenly, white smoke billowed from Benimaru's body, and he struggled back to his feet in pain. You poisoned me, didn't you? How are you still alive? That poison can kill an elephant. Without another word, Benimaru rushed forward and threw a punch. The answer, of course, was simple because he was 1,000 times stronger than an elephant. The one-sided battle then continued. Benimaru cheerfully led the charge, taking down all those fiercely Akwaf believers. With those hairstyles, it was clear the Holy Sol Temple was a cult, because no god would design their followers to look like complete psychopaths. Inside the church, it was surprisingly empty. Joker said the Pope had probably retreated to the nether, the underground world left behind by the old subway lines. The government and the church forbid its use so they could monopolize it for themselves. Watching Joker quickly open the passage, Benimaru suspiciously asked how he knew so much. Joker had no intention of talking much about his past, until Benimaru threatened him. After all, their partnership was only for a common goal. It turned out that long ago, Joker had spent a considerable amount of time at this church, thinking about the hairstyle he had. Benimaru immediately declared, "I'll never trust you again." This startled Joker, who swore he was only a member operating in the shadows. The two continued deeper inside to search. Occupying the underground space was surely for some conspiracy, and the one to stop them had arrived. It was the little known face of the church. A group of assassins, in the name of the divine. They quickly ordered Joker and his companion to be expelled. But he recited a code, and his true identity was revealed. He was once one of the children reigned at this secret base, and also the child with the most outstanding performance. Code 52. His talent even made his commander jealous. In a subsequent training match, he was brutally beaten, ending with the charge that number 52 was arrogant and rejected the group. And so, from then on, number 52 began to resent the organization, gradually seeing the darkness of this organization that acted in the name of the divine. Two orphans like him. They constantly used threats, oppression, exploitation, and even humiliation. Then, during the fire 12 years ago, he escaped to find freedom and truth in this world. Joker was then rescued by a family while he was at his limit. They happily took in the wayward stranger. Some time later, Joker, who was living the normal life he yearned for, was horrified to discover his family had been massacred by the organization. They wanted the fate of a traitor like him to be forever bound to the darkness. The Joker of today understood all too well the depravity of the organization before him. Once again, he was determined to have a life-death battle with that commander. The other opponents were left to Benimaru. The first move the commander made was to fill the area with smoke, using the hide-del tactic that assassins love most. But for Benimaru, locating his opponents didn't seem too difficult. He continuously pummeled his opponents with overwhelming power, terrifying all the assassins despite their rigorous training. Joker's battle began with playing cards. He had one of the most interesting fighting styles in the anime. But his opponent with his bladed armor was no slouch either. After the initial exchange, he had gained the upper hand. Joker couldn't even grasp the strange movements of that serpent sword, and was quickly bound, as his opponent unleashed a special move that struck Joker down. The commander then approached, stepping on Joker just like in the past. But he used all his strength to rise up and land a powerful punch. But that was far from all. The lone wolf who returned this time had sharpened his fangs and claws for a life-to-death battle. The fierce fight then continued. With 50 cards, could Joker win? It seemed unlikely, as his opponent was his equal, or even stronger. His weapon was also not as limited as his, and his fighting style was gradually being figured out and overwhelmed. Yet, Joker arrogantly announced he only had 2 cards left. Just then, he was hit by his opponent's attack and fell, his hand reaching for his last hope, only to be crushed by his opponent. Was defeat sealed? No. Immediately after, along with a haunting whistle, Joker was resurrected. Not just one of him, but many versions of Joker. The commander started to hallucinate. Joker's real weapon was actually his cigarette smoke, a toxin that affected the nervous system, giving the commander his first taste of getting high. In his euphoric state, he quickly had an arm severed. Defeat was only a matter of time. Although Joker called himself a hero in the shadows, he then gleefully used a card named after himself, a card not among the 52, to finish his opponent. Suddenly, a much more significant character appeared: Burns, captain of Company 1, with his left eye burned, the opposite of Joker's. Did the two of them have some past history? For now, to continue the investigation, Joker believed there was no other way but to defeat Burns, with Benny Maher joining in. Victory might be simple, but Burns said he didn't come here to fight. Knowing Joker was looking for clues, he said he would provide them if Joker gave him a satisfactory answer. For now, Burns was here because he was the liaison between the light and dark sides of the Holy Salt Temple. He and Joker were very close until the temple obtained the Cursive Flame, which was also when an infernal infiltrated the safest place in the Empire. Burns and Joker were some, and to stabilize the situation. But unexpectedly, that infernal possessed terrifying power. After a horrifying scream, it gave the two men different perspectives on the Holy Salt Temple and the justice of the world. One of each of their eyes burst into flames, containing the hard-won power of fire. That was also when they saw an illusion of the evangelist. Joker then collapsed in pain, while Burns, on the other hand, was able to endure it and quickly eliminated the infernal. Surprisingly, quite easily. Joker, having sharper senses, told Burns that in that moment, they had been pulled into another dimension. A stone in each of their hands was proof of this. Even when stored in a sealed jar, the stone burned ceaselessly. And now, the answer Joker gave Burns was about what the Holy Salt Temple was hiding, about that mysterious space and the higher being the two of them saw there. Burns was satisfied with the answer and immediately provided the clue he had. The diary of Empress Raffles' wife was all Burns had managed to find over the years. Like Joker, he wanted to know the truth behind what they had experienced. In that diary, the issues regarding the history of the Great Cataclysm, the process of building the Tokyo Empire, and the fact that Raffles' undertook an endless journey, then found the pure flame and created the Amaterasu, were all consistent with the scriptures spread by the Holy Temple. Benny Maher couldn't accept this information as it contradicted previous investigations, but the issue Burns brought up was that after the first emperor returned, the people who accompanied him on that journey all died one by one. Raffles himself then seemed to completely become a different person, someone who couldn't be trusted. What had changed him? And it was entirely possible that this negative change led to the Holy Salt Temple becoming an impure religion. But this evidence and speculation were not convincing enough. Publicizing the information would instead create chaos. Not to mention, it was hard to say if the third emperor knew anything about this truth. For now, there were no more clues at the temple. The clues now lay with the evangelist. The woman in black was the one who impersonated Raffles' and created the Holy Salt Temple under the evangelist's command, with a deep purpose that would make one shudder. For now, Joker's group had no choice but to leave the Holy Salt Temple. Cleaning up the battlefield and covering up the raid was left to Burns. The next place Joker would investigate would be Heijimai Industries, the organization that collaborated with the Holy Sol Temple to create the Amaterasu. This corporation was currently conducting research on humans. The boy Nadaku, who was turned into an infernal by Reikoi, was one of them. Company 8 was now welcoming a new member, Lisa. She was an infernal with considerable power and would likely be a great help to them. Information about the impersonator of Raffles I had been brought back by Victor. The Holy Sol Temple was ruled out of the investigation with Lisa's confirmation. She never knew they had a connection with the evangelist. Unfortunately, just as Lisa was about to say more, the compulsion Giovanni placed on her flared up again. They had to help her rest. On the other hand, Heijimai was an extremely difficult corporation to investigate. It influenced the entire industrial sector of the Tokyo Empire, playing a key role in every field, with headquarters and bases everywhere. Tipping their hand to test one of them was not a wise decision. Only someone who used to belong to Heijimai would know where their main base is. But Victor was now also some, and to Heijimai to report the information he gathered from his mission on the Chinese peninsula, Haibona. Before the meeting, advised Victor to watch his mouth. But the genius scientist still raised the issue of the Amaterasu using humans as material for questioning. He received the leadership's answer that not all places were the same, and they easily shut down all his subsequent questions. Instead, they reprimanded Victor for failing his mission to bring Shirna back to the organization. The moment Victor left, a plan to eliminate him was quickly put into motion. Knowing too much is not good, and being too curious is also not good. The decision to make Victor a victim of spontaneous human combustion made it clear about Heijimai's connection with the evangelist. Victor probably guessed all of this and didn't sit idly by. He later held a meeting with the other members of Company 8, telling them about his identity as a spy. He was surprised that no one was surprised. In the past, he had been treated quite fairly. Heijimai's goal, like the evangelist, was to find the cursed flame. Shirna had been targeted, even though he was at Heijimai after the accident 12 years ago. Heijimai had transferred him to the Fire for Straining Academy because they didn't detect anything unusual. They had clearly overlooked him. And to prevent this oversight from happening again, Heijimai's subsequent experiments became so insane they were inhuman, causing many children's health to be completely destroyed beyond recovery. Victor's mission was bluntly stated: bring Shirna back. This, of course, would put him in danger. But Victor saw it as an opportunity to investigate Heijimai. Walking into the lion's den was obviously dangerous. His teammates all advised Shirna not to make a hasty decision. But now that he knew, how could he let other children suffer? Obi carefully asked Victor which side he was on. He replied that he was his own master. He acted for the sake of finding the truth and wasn't biased toward any side. This answer, conversely, made Obi trust him. Company 8 would focus all its efforts on investigating Heijimai and directly looking into their connection with the evangelist. Heijimai was currently conducting an experiment between a long-time employee and the boy Nadaku, who was still in a state of shock after everything that had happened to him. But Nadaku was told he could only go home if he fought. 1. He had to fight for his life because death was a possibility in this process. Heijimai wanted to know the extent of their test subject's power. And haunted by the memory of Reikoi, Nadaku screamed and charged forward. Though he was sent flying, he still tried his best to summon his flame. You succeeded. But this still isn't enough, because such a weak flame isn't the cursed flame that Heijimai desires. So, it must continue. Hopefully, you don't die too soon, before you succeed. The cruel words of the researchers led to Nadaku being beaten further to stimulate him. The one doing the beating was also very excited, saying he was doing the work of a Grim Reaper, a callous and brutal job that he had given up his position as a main combatant to obtain. He gleefully said that he liked to bully the weakest, the preference of a twisted soul about to face Shirna, a person with a passionate heart. Not long after, he was brought in by Victor with an invitation to help research the cursed flame. Shirna asked about Nadaku's condition. He was told the boy was in another research area and couldn't be seen. But just then, the Adale link appeared, showing Shirna an image of Nadaku screaming in pain, making him realize immediately that Heijimai was problematic from the start. That Deception. Shirna was determined to expose and save the poor child. Very quickly, the experimental battle began. Shirna's opponent was still the cruel man, Kurono. The moment he attacked, he unleashed the carbonized dust he'd accumulated, instantly hitting Shirna. The damage it dealt was so immense that Shirna couldn't even comprehend it. Regardless, knowing the best defense is a good offense, Shirna charged forward, but his opponent surprisingly matched his speed, easily deflecting his attacks with a few moves and sending him flying. Time and time again, Kurono's combat instincts proved to be astounding. He released the black smoke once more. To make the game more exciting, he told Shirna that it was a part of his own body, which helped him predict Shirna's movements. This time, Shirna dashed forward at full speed, attempting to land countless combination blows to overwhelm his opponent. Unfortunately, it had no effect on Kurono. With a wave of his hand, he forced Shirna to retreat. Kurono gathered his power, then threw his projectiles. The shuriken, compressed from that ashen dust, exploded behind him, catching him by surprise. His follow-up ambush threw Shirna into further confusion. As someone who had reached his ignition limit, Kurono shouldn't have been able to use his abilities. But the way he manipulated the ash on his body was truly incredible, worthy of the title Genius Monster. Once enough data was collected, he had no intention of stopping, unleashing his full power and causing the temperature to rise higher and higher. He told Shirna that this would be a fight to the death, one they would enjoy together. The heat radiating from Kurono began to affect the system, causing emergency alarms to blare. It even affected another ability user, Sun, who passively unleashed his power. And this was an extremely serious problem. Victor predicted that Hajame's key research subject, the sixth pillar, was being influenced by the fourth pillar, Shirna. He immediately notified Dobi that it was time to act. Company 8, who had been waiting for this moment, stormed the research facility. Their reaction speed was so unexpectedly fast that it even startled Victor. The reason was that everyone was worried that he and Shirna were in trouble. Inside, Shirna had previously told Victor that no matter what happened, he would protect him as a comrade. These feelings made Victor silently accept Company 8. He immediately went to the control panel and told Shirna to forget about the fight and get out. The two of them then immediately went to find Sun. And what was Kurono doing? Was he just going to let them do as they pleased? Meanwhile, Vulcan was still speeding along when a robot blocked their path, sending the whole group flying into the air. Although his steady hands landed the vehicle safely, they were still pursued and attacked. It was unbelievable that a mere mini-robot could have such powerful kinetic energy. Its cables led to a girl standing on a rooftop, a mechanical engineer on the same level as Kurono. Maki and Vulcan would deal with her. Meanwhile, Shirna's group found Sun's isolation room, but to their surprise, he had already been captured. The one who did it was none other than Kurono. His familiarity with the layout allowed him to get there a step ahead. Back with Maki, that mini-robot's mobility was no match for her iron nails. However, her attacks and her opponents seemed ineffective. Even when Maki switched targets to Dominion, she was shot back by the mini-robot's covering fire. Its subsequent firepower, meant to destroy the iron nails, was also incredibly fierce. Fortunately, Maki dodged the attack, and the fight continued. First came a verbal spar between Vulcan and Dominion. The prize creations of these two mechanics clashed, making them want to determine who was superior. The battle continued as they analyzed their opponent's data. Vulcan finally requested Maki switch to focused firepower mode. He assisted in activating the super thermal energy. Dominion also finished her data calculations, unleashing her ultimate move. Both sides aimed directly at each other and fired, resulting in a fiery collision. The pressure on Maki's control was immense, but she tried to hold on. With the temperature rising ever higher, her opponent's robot couldn't withstand the heat. The material it was made of wasn't the high-structure material that Vulcan had carefully selected. After a moment, it showed weakness and was smashed to pieces by the reinforced iron nails. Dominion was one of HHMA's top mechanical engineers. After completing its mission, the iron nails also shut down due to the super thermal energy, but the victory was still amazing for Vulcan. He and Maki then left to find and support Shirna, but Dominion said the game wasn't over yet. Who said I only have one of these kids? There are a whole lot of them. Seeing the number of mini-robots that appeared, Vulcan and Maki were stunned. But they had no choice but to fight. The other members of Company 8 were searching everywhere for Shirna's group. Receiving Victor's message, they rushed to help them. Kurono was currently pushing Shirna back step by step, making it very difficult for him to defend. He also informed Obi that he found Sun. The innocent boy was screaming to be set free. This was the proof of child abuse that gave Company 8 the right to act decisively. But the more opponents there were, the better it was for Kurono. He attacked immediately. Arthur quickly stepped forward to block the blow, but the projectile unexpectedly exploded. The thick black smoke created an opportunity for that bastard to attack the two weakest girls. Luckily, Obi appeared in time to shield them. You cowardly bastard. It's more like I'm smart for attacking the enemy's weak points. It was perfectly normal for Kurono to be so shameless. Their battle was being witnessed by the Evangelist faction in its entirety. They were here to take the sixth pillar for themselves. Surprisingly, Inka was among them. Since this was her first mission, Karen was naturally responsible for supervising. He acted as the vanguard, and after identifying his target, he immediately jumped down. However, Kurono wasn't afraid, quickly dodging the blow and launching a fierce counterattack. But Karen's ability to absorb damage was the perfect counter to this bastard, sending him flying. The sixth pillar was quickly captured by the Evangelist faction. How would this three-way battle continue? In Maki and Vulcan's fight, they were in an extremely passive situation against their opponent. But just as Dominion was about to attack, someone else beat her to it. Electromagnetic flames easily destroyed the swarm of mini-robots. The surprise attacker was Haumie, another pillar belonging to the Evangelist faction, and she was even more dangerous than the minion. In this situation, Maki told Vulcan to go find Arthur immediately. She could probably hold her own in a three-fight, at least long enough for the iron nails to cool down and reactivate. However, just as Vulcan left, Dominion activated her weapon of destruction. The robot that appeared this time wasn't mini, but terrifyingly huge. Fortunately, Dominion's target wasn't just Maki, which made her realize she should team up with her opponent to face the powerful white-clad enemy. Dominion attacked first, aiming straight for the strongest opponent. Haumie, her electronic attacks were ineffective against the robot. Seeing it rush towards her, she was at a complete loss. Fortunately, Arrow intervened. Perhaps Dominion's robot was specially made to counter Haumie. Now, she was furious that someone was interfering. Suddenly, Maki seized the opportunity, rushing forward to intercept the archer. Closed in on, Arrow was forced to take blow after blow, though she wanted to create distance. How could she? Luckily, while Arrow was stumped, Haumie came to her aid. If these two managed to switch opponents, it looked like Maki, her unconfirmed ally, Dominion, would be in serious trouble. With his strength, Karen was still running rampant, having secured the sixth pillar. And yet, that guy Kurono turned his attention back to Shirna's group. For the same reason as before he enjoyed bullying the weak, Shirna was furious with him. With the sixth pillar in Maisavalb, the world was one day closer to the great cataclysm. The white-clad were strong and high. Some of them hadn't even joined the fight. After joining the cult, just how strong would Inka become? Kurono, perhaps having made a discovery, couldn't win against Arthur and Shirna, so he switched to attacking the white-clad faction. His actions were completely unpredictable, but by chance, he brought the battle back to a stalemate. Arthur and Shirna took the opportunity to rescue the sixth pillar, and Karen immediately took action. Kurono instantly jumped in to fight for him. Inka suddenly attacked, joining the fray. The battle was a toss-up, and the poor sixth pillar was worse off in this fight than he was during the experiments. The last white-clad member who hadn't acted yet was using the chaos to perform her spell, using numerous infernalescent corpses, combining them into a giant monster. With the sixth pillar as its power core, it was a terrifying monster that horrified all the members of Company. Kurono then received a call from the president of Hijime, after which he told Shirna that he would cooperate with him to rescue the sixth pillar. At the same time, Haomi approached the monster, taking the opportunity to use her power on the poor pillar, causing him to be submerged in hallucinations. Constantly hearing Joker's vicious words, Kurono's brutal actions tore him apart until he gradually lost his sanity, suddenly screaming that he wanted to kill everyone. The sixth pillar's reaction astonished Aritsu, who knew for sure that Helma had done something. As expected, she had planted a polluted imagination into the sixth pillar, causing him to become like this. At that moment, the enraged boy attacked. The beam of light fired by the monster had extremely powerful destructive force, aimed at everyone below. Although it didn't hit anyone, Vulcan appeared in his vehicle, informing Captain Obi that the radiation in the research area was skyrocketing because of it. This radiation made the research facility a dangerous place for non-ability users like Obi. It wasn't hard for Vulcan to guess that this was Haomi's doing. He called for Arthur to get in the vehicle immediately so they could figure out how to deal with her. Because over time, even ability users would be affected. In that situation, Kurono and Shirna were the first to act. Shirna flew in to attack, but the monster's flesh was incredibly tough. He had to change tactics to draw its radiation beams, leaving the task of attacking to Kurono. But at that moment, he just stood there dumbfounded, not reacting at all, as if he was terrified. Fortunately, just as Shirna was knocked down, Karen was the one who blocked the next attack for him, powerfully pushing the beam back and even hitting the monster, causing it to stumble for a moment. The big guy declared to Shirna that he was only protecting him because of his status as the fourth pillar. It was unknown if the monster's continuous outburst were affecting the sixth pillar. He was still trapped in his trauma and in an extremely unstable state. The only way to save him was to deal with Haomi, and the only one who could deal with her was Arthur. However, she was currently hiding very well. Vulcan then came up with an idea, asking Arthur to stab his sword into the company's specialized vehicle. The machine inside would amplify the plasma on his sword. If it could reach Haomi's position, her electronic signal would be thrown into chaos. With Vulcan's encouragement, Arthur quickly acted, unleashing his full power. Luckily, the research facility wasn't too large. Haomi was hit. She quickly ran to Arrow, demanding she provide cover and fend off the enemy so she could find Arthur. She had to take him down to get their plans back on track immediately. Unfortunately, Maki and Dominion had already joined forces. One fought Arrow, while the other appeared to block Haomi the moment she found Arthur and tried to attack him. And seeing the situation, Vulcan quickly drove away. Arthur was continuously releasing energy and was starting to show signs of exhaustion. Suddenly, Arrow broke free from Maki and began relentlessly attacking them from a distance. Vulcan had to swerve hard to get them out of her range. The current situation for Company 8 was still not very optimistic. How would Shirna act in this tense, three-my-way battle? He was still struggling to dodge the monster's radiation beams. Karen provided cover, giving Shirna a chance to counterattack. He quickly flew up and attacked again. However, his kick still couldn't break through the monster's defense. At that moment, the sixth pillar was almost swallowed by the monster's flesh. Shirna found a chance to face him in his panic state. He suddenly heard Sun's voice, telling him not to expect anything from him anymore. Shirna then saw the sixth pillar's past. His parents always had very high expectations for him in every aspect. He tried and tried. Every single day he tried. But their demands only grew, never stopping. And by the time they proudly sent him to Hojime, Sun had truly broken down from the endless suffering of the experiments on his body. Shirna's connection woke him up, but awakening those memories only made Sun's rage boil over. Enraged at his parents for putting him in such a situation, he unleashed his power, causing the radiation to skyrocket. This level of energy shocked even Karen with his iron-like defense. Inca, with her ability to read flames, predicted that its eruption could level the surrounding area. Everyone present at the research facility was terrified by the inescapable explosion. The destructive power born from the sixth pillar's rage was about to be unleashed. A truly terrifying sight. This was the kind of power that the evil scientists experimenting on some wanted to see, and he would make them all pay for it. The beam shot straight down towards the ground below, carrying the risk of destroying the entire city. Surprisingly, Karen bravely stood forward, using his steel-like body to block the terrifying blow. It was almost impossible for him to withstand such immense power, but Karen was incredibly stubborn about his responsibility to protect the pillars. Because one of them was little Haumie. Perhaps this was a rare sentiment within the evangelist faction, one that transformed into strength, allowing Karen to unexpectedly absorb that massive power. Just as his body was about to explode, he cleverly launched it straight into the sky. The beam of light pierced through the thick clouds, tearing the sky apart. Karen had completed his mission, something perhaps only he was capable of doing. Afterwards, he collapsed from exhaustion. Kuro no, the character who had avoided every clash in the battle so far, now took the opportunity to approach the monster and the sixth pillar. He was the trauma that made Sun tremble with fear even after calming down. And indeed, this character was worthy of being feared. He removed the seal on his blackened arm, summoning a sharp sword. With a single slash, he cut through the flesh of that terrifying monster. This left its crater. Aritsu, utterly shocked. Kurono's performance at that moment was truly like that of a hero, but he immediately started verbally attacking Sun, saying how disappointed he was in him, causing the boy to fall deeper into crisis. Afraid he would be punished, he screamed continuously, while Kurono quickly chopped the monster into pieces. His bloodthirsty fighting style terrified Sun even more. At the end of the fight, he was grabbed tightly by the neck. Though freed from the monster's restraints, he now had to face an even more terrifying monster. I'll do it. I'll do anything you ask. Please just give me another chance. You don't need to try to get stronger anymore. Sun was then released, feeling shocked by the words of the cold-blooded Grim Reaper before him, and the reason Kurono gave to comfort the boy. Simply because you're a snot-nosed kid. What do you need to be strong for? So it turns out, Kurono's previous cruelty towards Sun was just a duty he had to perform. This was the true face of the cold-blooded killer, compared to his always angry parents and that madman Joker. Just a few words from him brought some great comfort. He understood the boy, making him no longer feel the pressure of trying to do what he couldn't. With this, Kurono naturally became the protector of the sixth pillar. The terrifying power he had just demonstrated left the white-clad with no choice but to retreat. But of course, in the future, they wouldn't let their prey be stolen. This outcome also relieved Company. The fact that the sixth pillar didn't fall into the hands of the evangelist was a good thing. Unfortunately, their condemnation of Ijime's extreme experiments afterwards had little effect, even though he was Sun's ally. Kurono still belonged to that organization. What would happen to the boy after his recent display? The recent battle couldn't confirm that Hajime and the evangelist had no connection. Obi, Victor, and Shirno were later invited to their headquarters to discuss this matter. Right from the start, President Jim Aisha and Company ate not to be hostile towards them again. However, this wasn't just a pure threat. To deal with the evangelist, that leader proposed they join forces, in exchange for which Victor's kill order would be rescinded. What Shirna cared about was Sun's fate. If you want to change the way we experiment on those children, then agree to help us research deeper into the Idole burst. Both offers were very serious, but Company 8, of course, refused them all, not hesitating to voice their suspicions about the relationship between the evangelist and Hajime. The secret of the Amatoriza was surely connected to them as its founder. How can you say you knew nothing? No. I know everything. Surprisingly, he didn't deny his responsibility for using people who possessed the Idole burst as fuel to operate the Amatoriza. But so what? The Amatoriza still can't be stopped. And the sacrifice of one individual for the operation of an entire empire, isn't that a worthwhile profit? It's true that without the energy from the Amatoriza, darkness would engulf the entire Tokyo Empire, and its people would fall into crisis. Hajime was twisting the humanitarian issue into a comparison of benefits. Although it was unsettling, his words left Obi's group unable to refute him at all. He also stated that Hajime and the evangelist have no relationship. 70% of the people in this empire serve under them. Controlling everyone is impossible. And since they are both competing for the pillars, Hajime even hoped Company it would help him defeat his rival. Then what do you use the pure flame for? To fuel the second Amatoriza. Upon hearing the answer, Shirna became furious. What did this president in front of him think human life was? It was because of people like him that the flame was nothing short of a curse. The claim that one life can save 15 million others is just sophistry. The key point is that the sacrifice is not voluntary. Well, if it were you, would you sacrifice yourself to save 15 million people? Lil Hero. J. May's thorny question left Shirna stunned. He didn't know how to answer, and was so angry he was about to explode. Just then, the meeting room door burst open and Volk and declared he would build a power plant even better than the Amatoriza. Above all, it wouldn't require any sacrifices. As a businessman, Jimei was surprised but not even angry. He calmly asked Vulcan about the feasibility of what he had just said, and if it could really be done. He said he wouldn't hesitate to fund Company 8 in exchange for a corresponding return on investment. Vulcan, of course, immediately accepted this offer. Shirna was also appeased, understanding that Jimei's working principle was profit, which seemed to have nothing to do with the desire to destroy the world held by the fanatics of the evangelist faction. The only thing he was still concerned about was Sun's condition. Of course, to reciprocate to his new ally. Jimei said the boy's experiments would always ensure his safety. General Lozzi was a talented general, but he held a very strong prejudice against fire soldiers. The mere mention of them made him lose his temper and take it out on his subordinates. The reason was because his daughter refused to stay by his side, instead going to work under Company 8. The person in question was none other than Maki, our often high girl. Today, she returned home, and the giant Toza happy he blushed. However, at dinner later, when he heard Maki praise her mother's cooking as being only on par with OBI's, he immediately got salty. Is that the guy who lured you into becoming a fire soldier despite the danger? Maki, of course, wouldn't let her father speak ill of her comrades, telling him how strong she'd become thanks to Obi, confidently flexing her muscles, making Oza's heart feel like it was bleeding. Takiji lightly reminded his sister not to train too hard or she might not be able to get married. However, Maki was still very optimistic about her love life. Her brother then asked her about the mission in the Nether. He belonged to a special force, and recently there had been constant reports of problems in the Nether. Maki said it was a place she never wanted to return to. With their guard raised, Takiji and his comrades went to the Nether to investigate. They went through many corridors and soon, they indeed discovered a trail. It led to a door. And of course, they immediately drew their guns and stormed in, discovering a laboratory. Inside were many glass jars containing infernal bugs, the kind the white lad used to create infernaless. At that moment, a figure darted past. Takiji immediately gave chase and found a white lad member wearing a large number of suicide bombs. Upon contact, a massive explosion erupted. After the smoke cleared, it was fortunate that he was still quite far away. So Takiji survived, though it would take him 3 months to recover. His only regret was that the evidence was destroyed in the blast. Maki had also been injured in the Nether. Because both his children had suffered at the hands of the white-clad there, became enraged and refused to let it go, assigning the Nether investigation to Company 2. Company 8 later received the message. Ozoan theme to join forces and support his people on the mission. But most importantly, he requested Maki to return to the army immediately. Of course, she couldn't accept. Having been with Company for so long, Maki had developed strong feelings for them. The problem was, with the upcoming battle against the evangelist, Takeze bluntly ordered her to return for her safety, which made Maki very sad, blaming herself for perhaps not being capable enough to stay and help. She had also come from a military background and was well liked by many comrades. That was, of course, because there weren't many girls in that environment. Unfortunately, those formalities couldn't compare to the camaraderie at Company 8. Even more annoyingly, Oz appeared and called Maki's name affectionately, blowing her cover. Maki didn't like this. It felt like being a bird trapped in a cage. The plan to investigate the Nether was then brought to the strategy table. Both companies would mobilize their full forces, hoping to deal the evangelist faction a devastating blow. In this plan, each member of Company 8 would lead a squad. Company D's forces were therefore deployed in large numbers, and they were extremely confident. But while Tamaki was mingling with her colleagues, an explosion suddenly rang out, shaking the area and leaving countless injured fire soldiers on the ground. The team Victor was leading also ran into trouble. Many infernalists descended upon them, and even though their guns fired continuously, it was useless. Those infernalists even rushed and in self-might detonated. This tactic threw all the fire soldiers into disarray, and many fell. They weren't all elites like Company. Though numerous, their combat power was average. Their opponents attacked in a terrifying manner. Even the corpses of dead fire soldiers were controlled and turned against their comrades. This was Art's used puppetry ability, which scared Victor so much he had to flee for his life. Fortunately, there were still many skilled individuals in Company 2. Hajiki's attack saved them, after which he took his weapon and charged straight into the swarm of infernalists, firing relentlessly. The muzzle of his gun moved like it was flying, seeming to fire from every angle around his body. His speed was also very fast, constantly moving logically through the monster swarm. In just a short while, he had taken them all down. Hajiki was one of the commanders of Company 2. Afterwards, he quickly intended to go and help the others. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out like lightning, severing his head. Hajiki fell, dead, leaving Juggernaut and Tamaki terrified. The white mask-clad said they would be sending them along shortly. As a member of Company 8, Tamaki immediately decided to fight, but that beam of light was too powerful. Even with Hajiki's abilities, he couldn't resist it. So what could she do? As expected, right at the start of the fight, Tamaki was injured. After that, she was forced to take blow after blow, with no strength to resist, suffering a brutal beating. On the verge of death, she remembered Shirna promising to help her no matter where she was. Tamaki raised her hand and called his name. Suddenly, a powerful burst of fire forced Orochi to retreat. The hero who appeared wasn't Shirna. Surprisingly, it was Juggernaut, who was normally a coward. Now, facing a strong enemy, he bravely charged forward again, pushing her back. To protect Tamaki, he couldn't be weak anymore. Orochi was certainly a strong opponent. However, Juggernaut quickly brought up two gun barrels, firing wildly. And of course, these bullets were much stronger than those from ordinary guns. Unfortunately, Orochi was able to block all of his attacks with her whip. She mocked his attacks as too simple and immediately Russian, easily shattering his armor. Fortunately, it was specially made to be able to regenerate. But after several more blows, his small body, hidden inside, was also injured. Tamaki urged him to run, but he flatly refused. He couldn't let a comrade die for him. He couldn't be the coward forever. Using all his strength, he created a massive bullet and clashed with Orochi, but the result was still defeat. He kept fighting, hoping to use his defense to turn the tables. Under Orochi's subsequent attacks, he didn't stand still, but charged forward fiercely, accepting heavy injuries to find an opportunity to land a powerful blow on his opponent, creating a massive explosion. After the smoke cleared, Tamaki, who was less affected, went to check on him. She wanted to get him out of there before other enemies arrived, but he told her to run on her own, because he didn't want his condition to slow her down. No way, today. You're a hero. It's all thanks to you. I just want to protect you. It was thanks to Tamaki that he found the courage to face Orochi. Juggernaut had never done anything like this in his life. He felt he could die without regrets. He fainted. And just then, more enemies arrived. This time, Tamaki would protect her friend. The large number of infernalists had split the fire soldier teams into many groups. Take's was currently talking with Takigi, who was questioning him about whether Maki was always in this kind of danger. He replied, "I often use her as a meat shield," which completely shocked Takigi. "How could you do that to my sister?" A strong enemy was approaching. Take immediately took aim. But the enemy's skin was as tough as steel. For someone who used a gun as their weapon like Take this type of opponent was the hardest to deal with. Shirna was separated from his team and was suddenly ambushed. He quickly activated his flames, and the one who appeared was none other than Giovanni, the opponent Shirna hated most. As soon as they met, he reported that the other fire soldiers had all perished, playing mind games with Shirna, demanding he surrender. Shirna, on the contrary, immediately rushed into attack. But he was quickly blown back by a counterforce, because Giovanni had experimented on his own body, completely molting, and the process of Giovanni's transformation horrified Shirna, as to hind legs of some monster sprouted from him. Many other fire soldiers had just arrived at this location, becoming his targets. With his insect-like eyes, he easily dodged all the bullets and charged in to kill them. Even though Shirna tried to help, his comrades still couldn't avoid getting injured. So he immediately decided to lure Giovanni away to prevent them from getting caught in the crossfire. Our target is you. Why don't you worry about yourself first? Hearing this question, Shirna was shocked. How could his opponent know his thoughts? And Giovanni didn't hesitate to scare Shirna by telling him this was the effect of combining himself with an extraterrestrial insect, and that his body also had the genes of many other insects. He quickly transformed and rushed to attack Shirna, and in this moment of fear, all he could do was dodge. Fortunately, Arthur appeared just in time and swung his sword straight at Giovanni, forcing him to retreat. Elsewhere, Take His A was still struggling against Yan. Suddenly, Takagi provided support for him, his ability able to block Yan's powerful fire breath. However, with his opponent's terrifying destructive power constantly attacking, their attempts to hold on would be short-lived if they couldn't find a way to defeat him. So they decided to counterattack. Takagi blocked the enemy's firepower, while Take His A continuously fired at the opponent's joints, causing Yan to collapse and securing their victory. In Tamaki's fight, she was trying her best. The enemies weren't individually fearsome, but their numbers were overwhelming. Moreover, besides the Infernal S, the white light-clad members appeared, and this time, Tamaki was in real danger. Yet, she was still determined to risk her life to protect Juggernaut until the end. Unfortunately, her opponent was too strong and quickly knocked her down. Luckily, just as he was about to deliver the finishing blow, someone intervened. It was Commander Honda, along with Obi. The captain of Company 8 was also one of the targets the white and clad were after. However, even though his opponent thought he had no pyrokinetic abilities, he still fearlessly charged straight into the fireball his opponent threw, landing a steel fist straight in his face, drawing blood. Don't underestimate the strength of a gym rat. Obi had the right to say this, as he took down his opponent in a single blow. The other one, as soon as he charged, was also knocked out by Commander Honda's headbutt. Tamaki then thanked them both, but blamed herself for being too weak and letting Juggernaut get seriously injured protecting her. But in reality, you did great. You did great. Obi didn't hold back his words of comfort. Honda then ordered the fire soldiers of Company to assemble and prepare for a counterattack. Victor, who had just arrived, was shown a tracking device by Vulcan to analyze the situation. The genius deduced from the evenly distributed heat sources throughout the area that the white-clad were planning to blow up the Nether, and he immediately panicked. In this battle, the fire soldier's opponent was Aritsu. She was insane enough to be planning to collapse the entire city, thereby gaining more fire soldier corpses to create an army of the Indeed. Most importantly, capturing the fourth pillar, Shirna, was their top priority. He was currently fighting Giovanni, attacking like a storm. Although his opponent was no slouch, he still managed to land blow after blow. Arthur was also coordinating with him, creating opportunities for Shirna. But with Giovanni's ability to read minds and his incredible defense, they were still facing considerable difficulty. This guy's weakness was that he still talked too much during fights, revealing information that his organization would soon be leading the Nether. The evangelist's plan was about to be completed. All of Tokyo, the Holy Saw Temple, and the Amaterasu were all part of the long-term plan. The Great Cataclysm was just a matter of time. Shirna was furious, unable to understand why that guy saw the destruction of humanity as such a glorious thing, and he quickly powered up his attacks. However, Giovanni was still taking the hits incredibly well. He immediately brought up Sun and asked, "How is he now? By the way, he's become just like a puppet." Indeed, at that moment, Sun was becoming a toy in Hao-Mei's hands. His tragic state was something that even her teammate Arrow couldn't bear to watch. Although Shirna had witnessed it firsthand, he was extremely enraged. Giovanni said the boy was nothing more than an empty shell, a mere tool for the great cataclysm, and this caused Shirna to completely unleash his incredible fighting power. Even though Giovanni could read his thoughts, if he was faster, he believed he could still win. Shirna then moved continuously, launching attacks from unexpected angles at a terrifying speed. Even Giovanni himself had to lament his fearsome power, but said it was a pity he chose the wrong side. "I felt your bloodthirsty heart before. You will never be on our side." "What? We've had a link before." Hearing this, Giovanni suddenly stood up and burst into crazed laughter. It was impossible for a normal person to form a link that should only occur between users of the Adal A burst. So, wasn't this a sign that he was about to awaken the power of that flame? Unfortunately for Giovanni, Shirna told him that besides him, he had also linked with Kaonro before. Utterly disappointed, he got angry and leaked more information. Even if Shirna awake and a higher level of the Agule burst, dealing with the evangelist would be nothing but a fantasy. She doesn't exist in this world. And as for how to get to that strange space on the other side, no one had found a way yet. Taking advantage of his talkative opponent, Shirna pretended to be angry, saying he didn't believe how the evangelist could create the great cataclysm. Giovanni continued to brag that they didn't even need the evangelist. Aritsu's plan alone was enough to level Tokyo. Unfortunately, by the time Shirna learned this, it was already too late. Luckily, Aritsu's plan had already been astutely uncovered by Victor. He himself confirmed that the destructive power of that many infernal bombs in a confined space like the Nether would be amplified. The collapse of the underground, dragging all the structures above it down, was a certainty. Fortunately, Victor also had a way to prevent all of this by using the large-scale flame control of a second generation. And currently, only Maki could do it. Victor said with a hidden meaning that the situation was critical and they needed to summon her here immediately. And of course, Takiji immediately yelled that it was unacceptable. "Stop using and pushing my sister into danger. Isn't Take His A's flame control good enough?" That's true. But Take His A's ability was more about precision and technique. Moreover, he and Obi, understanding the situation, coordinated and said that to ensure success, it could only be Maki. They couldn't afford any mistakes when protecting Tokyo. He was sure Taki, and even General Ozi, knew what had to be done. Right after the military officer was convinced, Maki appeared. Vulcan had returned to bring her there earlier. "Why are you stopping me? Isn't protecting others the right thing to do? But you're just a girl. How can you jump into danger? Why does a girl have to lose to a boy? I will bet my life to protect Tokyo." After saying these words to her fuming older brother, Maki immediately got ready to carry out the mission. But Victor said that with her strength alone, it still wasn't enough. The threat of it at the Nether was still present. A threat to the lives of all the fire soldiers present there if the explosion's energy had nowhere to be released. Victor needed to understand the Nether structure to find a solution. Maki also needed someone to guide her for coordinated control. Fortunately, Takiji had a good grasp of the terrain in this underground facility and could do that job well. Alarm from Vulcan's device quickly sounded. Everyone needed to act now. As expected, at a safe location, Aritsu had begun to detonate the Infernalist to execute her plan. The flames quickly spread through every corner of the underground world. At the same time, Maki also expanded her ability to its widest possible range. Victor told her to follow Takiji's directions and guide it down to the lowest possible levels. The pressure on both of them was immense. One had to try to control a massive amount of power, putting a huge strain on her body. The other had to calculate the path without any error. The increasing cold of the ground at the lower levels would gradually transform the power of the explosions to a level that could be withstood. Fortunately, all the efforts and calculations of the three of them ultimately succeeded. The Nether underground facility was damaged, but no part of it collapsed. The shockwaves from the explosions gradually died down. Aritsu had no more bombs. All the fire soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. And just like any other member of Company 8, Maki was an amazing person with an amazing ability, successfully saving all of Tokyo from disaster. Even Takiji couldn't help but feel proud. Big brother. This is what Company does all the time. Of course, it's an amazing job. And at that moment, Shirna, facing Giovanni, had the chance to grin from ear to ear. The only thing left was to destroy the bastard in front of him. Arthur suddenly used his ultimate technique, attacking in a selfless state, slicing him in two. His attack, delivered while his soul was detached from his body, prevented Giovanni from reading his thoughts to defend himself. This technique was something Arthur had trained for surprise attacks, completely suppressing his life force. He then went over to Shirna to show off how cool he was. But just after his brief moment of bragging, Giovanni suddenly let out a ghastly laugh. Countless insects flew out from his body, swarming the space and terrifying them both, leaving Arthur completely helpless. Fortunately for him, Shirna's firepower came into play at that moment. Unfortunately, Giovanni took the opportunity to make a quick escape. On the other hand, taking this rare chance to shine, Maki expressed her wish to return to Company 8 in front of Takeuchi. What could he say? And of course, Takeuchi accepted Maki. His usually cold face rarely uttered words of praise. After the battle, the Evangelist faction had withdrawn from the Nether. That could be a success, or it could be the beginning of a more complicated situation for the fire soldiers, because they no longer knew the enemy's whereabouts. But aside from Juggernaut, who was injured from his all-battle, no one else was sacrificed. After the battle, Company 8 and the army also reached a long-term cooperation agreement. In the future, dealing with the Evangelist would become easier. For Company 8, being able to gather together under one roof again was their greatest joy. Among the jumble of information Giovanni had spewed, most of it was probably to play mind games and deceive Shirna, and even the entire Fire Force organization behind him, if they were foolish. However, Shirna confirmed one thing from his own experience: the issue of the Ale link with Keonro. Indeed, only he and Giovanni were the two who had linked with him without possessing the Adale burst. So if they could find out what was different about Keonro, they would surely take another step forward in the war against the Evangelist. Haibana accompanied Shirna to Company 7's territory. Since he had something in common with Keonro, the possibility that he was involved with the Evangelist was still there. So she didn't want her innocent Shirna to be deceived. During their search, the residents of Asakusa said the two were lovers, which made her absolutely ecstatic. She really is boys crazy. When they reached the location they were told about, they suddenly saw a white ironclad. But it was a white Seau-clad that Keonro had been stalking for several days. Both sides faced off, and fighting in his overheated state was dangerous for Keonro. However, seeing the enemy charge forward, Kanao showed no fear. A worried Shirna was held back by Haibana. She had a more mature perspective, and sure enough, she quickly saw Keonro, with his pure swordsmanship, easily defeat the opponent. They met afterwards. With no more suspicion, Shirna bluntly asked his question. And indeed, Keonro had seen that strange other world called Abizor. It was during the Great Fire 2 years ago, the one where he fought the Demon Infernal and developed TBHR-OSs from it. The Demon Infernal he mentioned was like a mutated projection of Keonro, reflected in a mirror. He had to risk his life to destroy it. And the moment he succeeded was when he saw that desolate, helm-like scenery. Haibana recalled the legend of Doppelgangers, a real phenomenon online. That somewhere out there exists someone who looks exactly like you. When the two meet, it's said that it will try to kill the original to take their place. Based on what Haibana said, Keonro did indeed feel that the Demon Infernal was deliberately targeting him. But that had nothing to do with him seeing Adale. Keonro didn't even have the special marks often seen in cases like Burns or Joker, and how Adale chose to appear to its subjects was still a mystery, aside from its connection to the Adale burst. The purpose of this trip wasn't achieved, but since they met Keonro, Shirna wanted to be trained by him because he felt his own strength was somewhat lacking for the upcoming battle. What was the senior's secret to becoming strong? Keon-ro said it was being able to erupt and fight with power that exceeds one's own limits. And if he was going to open a class, he wasn't free to teach students one-on-one. Bring more friends to lower the tuition a bit. Arthur was, of course, the former student Keon-ro was referring to. Hearing about the training, Tamaki also wanted to join, hoping that the strongest of all fire soldiers could help her increase her fighting power. She didn't want a second juggernaut to get hurt because of her. No matter how harsh the training was, she would complete it. Keon-ro, of course, agreed, and the harsh training he mentioned was wanting Tamaki to play with the two little girls, Haika and Hina. This left Tamaki completely bewildered. A kind Shirna reminded her that she might end up more tired than him. The first game Haika and Hina came up with was tag. Tamaki was still bored. She was being serious and truly determined. For now, she'd just have to go along with it. She'd run not too fast to avoid making the little girls cry and causing trouble. However, the moment they yelled, "Start!" Tamaki was sent flying by Haika and Hein's kick. She fell hard and was then relentlessly scolded by these kids, who criticized her non-fair stop, making her extremely annoyed. Alright, watch this. I want to get stronger to keep up with Shirna and Arthur. Not to play around. While lost in thought, Tamaki was suddenly and easily overtaken. Her words made Haika and Hina genuinely angry. Are you kidding? Looking down on us while we're trying to help you. Tamaki finally realized that everyone in Company 7 seemed to be an extraordinary monster, and the two little girls in front of her were no exception. The most terrifying monster here was, of course, Keon-ro. His training method first involved hanging his students up like roasted pigs, which made Shirna deeply regretful. Arthur swore he would never listen to his friend's suggestions again. Meanwhile, Tamaki was constantly getting beaten, angry and refusing to lose. She used her Nikomata ability with the power of a cat, deciding to go all out. But in their previous battle, Hina and Haika had already shown that their fox forms were even faster, and their attacks showed no mercy at all. They took Tamaki down in just 5 seconds and continued to curse her out mercilessly. The game of tag continued. As requested, Tamaki had to last for 30 seconds. At this point, she was completely serious. Unworthy of being a fire soldier? I could never accept that. Tamaki was a girl who was terrible at her studies and so clumsy she was practically useless until her pyrokinetic abilities were awakened. And that's when everyone finally acknowledged that she too could surpass others. To her, being a fire soldier was a glorious profession. But she didn't want to always hide in her teammates' shadows. Everyone was trying their best, so she would do the same and give it her all. At least now, she was no longer careless, and was using her power with incredible finesse. After a hard struggle, she managed to last 30 seconds, forcing Hine and Haika to reveal their true power. The fun's just getting started. You sick little cat. You two bitches will get what's coming to you when I win and shut you up for good. With that, Tamaki immediately dashed away. She loved cats and possessed their feline agility. She was giving it her all, and soon, 40 seconds had passed. But that was also when Hina and Haika nearly caught up. The final moments would be the true showdown. To secure victory, Tamaki suddenly made an extremely wise choice. She stopped running and stood her ground. If she couldn't outrun them, then fighting might be her advantage. Hina and Haika didn't hesitate, quickly merging their powers. But their intimidating fox form didn't make Tamaki flinch. Instead, she charged forward with all her might, easily piercing through it to claim a surprising victory. After all, the two girls were still young. Their superior speed was already impressive enough. Tamaki's guess was right, and Kwak appeared. He acknowledged that her last move was the moment she surpassed her own limits, along with her improved control over her abilities. Tamaki had clearly undergone a complete transformation. Meanwhile, Shirna and Arthur were being put through the ringer by Kwaka, who had practically forgotten about them. They could only wish their senior would switch from grilling them to boiling them, just for a more peaceful death. But their suffering didn't end there. Next, they had to endure being dragged by a horse-drawn cart and being tickled while being dunked in water. Surpassing one's limits is certainly not easy. It was the kind of strength that allowed the powerless Captain Obi to fight on par with Quokka. But as a result, Shirna and Arthur were completely battered. Frustrated, they asked Quokka what benefit the torture actually had in increasing their power. He told them that in truth, everything they had just been through was completely useless. His master had done the same to him before, and now he was just letting them taste the same dessert so they could feel what he felt. Hearing that all their recent suffering was completely meaningless, Shirna and Arthur were in absolute agony. Realizing they had been put through hell for nothing, filled with resentment, they immediately charged forward in a rage. But despite their fierce, coordinated attacks, Quokka was still able to handle them calmly, even praising them for having improved so much. Their killing intent was now blatantly obvious, and because of that, Quokka counterattacked, continuously throwing bombs and burying Shirna in smoke and flames. Arthur, heartbroken at the sight, immediately rushed to save his friend, but faced with Quokka's dangerous gaze, he hesitated for a moment and was countered, quickly collapsing after taking several more blows that sent him flying into a wall. The training had probably entered its main course now. Arthur let his guard down and was immediately struck, while Shirna used his rapid ability to dash in, only to be kicked away. Their teamwork seemed to have little effect, but Quokka had significantly improved their unconscious combat skills by the time both of them collapsed. 5 hours had passed, and they had also reached their thermal overload limit. But Quokka announced that next up was dessert, the most important dish. Meanwhile, Jet went to meet Kaonro along with the captain of Company 6, Huang, wanting to check on his physical condition. Quokka then made Shirna and Arthur understand that the torture and sparring had pushed them to the limits of their endurance and strength. What came next was the perfect opportunity for them to grasp how to break past their own limits. Hearing this, Shirna immediately tried to stand up. Quokka cheerfully stepped forward and attacked him relentlessly. On the other side, Arthur suffered the same fate, and if they only passively endured the blows, they would still fail. Quokka told them both to do more than that, or he would really kill them. Treat this as a fight against an enemy. Following his words, Shirna tried to wring out every last bit of his strength, but he was unable to ignite his flames because his body was out of oxygen. His consciousness was even starting to fade because of it. He suddenly fell into a vision, seeing himself in the fire from 12 years ago. Seeing his mother and brother, his will suddenly resurfaced from its exhausted state. He knew he had to try harder to overcome the most negative state that Quokka had intentionally created. Otherwise, he would fail and never be able to fulfill the wish in his heart. But what could he do? He had to awaken his survival instinct, the instinct that causes human potential to erupt when facing death, igniting the flames brought forth by the Reaper himself. Blue flames. Meanwhile, after his examination, Huang told Kaonro that his flames were no different from a normal person's. The thing that gave him a connection likely came from the Great Cataclysm, and she would investigate others with connections to understand the issue better. But at that moment, the captain of Company 4 was attacked by the White Slad. He was likely near death, and by the time he was discovered, it was too late to save him. Shirna's flames were now described as very calm yet incredibly hot. Just then, he suddenly formed a connection, witnessing firsthand as Haig was tortured to death. Understanding the hysterical strength Quokka's Poka was the power one gains when standing between life and death, he completed the training course. Arthur, alongside him, managed to do the same before they both collapsed. The next step was to master that state so they could use it at any time. But the death of Haig was weighing more heavily on Shirna's mind. His funeral was held later, and the official cause of death was ruled a suicide. But internally, everyone knew he had been brutally assassinated by the white-clad. Quan Kaonro intended to do something about it. Even Burns deeply mourned Haig. They would no longer stand idly by. They needed to stop the tyranny of that damned evangelist flock. But unfortunately, just as their spirits were lifted, the White Lads-Clad's plan to invade the entire empire was about to begin. With their new powers, can Shirna and his comrades stop their opponents? Will another great cataclysm occur? Or will we witness the truth about the evangelist, as well as the end that awaits him? Please look forward to part 3. Right here at Anime Movie Time. Go ahead and follow us now. Beneath a strange moon lies an equally strange place. Infernales wander everywhere. Howling madly, the evangelist suddenly appears in mid-Minas air, with a mysterious smile on her lips. In another scene, in a dark and empty hallway, someone's agonizing screams echo endlessly. Despite this, Karen had to grit his teeth and wait outside. As soon as the pain cries stopped, Haumie stumbled out, demanding that Karen not speak to her. It wasn't clear what she had just done in there, but she was a mess of snot and saliva. Haumie carelessly wiped it away, then told him to come with her to the meeting point. From this moment on, the empire will rise to true glory. The next day, the city was as bustling as ever. The Amatoriza was operating on schedule. Thank the great Holy Sol for this wonderful day. Solar year 198. In the Tokyo Empire, Sister Iris went to the church to pray. Meanwhile, the duo of Shirna and Arthur took their intense combat to the rooftop. The two charged at each other with great fervor. Arthur with his sword, Excalibur, while Shirna ignited the flames under his feet to match the blade. The result was a massive explosion that made Vulcan, the engineer brother, busy fixing machinery below, look up. Lisa, the third fire soldier, was also distracted by the loud noises. The building shook violently, but it didn't stop Lieutenant Takehise, a second-generation pyrokinetic, from writing a special report on Special Fire Force Company. First was the expedition to investigate the offshore continent. The investigation team, comprised of companies 2, 4, and 8, discovered information similar to the Great Cataclysm of 250 years ago near the spatial rift. In addition, they laid to rest a demon infernal residing in a ruin that resembled the perpetual thermal energy plant, Amatoriza. Meanwhile, the battle on the headquarters roof gained a new participant, Tamaki, a third-generation fire soldier. Previously, she was a member of Fire Force Company 1, but due to disciplinary action, she was transferred to Company 8. A large fire erupted shortly after with the appearance of Maki, a second-generation fire soldier and also a squad leader of Fire Company 8th, returning to the report. The next section was the investigation into the Hijime Industries Corporation. The results showed no collusion between them and the Waishim clad. Additionally, the team discovered Na-Aku-san, who was being held as a victim after the incident of artificial ignition, after the man-made ignition incident caused by Rakuai Xiaoma, a former member of Company 1, in an attempt to seize the Ale burst. Hijime Industries will continue to monitor the boy. Currently, the combat on the rooftop is still very heated. Tamaki transformed into an Ikomata, dashing around with incredible speed. She leapt high into the air, then spun and whipped her fiery tail at her opponent. However, that wasn't enough to pressure Maki. At this point, the duel between Shirna and Arthur showed no signs of stopping. This gave Victor, the only scientist, time to collect and analyze data. Meanwhile, Sister Iris, another team member, stood next to him holding a push button and humming a tune. Continuing with the report. Part 3 covered the investigation of the laboratory in the Nether. Companies 2 and 8 cooperated on this mission and discovered the White-Clad's human experimentation lab in the Nether. The two sides continued their investigation with Lieutenant Takajiri Ozata of the Imperial Army and learned that the White-Clad intended to destroy Tokyo's infrastructure, a plot that was successfully thwarted. Back on the Company H rooftop, Tamaki, after missing her attack, reactivated her fireballs and charged again. But Maki easily caught her with just one hand, then transformed into a beast, squeezing Tamaki's arm tightly and throwing her, sending her clothes and shoes flying everywhere. In the end, poor Tamaki fell to the ground with a thud, with only 2 pieces of cloth left to cover herself. Through various missions, the relationship between Fire Force Company 8 and other forces in the Empire has grown stronger, especially the fiery friendship between these 2 troublemakers currently beating each other up. Both Shirna and Arthur are third-generation pyrokinetics, fire soldiers 2nd class, assigned to Company 8. That was the entire report from Obi, the captain of all the aforementioned troublemakers. He also didn't forget to mention that Asakusa and it provided full support during the investigation. The Empire, which was once divided into many factions, has now been unified. The higher minus ups praised Obi. This was the biggest step forward in finding the cause of the spontaneous human combustion phenomenon. Obi humbly said his team's success today was thanks to the chief's wholehearted guidance. That the man stated firmly that it was Obi who helped everyone in the empire unite. Just as things were going well, the Tokyo Imperial Army stormed into the office to arrest Obi. The chief was both shocked and angry at this blatant and groundless arrest. Meanwhile, Obi remained calm, reassuring his boss that it must be some kind of misunderstanding. He asked him to inform Take His A as soon as possible before being dragged away by the soldiers. As Obi was led away, his eyes widened in shock at the sight of Tawai right in front of him. Back at company headquarters, Shirna and Arthur were still shoving their feet and swords in each other's faces, while Maki had already signaled for training to stop. Tamaki quickly got dressed as Victor packed up his equipment nearby. And yet, those two knuckleheads were still bickering, using both their limbs and their mouths. It was only when Maki yelled for them to stop that they paused for exactly 2 seconds before going at it again. It's the same every time. They only listen after Maki as Sister Iris used more forceful measures. With just a push of a button, 2 animal-shaped heads flew out and smacked each of them, sending them sprawling. Vulcan, watching from below, was quite pleased with how useful his creation was. On the other hand, Tamaki was praised by Maki for getting much stronger after her trip to Asakusa, but her habit of losing her clothes while fighting was still the same as ever. Tamaki apologized for not being able to fix it, though sometimes it served as a secret weapon that helped her win. Specifically, in the battle against Assault in the Nether. It was thanks to her tripping and accidentally exposing herself that she was able to turn the tables. Maki was also very happy that Shirna and Arthur had learned a new technique in Asakusa. Tamaki heard from Shirna that he imagined death to activate his extraordinary power on sight. Sister Iris curiously asked what Arthur imagined, and the boy immediately caught on and launched into a monologue. Just thinking about logging out of a game after getting fully geared and reaching the max level was enough to bring forth his power. Saying this, the kid laughed to himself, leaving Shirna and Tamaki speechless. After hearing that, Maki could only exclaim that geniuses are a bunch of smart idiots. Tamaki enthusiastically agreed with that opinion, even adding that Arthur is a block-headed genius. Meanwhile, Take His A had just gotten off the phone and immediately sounded the alarm to gather everyone. At the same time, in the Emperor's Grand Hall, Emperor Raffles I was preparing to issue an emergency summons. Ever since the Great Cataclysm, the people of the Tokyo Empire have lived in fear of Infernal S. However, the moment for the Empire's rebirth and unification had arrived. The summons quickly reached the Grand Cathedral of Fire First Company 1. Giovanni didn't understand why they were being summoned there. Meanwhile, Korean Gesta was a matter of national importance, so they all went to meet the Emperor immediately. Captain Burns directly asked the Emperor what he needed from him. The old man said that the Empire has always been a combination of different forces, with no side willing to yield to another. Therefore, he needed everyone to unite as one for the prosperity of the Empire and the Great Holy Soul. That is why the Tokyo Empire will merge with the white-clad organization, followers of the Holy Saw who carry the Idale Burst. However, Captain Burns considered them enemies of the Empire. He even urgently told the Emperor to get behind him. Haumie didn't understand why he was reacting so strongly to her appearance. Karim immediately raised his voice, telling her and her subordinates to crawl back to the Nether. Haumie claimed that the white-clad were only returning to where they rightfully belonged. That statement made Captain Burns turn himself into a human orch to warn the heretics to withdraw from the sacred place. Karen quickly stepped forward to protect Haumie, but she said she would adjust her brain and speak properly. After sending a jolt of electricity to her crown, Haumie began her psychological manipulation. She said this was the Emperor's Grand Hall, the center of the Holy Saul Temple, and the white mace-clad had no intention of fighting here, but came to discuss. Karim had no interest in hearing her nonsense. The mere act of her and her accomplices setting foot in the Grand Hall had already defiled its sanctity. Giovanni beside him immediately restrained the enraged Karim. Captain Burns also had to retract his power and ask Haumie what her purpose was here. Using her mind-reading skills, Haumea easily read all of Captain Burns' thoughts. From there, she asked a nonsensical question to make Burns drop his guard, then got straight to the point. Burns knew the truth of the world but couldn't see it with his own eyes. What the devout priest they were looking for saw was the same thing the white sheen-clad saw. Cream lost his temper, telling her not to make such a ridiculous comparison. He suddenly froze when she mentioned the name Yoda, a former member of Fire Force Company 1. He was a faithful believer who died a martyr while proselytizing. Haumea considered it a necessary sacrifice for a sacred mission. When Cream called her a murderer, Haumea shot back with the question, what value do morals invented by humans have? Cream guessed she was implying it was God's will, which was utterly absurd. Haumea, bored with talking to him, turned to Captain Burns. She believed he could feel that her words represented the words of the divine, and moreover, he could sense a part of the universe's will. Indeed, Captain Burns's faith had wavered slightly after his encounter with the evangelist. Meanwhile, Cream said the white-clad's goal was to recreate the Great Cataclysm. Haumea denied it, saying it was just a mechanism to carry out a noble mission. Even the Emperor defended them, saying members of the Holy Saul Temple were only following the will of the saint. The others began to feel bewildered by the shocking information from the opposing side. Haumea pressed her advantage, launching a relentless assault on Captain Burns, who was wavering in his own faith. Haumea declared that the saint's goal was to turn the earth into a sun, and this was the time for Burns to prove his faith. If he were a devout priest, he must have seen it, must have felt the entity that transcends this world. Every word Haumea uttered struck a chord deep within Burns, and with that her flawless psychological manipulation subdued the captain of Company 1. To his comrades' astonishment, Burns walked forward and knelt before the one he now saw as an incarnation of the divine. Back at Fire Force Company 8's base, Take-His-A reported that the captain had been taken by the Imperial Army while reporting to the chief of the Fire Defense Agency. He was currently being held by the military, and the white man's clad were with them. So it was highly likely they were the ones who actually captured the captain. Many questions were raised, but Take-His-A also didn't know how the white-clad had infiltrated the heart of the Empire. However, he was certain their goal was to capture Shirna and take the Adale burst. Hearing this, Arthur immediately proposed sacrificing Shirna to get the captain back. Although Shirna didn't want to agree, he didn't refuse either. As a result, both of them got a lecture from Take-His-A. Captain Obi had said that Company 8 would never sell out its members. To uphold the captain's wishes, Arthur vowed to send Shirna to his grave himself. It seems like this guy wanted to get rid of his friend no matter what. Victor reminded the team they should act before the army stormed the place. Take-His-A decided to go rescue the captain alone, because it was very likely they would have to fight people from the Empire and be branded as rebels. Therefore, anyone who wanted to come could. But once they became rebels, Take-His-A would no longer be a lieutenant. Shirna didn't hesitate and immediately said he'd go with him. Arthur was also eager to go, but he was struggling to think of a cool catchphrase, and Sister Iris quickly joined in, not allowing the lieutenant to quit. The four of them chattered away, nearly deafening Take-His-A. After quieting down the noisy bunch, he turned to advise Maki to stay behind because she had a family. But she was determined to remain a member of Company 8. If he said another word, she'd break his neck. On the other hand, Tamaki remained silent, so Shirna advised her not to force herself to participate because she also had a family. The truth was, Tamaki didn't want to rebel, but since everyone was going, she wanted to go too. This time, she wasn't following the crowd, nor was she being swept along because she was weak-willed. She was going because she had a strong will and because everyone else was going. Shirna was truly at a loss for words with Tamaki's grand declaration of her own weakness. Seeing everyone so united made Take-His-A very happy. He enthusiastically declared that the fire soldiers of Company were ready to move out at any time, boosting the kids' fighting spirit. While they were making a ruckus, Victor calmly analyzed the current situation. Company 1 and Company 2 had closed eyes within the Empire. Company 8 was almost isolated in this fight, yet no one was willing to leave. Indeed, strange things always happen in Company 8. Take-His-A explained. Company 8 is a family. Then asked Victor if he would join them. Actually, as soon as Company 8 started investigating the mysterious human combustion phenomenon. Victor had foreseen this day would come. From this moment on, Company 8 would become rebels fighting against the world, and their next opponent would be the Tokyo Empire. In another development, Captain Burns went to see Haumie to report that the captain of Company 8 had been captured. He wondered if capturing Shirna and retrieving the Adale burst was truly the will of the evangelist. Haumie said it was necessary. Obi was not only bait to lure the fourth pillar here, but he also played a crucial role in nurturing the Adale burst within Shirna. Therefore, Obi must be rewarded handsomely. Hearing this, Captain Burns clasped his hands and prayed that Obi would feel joy after receiving the bug and returning to the sacred flame. There are many causes of death: old age, suicide, or illness. But in this day and age, the thing most people feared most was burning to death. Shirna was suddenly pulled into Adale through an Adale link and saw Burns, the captain of Company 1. There he was, clasping his hands in prayer for one who was wholeheartedly devoted to the great holy soul to feel joy upon returning to the sacred flame. Shirna was wondering what Burns meant, but the very next sentence cleared it up. The captain of Company 8, Obi, was about to receive a bug. Hearing that made Shirna's heart stop, and he was pulled back to reality with a contorted expression. The Imperial Army was about to descend on them. The first thing the team needed to do was leave the station and find a hiding place, if they needed one. Victor already knew a spot. Lieutenant Take His A suggested he take the team there to assess the situation. But Shirna suddenly spoke up, saying there wasn't much time left, because he had just seen Burns through an Adale link. Rewinding time to the early days of Fire Force Company 8, Obi coughed after lifting a dusty white sheet. Meanwhile, Take His A said they could use most of the things here. They just needed to get some uniforms, equipment, and a new matchbox, and the place would look like a proper fire station. While handing out cloths to wipe the windows, Obi asked how Take His A's life had changed after leaving the army. Hearing Take His A's flat reply that not much had changed, Obi remembered he had never asked about the guy's personal life. He asked about his family and learned that Take His A's father raised him alone. He passed away last year from a serious illness. Obi continued, asking if Take His A had a girlfriend. Seeing the young man pause for a moment, he skillfully added, or a boyfriend, for that matter. He was completely open-handed. Take His A confirmed he had neither a boyfriend nor a girlfriend, with a job where you could die any day. Who had time for romance? Obi frowned slightly and asked one last time, are you sure you want to join Company 8? But when the man opened his mouth to ask if he could back out now, he wouldn't let him. Company 8 was a third party established to investigate the other companies. Of course, many would try to mislead the team members. That's why a loner like Take His A was the most suitable candidate for the job. At this, Obi became much more serious. Depending on the circumstances, they could become rebels against the Empire. That's why they couldn't take their own lives lightly. Obi needed members who were strong and valued their own lives and the lives of others. He was eager to see how far Company 8 would go. When Take His A called him the king and lord of the company, Obi suddenly felt the pressure. But the young man was right. At his age, other people already had several kids. Take His A promised to do his best to make Company 8 a strong family. Hearing those words gave Obi even more motivation to save humanity from this dilapidated castle. Those memories flashed through Take His A's mind as if they were just yesterday. He was staring intently at the place he had been attached to all this time when Shirna ran up to report that the matchbox was ready to roll, and the team could leave at any time. Then he glanced back at the headquarters. It seemed he also felt a little regretful that he couldn't return here for a while. Soon after, Company 8 hit the road to rescue Captain Obi. Meanwhile, in a damp and narrow prison cell, heavy breathing echoed throughout the corridor. Don't get the wrong idea, folks, because that was just the sound of Obi, who, despite being arrested, was still diligently working out without missing a single day. After his workout, he even proactively asked for a drink of water, making the guard's eyes burn with frustration. This isn't a restaurant where you can order whatever you want. You only get water at the designated time. Obi innocently retorted. What if I die of thirst? The guy, speechless, told him to stop exercising and left immediately. Yet Obi still managed to shout after him that if they didn't release him soon, he would just keep training to make his body even more toned and stronger. Outwardly, Obi appeared nonchalant, but inwardly, he was anxious, wondering what the situation was like outside. All Obi could do was entrust Company 8 to take his A. Meanwhile, the news of his arrest on charges of kidnapping and imprisoning Shirna, the possessor of the sacred delay burst, was spreading rapidly. The public, unaware of the full story, could only sigh at the turmoil of the current world. The news that Company 8 had escaped with Shirna was also announced. Soon after, the Imperial Army was pursuing the members of Company 8 as witnesses in the case. Upon hearing this, Ogun slammed his hand on the table, and despite his comrades' disdain for the supposedly corrupt Company 8, he stood his ground, believing that something suspicious was going on. On another note, the three angels of Company 5 had just finished laying a victim of combustion to rest when another case popped up in the 2 Jig OE district. Princess Hibana, captain of Company 5, arrived at the scene and immediately ordered her subordinates to head there right away. Cone had caught wind of the news that Company 8 had become rebels and vanished without a trace. While Hibana wasn't fond of them, she had assisted them in a few cases before. Therefore, Conehead couldn't help but remind her that the situation had changed. This time, Hibana shouldn't get involved with that troublemaking bunch. Elsewhere, Benimaru, after hearing the news, was in no mood to respond to the fishmonger's sales pitch. As soon as he got home, Kaonro brought up Company 8's escape. Things were unfolding exactly as Benimaru had feared. The country was uniting in a very disadvantageous way. Kaonro hadn't received any contact from Company 8. Perhaps they didn't want the trouble to spread all the way to Asakusa. Hearing this, Benimaru dejectedly declared that the country had now become a fire scene, full of enemies. The headquarters of Special Fire Force Company 8 had been cordoned off. The Imperial Army sent to investigate found no members in the building, so they had to switch to finding and questioning related witnesses. A vehicle as conspicuous as the matchbox couldn't possibly leave no clues. While they were searching, Vulcan had already covered the matchbox with a tarp in a safe location. Even so, the Army's investigation was intense. Taikaze figured they'd sniff something out sooner or later. Everyone was on edge, except for Tamaki, who was staring blankly into space with her mouth agape. Shirna asked if she was only now realizing the gravity of the situation. Tamaki didn't answer because she was busy convincing herself that she had come here through her own strong will. Victor remarked that Company 8 were experts at extinguishing fires and laying souls to rest, but they were still greenhorns when it came to evading the law. Vulcan probably still thought Victor worked for High Gym Industries, so he didn't like him very much. Victor didn't care and brought up how the captain had asked if he was on Company 8's side or High Gym's. At the time, he couldn't answer because the answer was neither. Because in reality, he was an outlaw, along with one other person. As Victor finished speaking, Joker stepped out from behind a tree, leaving the entire company in shock. If Company 8 were the heroes fighting Infernaless in the public eye, then they were the underground heroes fighting in the shadows. Joker would teach Company 8 how to shake off their pursuers. Anyone who didn't want to get caught should follow him. Shirna knew what kind of person Joker was and didn't trust him. But Joker couldn't care less what he thought. Company 8 was running out of time. If he wanted to get caught, he could stay here and play by himself. Joker's words were undeniably logical, so the group had no choice but to trail after him. Shirna criticized Joker's outfit as being a bit tacky, but Joker had always lived in the shadows, and dressing like this made it easier to blend in. Taikaze asked where Joker planned to take them, and his gaze immediately shifted to a nearby sewer manhole. He had been waiting a long time for Company 8 to finally join his to-mine organization. Therefore, as a seasoned criminal, he would personally show them how to walk in the shadows. The problem was what choice Company 8 would make, but they had no other option than to go down into the sewer. With Joker, Tamaki, as troublesome as ever, managed to land her butt right on Arthur's face. She wondered how they could live in a place like this. Victor explained that the secret base had air conditioning, so there was no smell. But right at the entrance was a huge sign with a flashy set of red and blue lights. How secret could it be? This place wasn't on any map. It was a place forgotten by the world, but occasionally, People who couldn't find shelter on the surface would find their way here. After the introduction, Victor opened the door and welcomed Company 8 to his castle. Take his A. Immediately raised his gun as soon as he stepped inside. Victor understood his caution but also affirmed that he and Joker trusted Company 8. Meanwhile, Joker had just opened his mouth to ask what they were going to do, when Shirna and Arthur eagerly clamored to go rescue Captain Obi. As a result, both of them received an elbow from Lieutenant Take His A to calm them down. If the vision Shirna saw was real, then the captain didn't have much time. But the problem was that no one knew where he was being held. Luckily, Joker knew the location. All dangerous criminals and threats to the Tokyo Empire were imprisoned in Fuchu prison. Elsewhere, Captain Burns was immersed in the moment, sensing the presence of the divine. Haumie had intended to brainwash Burns if he didn't obey her, who knew he would change his mind and accept her on his own. As a citizen and a priest, Burns served the Holy Saul Temple as a duty. However, through the Adal A link, he began to doubt the Holy Saul Temple and sense the existence of the evangelist. From then on, he believed the evangelist Holy Saul Temple was the true one. It was no longer a duty when Burns saw the saint he wholeheartedly believed in. Haumie read Burns's thoughts and knew he was being sincere. But she didn't think he could abandon his humanity to spread the gospel. Unexpectedly, Burns was steadfast in his mission to follow the divine path of a priest. He believed that spontaneous human combustion was a trial humans must endure if they wish to touch the sun. By overcoming this trial, humanity would become the sun and return to the sacred flame. Only then would they have the right to be immersed in joy. That was why Obi had to receive the bug. Back underground, having identified Dobi I's location as Fuchu prison, Joker and Shirna would go ahead to clear a path for the rest of Company 8. Shirna couldn't bear the thought of the captain being implanted with a bug and turning into a mindless infernal. So he shot off in a flash. At the same time, in Fuchu prison, a white member/SLAD member slowly approached Obi I's cell. She declared that there was nothing that couldn't be bought with money. People could kill as they pleased when they had money. But she didn't kill for money, but to spread despair. She lifted her veil and introduced herself as Gold, the Destroyer. Obi didn't care what her name was, he just wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. But Gold said money couldn't bribe her because she was already a walking gold mine. Obi didn't need to pay to be released. Gold would let him go herself after turning him into an infernal. The situation up top was tense. While Company 8 was casually strolling underground, despite leaving in a hurry, Vulcan still managed to bring Maki's equipment. Arthur only needed his sword, making things much lighter. As they were walking, a lizard ran past. Arthur immediately raised his sword, making everyone think an enemy was ahead. Only when they realized the guy was just being dramatic did they breathe a sigh of relief. Arthur was busy lost in his fantasy of being a knight slaying a fire dragon and was left behind by the others. Vulcan wondered how long it would take to reach Fuchu just by walking. Victor replied that Joker was driving an underground vehicle ahead of them, the fastest way to get to Fuchu. It was also how Joker moved so elusively in the nether. Seeing that Lieutenant Take His A still didn't trust Joker, Victor had no choice but to say that if he trusted him, he could trust Joker too. He might not look like it, but that guy was Tokyo's underground hero. On the other hand, Shirna never thought he'd cooperate with Joker, even though he had invited him to join during the Rookie Fire Soldier games. Meanwhile, Joker knew this day would come. It just arrived a little later than he thought. It was fine if Shirna didn't trust him. Being on guard was never a bad thing in these chaotic times. To strengthen Shirna's trust, Joker revealed he was helping Company 8 because his intuition told him they couldn't lose Obi just yet. This country needed a hero like him. Joker taught Shirna that if you stay in the darkness long enough, you'll naturally realize what true light is. It's not the Holy Saul Temple or the Holy Soul. Obi wasn't the only light Joker had found. Shirna, right next to him, was also a light. These words from Joker couldn't help but surprise Shirna. Joker warned that there were two very strong enemies in the prison, Burns and the Destroyer who killed Haig. Pillars usually have guardians, so Joker would protect Shirna just as guardians protect their pillars. But Shirna claimed that he had gotten stronger after his harsh training in Asakusa, so now he could solo Joker and Captain Burns. Seeing the kid's bravado, Joker teased him. asking if he was strong enough to defeat Benimaru. The moment he heard that name, Shirna's face fell. How could he possibly beat the strongest man in the Special Fire Force? After walking for a while through the dark tunnel, Thichu reached a place with a signal light. Without needing a reminder from Joker, Shirna charged forward to clear the way. The massive impact shook the building and alerted the white-clad. The battle between the two sides had officially begun. The huge explosion blew a hole in the road above, and Joker and Victor's beloved car was also destroyed. Black smoke billowed up in front of the prison gates. Shirna had only one goal: to rescue Captain Obi. He quickly ignited the flames under his feet and bounced across the ground to get inside. But he suddenly froze, because the captain of Company 1 was standing on the roof. Looking down at him, Shirna asked where Captain Obi was, and Burns flatly replied that since he had served the Holy Soul so devotedly, he was being rewarded by returning to the sacred flame. An image of the captain turning into an infernal flashed before Shirna's eyes. He angrily demanded to know why Burns did it. He answered honestly that he had wholeheartedly dedicated his life to serving the divine. However, after witnessing a miracle through the Adale link, he began to doubt the Holy Soul Temple. At that moment, his Aipsha seemed to burn with black flames. A bewildered Burns watched Haomi, muttering something, and then a brilliant light appeared before his eyes. Burns immediately submitted when he sensed the presence of the evangelist, the all-powerful saint he could truly believe in. He chose to dedicate himself to the true saint, and he believed in his choice. Joker admitted that Adadadavle was like a divine world, but since he didn't dedicate himself to any god, he couldn't understand Burns's thinking. Beside him, Shirna brought up the White-Clad's plan to recreate the great cataclysm and destroy the world. But Burns argued that destruction wasn't the end, as it paved the way for rebirth. Before the divine, human reasoning is meaningless. That's all well and good, but when Shirna asked about the people of Tokyo he had been saving all these years, Burns was rendered speechless. Instead, he snapped his fingers, activating a mechanism that hoisted Obi, tightly bound by chains, into the air. Burns declared that every mission has casualties. The higher the mission, the more casualties. Captain Obi was a good man, and Burns was eager to see what sacrificing him would bring in return. Hearing this, Shirna's blood boiled, and flames erupted from the soles of his feet. As he climbed the building, he gritted his teeth and launched himself at Burns. But the captain of Company 1 was no rookie. Shirna's powerful kick only managed to burn Burns' shoulder pad. The man himself stood firm as a rock. In fact, Burns only needed to throw a single punch to send Shirna tumbling several times over. Just then, Joker shot up and slammed a devastating kick into the ground, shattering it. He then unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast punches. However, Burns's blocking speed was just as fast, so he couldn't even touch a single hair on his head. With backup, Shirna confidently entered the fight, only to take another painful punch to the knee. Captain Burns was handling both of them at the same time. The flame on his Aipcha suddenly flared violently. In an instant, the ground cracked under his pressure. What followed was a blinding explosion caused by a high-pressure burst. The terrifying flames shook the entire building. Even Obi, tied to the post, flinched at its devastating power. When the smoke and dust cleared, it revealed Shirna hanging precariously from the side of the wall. He struggled to climb up while Joker remained motionless. The longer the fight dragged on, the more heat Burns accumulated. Just looking at that immense source of power was daunting enough. And that was only Sage 1. Even Joker broke into a cold sweat at the invincibility of Company 1's captain. If he gets stronger the longer he fights, how could they possibly turn this around? Shirna quietly observed and wondered what Captain Burns was thinking. The confusion and anxiety made him unconsciously grin menacingly. He couldn't understand how a fire soldier who had specialized in putting out fires and saving people for years could make such a drastic turn. He had seen Burns as a father figure when he saved him from the fire all those years ago. Yet now, he had betrayed his faith and respect. On top of that, he was shamelessly spouting extremely grating words that Shirna couldn't comprehend. He angrily charged forward to attack again. Another massive explosion erupted, sending black smoke billowing into the sky. Haomi, standing far inside, could see it. Burns had just told her to retreat for a moment so he could handle Company 8. Haomiya left the destroyer with Burns, but he wanted to deal with the fourth pillar, also known as Shirna, himself. Of course, Haomiya had no time to get involved in these matters. She quickly moved down to the basement, but her headache returned. Karen worriedly asked if Haomiya was okay. She irritably told him not to make a big deal out of it and walked away without looking back. In another scene, still annoyed with the white lad's ideal of turning Earth into a sun, even if a great cataclysm occurred, the planet couldn't become a sun. Those lunatics were a heretical cult, and he wouldn't believe their words, even if it killed him. And yet, Captain Burns sided with the white lad in their nonsense. Giovanni believed the captain must have witnessed something shocking in the Adali world, which led to his brainwashing. Cream could understand that. But if he believed the Earth could turn into a sun, he was truly a fool. Giovanni calmly explained that everyone acts according to their faith in the saint. Captain Burns was the same, so they couldn't judge him. Kareem continued to agree with this point, but the act of capturing Captain Obi was completely wrong. Back in the underground, the follow-up group had managed to snag a truck, so they no longer had to walk. However, the underground roads were full of potholes, making the truck bounce up and down. As a result, Arthur fell out without anyone noticing. Inside the truck, Victor reminded Vulcan they were approaching Fuchu, lest the guys driving send the whole group off a cliff. Meanwhile, Take His A, in the truck bed, was telling the girls to prepare for battle. The four of them stared blankly at the battle-hungry Take His A before them. It took a moment before Maki dared to raise her hand and say that standing like that while the truck was moving was dangerous. The lieutenant had always forbidden everyone in the company from doing that. But now that he was a rebel, he could do whatever he wanted. No rules could hold him back anymore. In a few more minutes, Company 8 would level Fucha prison. Looking at this fierce and aggressive demeanor, who would have thought this guy had only become a rebel a few hours ago? Take His A boldly told his subordinates not to be silent. He wanted to hear them all shout the 4 words level the prison. They looked at each other hesitantly for a moment before repeating his words. But their tone was still too weak, so Take His A made them say it over and over. The truck continued to rumble forward, to the sound of the girls chanting, "Level the prison." Back to the events on the surface. The shockwave from the explosion caused by Burns made the White Lad members turn their attention that way. One of them wondered why they let Burns live after he experienced an Abale link. The destroyer explained that Haomiya needed him for this game. Specifically, to link Burns with a doppelganger. Since Burns was dealing with the fourth pillar, their mission was to push back the rest of Company 8. The darkness of despair will guide this planet to the sun. Before leaving, the destroyer mentioned that Haomiya was in the Holy Land in the Nether, collecting the collective unconscious. That was why those agonizing moans were constantly being emitted. But Karen was only allowed to stand outside and not interfere. At the same time, Jonah, with his ever-troublesome body, approached the Holy Land. Hearing Haomiya's tormented cries from outside, he assumed the process of collecting the collective unconscious was going smoothly. But Karen couldn't bear to watch her suffer like this any longer. Jonah said the time to decipher the numbers had come. Their moment had arrived. For Karen, as long as Haomiya no longer had to suffer, it could come any time. Haomiya was currently kneeling under a sun and a moon of incredibly bizarre shapes. At the same time, at Special Fire for Company 5, Princess Hibana was buried in her lab, researching documents related to Talking Infernal-S, Demon Infernal-S, and Doppelganger-S. Hibana couldn't hide her exhaustion as her investigation uncovered unpleasant things. Could the convent that raised her and Iris have been part of an experiment? That would mean someone deliberately set the fire to kill the sisters, and it was somehow related to the Doppelganger-S. The more she pieced things together, the more confused Hibana became. She angrily slammed her hand on the table with a loud bang. Meanwhile, at Fuchu prison, the Yang-clad were wandering the courtyard, searching for the members of Company 8. Their strategy was to use the fourth pillar, Shirna, as bait to create a diversion. However, since they didn't know which way Company 8 would approach from, they had to guard the back gate carefully. They weren't stupid enough to storm the main gate. Just as the Annihilator finished speaking, with a loud boom, the wall was blown away as Company 8 made their entrance. The thick dust and smoke made it hard for Takehise to see his surroundings. He shouted that their mission was to find Captain Obi, and anyone who got in their way would be dealt with. No questions asked. Seizing the opportunity of the white lad mocked the Annihilator for her terrible prediction. This allowed Company 8 to spot the white clad standing right in front of them. Of course, Takehise, who made the grand entrance by breaking the wall, had anticipated this. He told Vulcan to fall back and cover the rear with Victor. Arthur was to take points so everyone could observe their movements. But after saying that, the team realized the kid had vanished. At some point, it turned out they hadn't seen Arthur, because he had fallen off the vehicle on the way. Without that dumb kid, who was going to take point? This was why Takehise always told the team not to stand while the vehicle was moving. Things never go as planned. The Annihilator on the other side figured Company 8 didn't have much time to plan, which is why they charged in recklessly. She immediately activated her power. Whoever comes first, dies first. The situation was urgent, but all three members who usually take point were not present. Takehise and Maki were hesitating over who should go first when Maki volunteered for the job. After all, she had fire resistance, so she wasn't afraid. While her speed couldn't match Shirna's, she was much more agile than him. With that, Tamaki dashed like the wind toward the white clad, while the others got into position to support her fully. Victor, looking through Vulcan's scope, got a view of the enemy to begin his analysis. Tamaki was relentlessly attacking Jiuyu, but hadn't landed a single hit. Even so, she didn't give up, leaping high to throw a fireball at her opponent's head. Takehise immediately fired his gun to add pressure on Jiuyu, but she had the ability to affect the bullets, redirecting them straight at Tamaki. The cat girl tumbled across the ground dodging the bullets. Seeing the situation was not good, Takehise told Maki to control the remaining ones, but Jiuyu simply absorbed all 4 bullets into her golden arm, then flicked her wrist to attack Company 8. Fortunately, they managed to block the shots with Maki's shield, barely escaping disaster. After a few exchanges, Maki realized the enemy was using heat instead of fire, so a second-generation pyrokinetic like her couldn't control it. Jiu declared that the Annihilator are experts at dealing with pyrokinetics. Though Maki was strong, she couldn't fight them. The situation for Shirna and Joker on the roof wasn't any better, as Captain Burns' firepower had entered its second phase. If they didn't deal with him quickly, they wouldn't stand a chance against him. Meanwhile, after observing for a while, Victor could only offer a preliminary conclusion. The problem was Jiuyu's golden arm. For him to come up with a solution, they had to hold on a little longer. Seeing their determination, Jiu showed off her power, boasting that she alone was enough to handle all of Company 8. Naturally, Company 8 immediately responded to her arrogance. Now was the time to channel the spirit Captain Obi had instilled in them, and fight the enemy to the bitter end. Before Tamaki charged at the enemy, Vulcan slipped something into her hand, not having enough time to make more. Well, it's better than nothing. Tamaki promised to make good use of it. Jiuyu warned that bullets would be useless, then used a magnetic field to rip the shield from Maki's hands, forcing her to launch Tekio to block the shield from falling on her head. Victor's scanner was still working at full capacity. He wondered if Jiuyu's firepower came from mental manipulation or magnetism. That golden gauntlet was quite special, so countless theories were forming in his head. Lisa saw Victor mumbling to himself and got worried, but Sister Iris believed he would soon find a solution. Just like when he came up with the idea to create a firestorm by dispersing geothermal heat. Victor always had crazy but effective ideas. He had helped the team out of the tightest spots on numerous occasions. That's why Iris placed her complete faith in Victor, a key member of Fire Force Company 8. Gold isn't attracted by magnetism and doesn't affect firepower. There must be something related to fire and heat. While Victor used every neuron in his brain to deduce the answer, Tamaki continued to charge and attack Jiuyu, who used Maki's shield to block her. Just as Tamaki leapt high into the air, the shield came flying at her. Luckily, Maki managed to save her with Tekio in the nick of time. Having her plans thwarted by Maki again and again was clearly annoying Jiuyu. On top of that, Tekio was now hurtling at high speed straight toward her. Just then, Victor figured it out and quickly told Vulcan to stop Tekio's attack immediately. Vulcan immediately relayed the message, telling Maki to stop her attack, which surprised her. At the same time, Sheeran and Joker, still on the roof, hadn't found a way to take down Burns. He always acted like he knew everything but never said a word. Sheeran hated how Burns always considered himself to be right. This feeling of hatred caused his power to explode, while Burns on the other side was burning brighter than ever. Meanwhile, down below, Tekino was stopped dead by Juyu's magnetic field, making Vulcan break out in a cold sweat. Victor hurriedly explained that she was creating a magnetic field with gold and heat, since gold doesn't normally interact with magnets. Vulcan had assumed Joyu couldn't use magnetism. Victor corrected him, explaining that it relied on heat. Gold emits a magnetic field when heat is applied to it. Joyu's power was that of a third-generation pyrokinetic. She channels the heat she generates through the golden gauntlet, creating the magnetic field to control metal. The bullets, the shield, and Maki's Tekio are all made of iron, so they are easily controlled by the magnetic field. By the time Victor finished his analysis, GQU had already stolen all of their side's weapons. GQU mused that looting enemy weapons on sight and using them to counterattack saves a lot of money. With that, GQU waved her hand, sending the pile of weapons flying toward Company 8. Tamaki immediately whipped her tails, throwing something forward. Meanwhile, Take His A was about to draw his gun and shoot, but Vulcan stopped him, fearing it would give the enemy more weapons. Take His A had no choice but to roll aside to dodge, but he still got hit. Who would have thought she'd even make full use of a discarded gun barrel like that? Tamaki rushed to protect the lieutenant, causing Tekio to target her, while Take His A and Maki on the other side were nearly crushed by the shield. Maki quickly ran over and held the shield down firmly while Tamaki faced the fierce pursuit from Juyu all by herself. She'd been jumping from place to place to distract the enemy, waiting for the right moment to use the device Vulcan made for her. It was a type of firepower amplifier that combined iron oxide and aluminum powder. Once ignited, it would create a thermite reaction and produce immense firepower. Just as he finished speaking, the explosion rained down directly on the white-clad. The story was that after her training in a Sakusa, Tamaki had gone to ask Vulcan to create a tool to increase her firepower. It was true she had new moves and was faster than before, but her basic firepower was still weaker than Shirna's and Arthur's. The enemies were getting stronger and stronger, so Tamaki wanted to do everything she could to be useful to everyone. Her sincerity moved Vulcan. He promised to do everything to help her fight confidently on the battlefield. Seeing Tamaki holding a massive fireball in her hands, even the white-clad were impressed. Her firepower was quite formidable. Tamaki called her attack the giant cat fireball. Juyu took a direct hit and was engulfed in a sea of flames. And yet, she wasn't even scratched. An ordinary assassin would have trouble surviving that. Before, and a lot are best who specialize in fighting pyrokinetics like her. Fire resistance is raised to a whole new level. With that, she controlled Tamaki's belt, causing her to be repeatedly punched by Maki's Tekio. Unable to move her body, she could only stand there and take the hits. Luckily, her pants suddenly fell down, freeing her from the enemy's control. Once again, her timely wardrobe malfunction saved her life. The jacket of the Fire Force Company 8 is made from a special heat-resistant plastic from Atiyo. The only metal part is on the belt, so the whole group had to take off their pants to be safe. Juyu mocked them for their unsightly appearance, but Take His A retorted that his company shoots a new calendar for the new year. Since they live skulking in the nether, they wouldn't know that Company 8's calendar sells like hotcakes. The problem of Juyu grabbing their pants was solved, but the team still hadn't found a way to counter her magnetic field. Just then, Lisa stepped forward, asking why everyone was naked. Had they forgotten what her power was? Her fish fire has magnetic properties, so it can disrupt the enemy's magnetic field. After all, Lisa was once a knight of the Knights of the Ashen Flame. She couldn't just stand by and watch her comrades get beaten, even though she had fought against Company 8 before. Captain Obi still welcomed her, so this time she wanted to step up and help everyone rescue him. Lisa would buy time for the group while Vulcan provided support from the rear. On the other side, Victor had also thought of a plan to deal with Juyu. The enemy is a third-generation pyrokinetic, so they can't use fire to attack her. The most effective way to fight right now is with Lieutenant Takehi's gun. Jiuyu's forehead is the ideal target, but her magnetic field will block it, so they have to neutralize it by using iron filings to overwhelm the magnetic field from Jiuyu's gauntlet. Vulcan asked where they could find iron filings now, and Victor said they were everywhere. They were going to use iron to coat Jiuyu's golden gauntlet. Easier said than done. If she can control iron, how could they approach her now? Victor admitted this would be impossible for ordinary people, but they are fire for Company 8. At this point, the White Mage-Glad had lost their patience, asking Jiuyu how long she planned to play around. Time is money, so she should hurry up and destroy the enemy. Jiuyu said they were out of options, so there was no need to rush. But her comrades thought she was just acting, so she launched an attack to shut them up. Lisa immediately activated her fish fire, making Maki's weapons unable to penetrate her massive tentacles. Jiuyu was confused when her ability to control the magnetic field was countered. However, if she managed to adjust her field, Company 8 would be done for. Lisa urged the team to do something before the enemy could react. So, Victor explained the counter plan to Vulcan, which made the engineer grin, confident that their side would win. First, Tamaki prepared to make a fire. She didn't understand what they were planning, but she obediently got into position. Behind her, Vulcan was busy preparing his tools. After which, he asked Maki to help carry a pile of screws over to Tamaki. The cat girl was asked to spin her tails to form a fire pot to melt the pile of scrap metal. However, her fire wasn't hot enough to melt iron, which requires 2800 degrees. Vulcan decided to add a catalyst to the pot, to Maki's, but was definitely going to get roasted this time. Maki tried to keep the fire pot stable, but the temperature was still too low. This forced Vulcan to spray more oxygen into it. Tamaki panicked and asked what he was doing. She never juggled so many things at once before. Vulcan explained he would add this to the fire to raise the temperature to 2800. Meanwhile, Lisa was still doing her job well. However, Jiuyu had figured out her trick and finished adjusting her magnetic field. Teki slammed into Lisa, suppressing the pain. She asked if Vulcan was done yet, but no one answered. Only then did Jiuyu realize the others were doing something behind Lisa's back. Unfortunately for her, Tamaki had already melted the iron and was rushing toward her. Jiu confidently said she would use her magnetic field to take the iron. But iron, heated to 770 degrees, changes its properties and becomes magnetic. Tamaki threw the whole pot of molten iron onto Jiuyu's golden gauntlet, rendering it useless. Without her gauntlet, Jiuyu was just an ordinary person. Takehize readily aimed and prepared to land a headshot on Jiuyu. She collapsed to the ground. To her comrades' astonishment, a White Mage-Glad member quickly stepped forward, saying he would take the field, telling the others not to worry. Just as Tamaki was boasting loudly about Company 8's teamwork, the White Glad members said they only fight alone. With that, Steam created a whirlwind in the palm of his hand, causing Vulcan to hurriedly send data to Victor for analysis. Tamaki, confident in her heat resistance ability, remained at the front line, but unexpectedly, the whirlwind cut a line across her cheek. The people behind her were shocked, realizing something was wrong. Based on Tamaki's injury, the enemy was using a stream of gas from his flames to attack with whirlwinds and vortexes. This time, Steam created for whirlwinds from his limbs. Using the cover of smoke and dust, he suddenly dashed toward Takehize, telling him to aim carefully. The enemy's speed was so fast that Victor couldn't analyze it in time, and Takehize couldn't react to the lightning-fast sneak attack. Just when it seemed like he was a goner, several gleaming sword slashes flashed, forcing Steam to leap backward. Hearing his opponent introduce himself as the Night King, Arthur, Steam laughed and said even a Night King must yield to his fairies. However, before the whirlwinds could even form, they were stopped by Arthur with a single move, Violet Flash, leading the remaining White-Glad member, unable to believe what had just happened before his eyes. At that point, everyone in Company 8 started asking Arthur where he'd been all this time. He calmly replied that he fell off his horse and feet now. Back to Shirna's fight, he couldn't hide his anger at Burns' silent treatment. If he hadn't stayed silent about the fire 12 years ago, his brother Sho wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Burns said he was a servant of God, but Shirna corrected him, saying he was a priest and a firefighter. Protecting people is the duty and responsibility of a firefighter. However, before being a priest or firefighter, Burns was a human who constantly prayed for this country and this world, without asking for anything for himself. And what about Shirna? What did he wish for in his prayers, and had they ever been answered? Shirna declared he would become a hero to save everyone from their suffering. Upon hearing this, Burns ordered Obi to be given an infernal bug. The white ends clad behind him acted immediately. The bug crawled into the captain's body right before Shirna's eyes. Burns declared that his prayer would never come true. Amidst Obi's cries of agony, Arthur returned to help the team regain their footing. Tamaki had also held off the enemy and defended the front line well, which was why the team had lasted this long. Just then, Obi's screams echoed from above. Arthur lightly swung his sword, cutting through the building to reveal Obi writhing in agony on a pillar. Shirna, enraged, rushed to save him, but was punched by Burns so hard he threw up. Burns' emotional's expression was a stark contrast to the captain's pain face. Just as Shirna screamed in anger, Obi's shirt suddenly ripped apart. His solid six-pack was revealed. To everyone's amazement, his muscles were so hard the infernal bug couldn't penetrate them. Trying to turn Obi into an infernal was a bad move. His body was now tougher and stronger than ever. Even the iron chains of the white lag couldn't bind him. Seeing this, Takeze told his subordinates to support the captain by showering him with compliments. And so, a stream of praise poured out. Perfect body lines, firm and extremely sexy muscles. Obi, hearing this from above, immediately began to pose, showing off his physique. He was filled with more confidence with every word of praise from his team. Even Victor told Sister Iris to enthusiastically cheer for the captain. Thanks to this, Obi's morale was extremely high. The white Sheen-clad member realized things were getting out of control and threw more infernal bugs at Obi. But his skin was as hard as iron, so they were all useless. The white-clad member fell over before Obi's superior physical strength, while the man himself was busy striking poses for his subordinates below to praise. Burns acknowledged Obi's extraordinary power. He thought that flexing muscles would eventually get tiring, and then they'd see how he struggled. With the captain safe, the pressure on Shirna was reduced. Now he could focus on taking down Burns. The whole team knew Obi was trying to endure, so they needed to get to him as quickly as possible. Arthur thought they just needed to take down the last white hound clad in front of them, but suddenly, a muscular, bald man appeared before them. He landed, making the ground shake. He slowly emerged from the billowing smoke and dust and declared that wherever he steps, only ashes remain. Takeze had just raised his gun when Maki pushed him back. This one was completely different from the enemies they had faced before. The bald guy introduced himself as Dragon, saying one breath from him would be enough to kill them all. Arthur looked at the mountain knight-like enemy before him without a hint of fear. Could it be that the dragon he had been waiting for so long had finally appeared? The scene Arthur painted was incredibly grand, so he quickly activated Excalibur. Arthur introduced himself as the Night King, and this was his first time facing a dragon. Dragon thought the kid's mind had been scrambled by his presence. Not everyone can face a dragon, so Arthur asked everyone to step back and let him handle this one. Dragon suddenly lowered his center of gravity and blew out a whirlwind that sent everyone flying. This caused Victor to lose his view of the battlefield. Company 8 was laid out on the ground after just one breath from Dragon. Only Arthur remained standing after that last attack. His opponent was not an ordinary dragon, but an incredibly powerful one. If Excalibur could defeat him, Arthur would bestow upon it a new, cooler title, Dragon Slayer, which suddenly made it bigger and longer than before. Vulcan scrambled to his feet, asking what nonsense this guy was spouting, but he immediately shut his mouth when he saw the sword had transformed. Arthur dashed forward at the speed of light, then used his violet flash to attack Dragon. The firepower unleashed was immense as the flames erupted violently. The ground shook, making the white-clad member exclaim that Company 8 actually had someone this strong. However, it wasn't enough to take down Dragon. With just one punch, He sent Arthur's entire body flying away. Luckily, he managed to slash the wall twice before crashing into it. Dragon praised Arthur's graceful landing, saying that for a human, he had some talent. The way he spoke, it was as if he wasn't human. Indeed, this guy identified himself as a dragon, with a level of narcissism not unlike Arthur, who always saw himself as a knight. Though his whole body was trembling, he tried to cover it up, saying his warrior instincts were trembling with excitement. Usually, Arthur would boast that his Excalibur could kill in a single slash, but he couldn't be careless when fighting a dragon. Therefore, he would continue to strike Dragon with his sword until he fell. True to his word, Arthur charged forward, slashing repeatedly at his opponent. But he didn't even get a scratch on him. He even made Arthur's nose bleed while standing perfectly still. By the time Arthur realized the true power of a dragon, Dragon had already smashed the ground to pieces with a single blow. He knew Arthur wouldn't back down easily. Every slash sought a counter, and even when pushed far back, he would charge forward again like a moth to a flame. He focused his slashes on the chest to pierce the heart or the core of an infernal. His skill was quite good for his age. Too bad Dragon wasn't an easy opponent. At that moment, Excalibur in Arthur's hand suddenly erupted with power, having decided to fight to the death. He couldn't stop here. Victor and Sister Iris watched from behind as Arthur dueled solo with Dragon. It was true that the opponent was big and strong, but Arthur's firepower increased or decreased depending on his ability to overthink things. Arthur had found his ideal opponent, so his imagination was working at full capacity. Victor thought no one could stop Arthur now. Dragon was very impressed with the strength and fire-wielding ability of the young man before him. He considered him the perfect opponent for Arthur to show off. Dragon was so unlucky to have drawn this weirdo. Dakize silently looked at the gun in his hand. He had fired a few shots at Dragon's vital points, but they all failed to penetrate his rock-hard skin. And it seemed Arthur's attacks were having the same effect. Maki felt this was very strange. Arthur was attacking relentlessly by himself, but he was the one getting injured. Dragon taunted him for being too weak, but instead of affecting him, it only buffed his delusional strength, making him determined to defeat him and become a dragon slayer. His next slash was so strong that it managed to cut a line across Dragon's chest. However, the damage reflected back, causing Arthur to bleed. Dragon took this opportunity to mock the kid for being weak as a snail. Unable to even dodge a few scales, the wound Arthur had inflicted on his chest was quickly sealed by a layer of tough scales. The situation was getting difficult as the opponent had an incredibly reliable defense. Arthur noted that the dragon scales were the hardest thing to deal with. Victor was too far away to see what Dragon looked like clearly, but he thought his composition was similar to that of an infernal's body. Dragon extended his arm to reveal sharp claws and struck Arthur head-on. The delusional boy tumbled over to his comrades and smashed his face into a wall. While Vulcan ran to Arthur, Victor was busy analyzing the enemy's infernal-like hand. Dragon praised Arthur's ability to increase his power with his imagination, but unfortunately, he still hadn't reached a Dale. In the end, human strength has its limits. Dragon covered his entire body in glossy black dragon scales, which made Victor's face turn pale. He didn't expect him to be able to freely transform parts of his body into an infernal. While Company A was in a difficult situation, Karen of Company 1 was looking through SHO's work records and found something strange. He frequently visited an orphanage where Captain Hibana of Company 5 and Sister Iris of Company 8 used to live. It was also the place suspected of housing a doppelganger research lab. This meant it was related to doppelgangers. Hibana was also racking her brain over this matter. According to her, a doppelganger is another version of oneself from a Dale. She thought they wanted to kill their real-world counterparts to replace them. Perhaps the infernal phenomenon and doppelgangers were closely related. If they couldn't cover the truth behind doppelgangers, perhaps humanity could also unravel the truth about the infernal phenomenon. Back to the battle. Arthur struggled to get up after the attack. Dragon stood haughtily in his new, more powerful form. This dragon was more special than Victor had thought. However, that only made Arthur's imagination richer and stronger. Lisa and Tamaki cheered for their friend. Arthur was out of breath, but he knew his responsibility right now. Take his a step back as Arthur said. He didn't forget to encourage his junior. Certain he could do it. This was the dragon he had always been looking for. Dragon finally decided to use his trump card. He linked and coordinated the dragon within and without to generate maximum power. It was the first time Arthur had witnessed such a sight, while his opponent had plenty of experience with dragons as well as combat. As soon as Dragon breathed fire, he managed to imagine a plasma armor to protect himself from the flames. The destructive power of the breath was immense. As whirlwinds kicked up dust that filled the sky, Vulcan worriedly wondered how Arthur was, until he saw his junior still standing firm against the wind. Surprising everyone, Arthur's delusion had reached a new level. He believed his Excalibur was a holy sword that could slay dragons, causing its firepower to increase. Arthur thought he would have nearly died if not for the sword and armor he got from a volcano. Dragon didn't understand what this kid was talking about. Only Arthur's comrades knew what he needed. They chanted in unison, cheering for the Night King to advance. That was all Arthur needed to unleash his divine dragon slaying slash. Unfortunately, he wasn't the only one who could get a power me. Dragon had grown a pair of wings and shattered Arthur's weapon to pieces. He collapsed from exhaustion, to shock of the entire team. Dragon declared that humans were no match for dragons. Maki ran to Arthur, telling him to hold on. But they were facing a dragon at full power. In another development, Captain Nobi was still showing off his muscle power, scaring the White Lad members so much he was trembling. Shirna didn't know how much longer he could hold on. Burns said there wasn't much time left, so he should charge at him right now. Joker also prepared his four aces to attack Burns from four sides. He didn't bother to run and braced himself to take the hit. The firepower was strong, but it only managed to push him back a little without scratching him. Joker heard Burns say his mission was to block the two of them. He said with disgust that he was disgustingly bound by rules. Burns retorted, "That's someone who fled the organization and lives in the shadows like Joker could never change the world." Joker replied to distract Burns, allowing Shirna to strike from above. The kick slammed Burns' head down through several floors. Obi still managed to get out of harm's way and maintain his perfect state. Burns remained steadfast in his belief that the weak must obey the strong. To defy the rules, one must get through him first. Shirna charged with powerful kicks, but they didn't trouble Burns. Even when he used his firepower to flip upside down and attack from above, he couldn't inflict any damage. Yet, Burns only needed one punch to send him flying. His clothes were torn, but he hadn't made any progress. So Shirna angrily took off his protective gear to fight with more gusto. Flashing back to Burns' past. From his youth, he had always prayed anytime, anywhere, while his peers only knew how to play. Burns' focused prayers even impressed the adults. Day after day, month after month, Burns wholeheartedly clasped his hands in prayer whenever he could. Because of that devotion, he was given the holy name Leonard, the god of the forest who drives away evil. Even after joining the fire force, Burns kept his habit of praying every day, which even an atheist like Joker had to respect. They had witnessed the mistakes of this world, and the price was an eye. And yet, Burns still prayed. Who was he praying to? What was he praying for? And for what purpose? Joker told Burns to open his remaining and look at the truth. But Burns just silently walked away. He didn't need to explain his actions with words. He was a priest serving the divine. And no matter what happened, he would continue to pray. Joker asked Burns if he knew what freedom was. Burns replied that in the shadow of the Holy Soul, there is no freedom. Joker expressed his desire for freedom, even if only in thought, while Burns always placed his faith in the Holy Soul, and this faith would never waver. Joker asked if living like that wasn't suffocating, but Burns didn't answer. In fact, recently, doubt had been growing within Burns. He wondered where his prayers would go if this world had no God. Burns began to seek the truth behind the Holy Saul Temple and the records of Raffles I's wife. The founder of the Holy Saul Temple was another entity that had replaced the original. However, even without a God, the people were saved by the miracle of Amatoriza. So where was the God he believed in? What Burns saw that day was an experience of excessive fanaticism. which resulted in the destruction of humanity. The questions of who to pray to and for what purpose constantly arose in Burns's mind. Finally, he came to a conclusion. He never prayed for himself, so his prayers were the purest. Thanks to that, Burns was able to see the evangelist, even if only for a moment. What he aimed for was the outcome he prayed for. Joker, tired of hearing Burns ramble, said with disgust, "People like Burns make the world worse." Meanwhile, Shearna refused to give up and fan the flames of his passion. Burns challenged him. If he desired it that much, then come at him. The battle between two generations with opposing ideologies resumed. Shearna instantly moved forward with a powerful kick. Burns blocked it with one hand and punched back with the other, pushing his opponent back. Shearna shot away, and then bounced back like an arrow. While the two fought fiercely, Joker stood outside, observing and taking a smoke break. Shearna was now upside down, his hands supporting his body as he spun a few times before launching himself high up. He concentrated immense firepower into the soles of his feet, aiming to land in the middle of Burns's chest. He didn't avoid it and stood still to take the hit. An old soldier like Burns would never break the laws of nature. However, the older the ginger, the spicier. Burns took the full force of the blow without flinching. He even landed a hit on the young soldier Shearna, making him cough up blood. He fell on his back but immediately bounced back with a kick to Burns's chest, just as he opened his mouth to say he was still green and naive. Shearna activated Corna, turning the fire under his feet into black flames that swallowed his opponent. Burns was a bit surprised by this attack. However, he quickly regained his usual composure and dispelled it. If old soldiers have their pride, then so do young soldiers. Shearna dodged one of Burns's attacks and kicked him in the head. Burns didn't flinch and punched Shearna so hard his back hit the wall. If this was all his stamina, he wouldn't be able to change anything. Shearna struggled to get up. He would definitely not give up here. Joker, seeing an old man and a young man fighting for pride, couldn't help but feel weary. Only when Shearna defeated Burns could this battle end. Shearna punched Burns in the stomach, a painful blow, but his opponent grabbed his leg and slammed him to the ground. He spun Shearna around like a pinwheel. So, he activated the fire on his other leg, forcing him to keep up with his speed. Seeing this was not good, Burns had to let go. Shearna took the opportunity to flip towards him and perform some incredibly slick moves that looked pretty good. The only problem was that Burns still read his moves as usual. Joker reminded him to calm down, but Shearna said he hadn't reached enough speed yet. Momentum equals mass times velocity. As long as his velocity was great enough, his power would not be inferior. With that, Shearna shot forward with a lightning kick. He tried to put all his force into it to push Burns back but was mocked by him, asking if that was all his pride amounted to. Burns deflected Shearna's kick in an instant, then grabbed his head from the ground and punched him repeatedly. Joker was ready to use his trump card to save the kid, but then stood still like a statue, watching him get beaten to a pulp. He was a man of the shadows, not the one to bring about change. That was the job of a hero like Shearna. Seeing that he hadn't returned to the fight yet, Joker called out just as Burns was about to land a punch on his face. Suddenly, the corner of Shearna's mouth curled up. A wicked grin appeared, signaling he was back and stronger than before. Shearna grabbed Burns's hand, flipped over, and kicked him in the face. He treated Burns's body like a trampoline, jumping up and down twice on his weak spot. However, on the third time, he was punched high into the air. Shearna reminded himself that now was not the time to give up and shot down at Godspeed. Before Burns could stand up, he had to raise his hands to block Shearna's knee strike. He said this battle was all his choice, to fight against the world, but without knowing what to do. All he could do was struggle like this. As long as he was breathing, he could still fight back. Shearna was not the kind of kid to just say yes to things that were wrong. The kid's defiant attitude successfully angered Burns. Don't think only youngsters dare to rebel. Let him show them what a rebellion in old age looks like. Shearna wasn't afraid of that. He would continue until Burns admitted he was wrong. He had promised to protect his mother, his brother, and Fire Force Company 8. To do that, he would destroy the world and even God if necessary. That intense determination seemed to have affected the link between him and his brother. Sho felt a current run through his body. The Adao Lei link affected him, making him vaguely see a memory from his childhood. Back then, he was just a baby in a cradle, reaching for his brother's hand. Sho wondered who that person was, what that warm feeling was, and why it was intruding into his universe right now. Sho thought deeply and then uttered the words "big brother." Meanwhile, his brother was devastated thinking about the day he lost his family, the most precious and sacred thing he had. No life is too expensive or too cheap. Every life is equally important. Shirna wanted to become a hero who saves everyone. To this day, that has not changed. There is one life that he needs to protect at all cost. Just as his body showed signs of overheating, the pressure of death weighed heavily on Shirna's shoulders. A blue flame suddenly appeared under his feet. Joker immediately recognized the powerful flame with a temperature far exceeding normal, and Shirna had entered a new state. Burns' heat on the opposite side was also rising very quickly. The chance of winning was slim, but it was better than nothing. The power of the blue flame forced Burns to use his pressure of death to enter phase 4. Shirna mustered all his strength and dashed toward Burns. The kick was launched but couldn't penetrate Burns' solid defense. He continuously prayed to God to become the forest god of the Empire and Dr. Wei demons. Burns stomped his foot on the ground for a firm stance, then provoked Shirna, asking if this was all a hero could do. The gods craved destruction. As a loyal servant, Burns must walk that path. To oppose him was to oppose all creation. A young and strong person like Shirna couldn't even defeat an old man like him. Shirna believed in his ability. No one could block his kick, even if it was Captain Burns or God himself. This time, Shirna actually did what he said. His foot broke through Burns' solid defense, causing him to fall backward. Time seemed to stop as Burns activated the pressure of death once again and entered phase 5. He now looked like a powerful guardian deity. The terrifying pressure forced Shirna to use all his strength to avoid being blown away. Burns declared that the evangelist was the voice of this world. The gods had decreed that this world must come to an end. Therefore, a devout child like him would do everything possible to make that happen. Hearing this, Shirna could only curse. He would have to stop it even if it killed him. The rising emotions pulled the two brothers into another world. Shirna, bruised all over, still smiled encouragingly. His brother didn't need to worry at all. Just stay there and wait for him to come and save him. Sho, of course, felt that intense link for a moment. Shirna was now concentrating everything he had into the soles of his feet. He continuously accelerated to deliver the finishing blow to the enemy. Burns raised his hands high, increasing the distance between himself and Shirna. However, once he had taken action, no one could stop him. Shirna put all his life force into this one kick. A flash of lightning appeared, and then there was only white. He successfully broke through Burns' final line of defense, causing the demonic flame to shoot upwards and then vanish into nothingness. Shirna collapsed from exhaustion, sweat pouring down like rain from his overheated body. Meanwhile, Burns stood tall before him, then powerlessly fell back against the rock behind him. His burnt eye patch revealed an eye that had seen through the mortal world. He said the world's flame is large, but the young must dare the hope. Burns admitted that Shirna had given him a good fight, and seeing him grow stronger and develop made him very happy. Shirna wondered why Burns didn't dodge. He calmly replied that when a young person like him stands up against the world, an old man like him can only accept it. Joker helped Shirna up and remarked on Burns' uniquely strange way of life. He asked if the evangelist was the voice of this world. Burns continued to reply with the words he had said many times. If the gods want to destroy the world, a loyal servant like him can only obey. The eye he left in the past only sees destruction. Therefore, Shirna must become stronger than the world itself to change that. At that moment, Haumie and Karen sensed that a new pillar had just been born. Shirna's ankles sparked, signaling the A-Dal-A link. Before he could understand anything, Burns suddenly coughed up blood. His stomach had been pierced by the horn of a pitch-black demon. Shirna noticed one of its eyes was defective. So this could be the doppelganger. At the same time, the remaining members of Company 8 still hadn't dealt with Dragon. He opened his mouth wide, preparing to spit out a fireball to incinerate them all. Maki immediately stepped up to protect her comrades so they could escape. The attack was so terrifying that she realized just how great the difference in power between them was. Just as Maki thought this was the end, Sister Iris intervened to save them all. The dragon's breath swept in a straight line toward the horizon. Dragon thought Company 8 was all dead, but they were all still alive and kicking. Phaeton team thought Maki had blocked the attack, while she herself didn't understand why. Only Dragon knew what that power was. Sister Iris breathed a sigh of relief when no one noticed anything unusual. But it seemed Victor had realized something. At that moment, Haumea eagerly appeared with her group of white-clad while Burns was being impaled by the Demon and Oppelgand. He didn't allow Shirna to come near him. And Joker also tried to hold him back, reminding him of their goal for coming here. No one knew how much longer Obi could hold on. Wasting time would put him in danger. Burns held the demon's head tightly and told Shirna to run. He entrusted the rest to Joker. They stood still until Burns screamed, and Joker quickly turned Shirna around and took him away from there. Before closing his eyes for the last time, Burns clasped his hands in prayer for something. On the other hand, Haumea praised Company 8 for their tenacious resistance. However, except for the pillars, she wanted to put them all in coffins. The white-clad member received the order and immediately rushed towards Company 8. Just when it seemed like this would be their end, the guy was knocked out. The masked man standing on the utility pole introduced himself as the Mask of Light. Gambling and fighting were the loves of his life. That Matoi in that outfit. Haumea knew with a glance that the Mask of Light was Benimaru from her company. Although a Sakusa is independent, they shouldn't become an enemy of the Empire. So she advised Benimaru to wear a mask to hide his identity, then turn his happy coat inside out. Finally, say some weird introductory line to ensure no one would recognize him. Yet, everyone from friend to foe knew who he was. So he took off his coat and attacked the white-clad right away. Black smoke billowed up to create an opportunity for Company 8 to grab onto Amato I and escape. Karen suddenly jumped up to ambush Benimaru. Haumea below quickly joined in to support, but failed completely. Inka activated her fire and snuck up behind Benimaru. But it was useless. All the heat within a 4-meter radius of his body was completely under his control. It was the first time she had met such a tough opponent, and Inka couldn't hide her surprise. At that moment, Captain Nobi was still using all his strength to protect himself from the infernal bugs. Suddenly, some playing cards flew out of nowhere and sliced them in half, freeing him. Of course, the author of that timely rescue was Joker. A little later, and Obi would have run out of strength. As soon as Shirna showed his face, he asked where Captain Burns was. He staggered over to him and answered. A demon had appeared right before his eyes. Captain Burns was stabbed, and he couldn't save him. Obi, seeing his junior was unsteady, reached out to support him. From Shirna's account, he could understand that Captain Burns had entrusted everything to him. Shirna sadly said that Burns had taken all of his attacks. He had fought for this country until his last breath. Obi carried the exhausted Shirna on his back, which made him feel very warm. If only this country and this world could give him that same feeling. Just then, a Matoi flag flew by. Benimaru told them to grab onto it to get out of there. The members of Company 8 had also safely retreated. Tamaki was very excited because she felt like a real witch. Takehize was relieved to see Obi return safely. The trip wasn't in vain. Joker told them to go on ahead, then let go and drop down to Benimaru, telling him to go so he could cover their rear. But there were some worthy opponents here, so Benimaru didn't want to leave. Yet, even an ant can kill an elephant if it keeps biting. Joker admitted he was strong, but taking them all on alone was a bit much. Benimaru wasn't sure about anything because the opponent had a pretty formidable guy. Well, he might as well use the first form of his Ai-Hai handsword, Akatsuki, to greet them first. Karen immediately countered, which made Benimaru even more excited. They were all beasts, so this fight would be fun. Dragon suddenly appeared and ambushed Benimaru but was instantly neutralized. He continued to use the 7th form of his hand sword, Nichiren, to strike Dragon in the face, but it didn't seem to faze him. Joker advised Benimaru to stop playing around, so he unleashed the second form, Gecko, blinding his opponent before making a run for it. Everything went according to Helmai's plan. Today, all the pillars had gathered. Here, everything was complete. Now, they just needed to prepare the final step for the day this planet would be burned to a crisp. After some travel, Company 8 had returned to Asakusa. Benimaru quickly ordered his subordinates to take the injured for treatment. Keion-ro came to ask if Obi and Shirna were okay. Thankfully, Obi was fine. Shirna was exhausted and had fallen asleep. The one in critical condition was Arthur. Vulcan had performed first aid to stop the bleeding, but he needed surgery immediately. While everyone was busy taking Arthur away, Obi thanked Benimaru for helping Company. If he hadn't come to their rescue, they would all be dead. Benimaru had shared sake with Company, so he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. He just had one question: what was happening in the Empire? Obi held nothing back and explained everything to him. The Holy Saul Temple and the Evangelist had joined forces, and as a result, Company 8 had been exiled from the Empire. It seems Benimaru's intuition was correct. If only he were this sharp when gambling, he'd be rich. The captain of Company 1 died in today's battle. He was killed by an infernal, or rather, a doppelganger, as Haibana once mentioned. Obi was sure that Captain Burns' death would be blamed on Company 8. That would only strengthen the relationship between the Empire and the White-Clad. Benimaru wondered what Burns' purpose was in joining that battle. Could it have been to get Company 8 exiled? He pondered the question himself, then immediately dismissed the idea. Because Burns wasn't that kind of person. The next morning, at the Grand Cathedral of Special Fire Force Company 1, church bells echoed through the air. Everyone solemnly attended the captain's funeral. Kareem found it extremely frustrating to have to pray before an empty coffin. The Empire spread a rumor that Captain Burns died while pursuing the wanted criminal, Obi, and that Shirna was the one who finished him off. Company 8 was officially deemed a rebel force and became an enemy of the Empire. There was no way Kareem would believe this nonsense. Giovanni suddenly asked, "Do you still remember the captain's last words?" Of course. Kareem would never forget them. The captain had said, "All my life, I've only known how to pray. It's too late for me to change my ways, but Kareem and Giovanni, you still can. I want you both to think carefully about what's going to happen from now on. And don't forget to take care of Company 1 while I'm gone." He was on his way to the Nether to convey this message. At that moment, Burns even apologized to them for being such a stubborn and irresponsible old man. Meanwhile, at the Special Fire Force Company 5 compound, Haibana was getting dressed to go somewhere but was stopped by Kishirai. Kareem wondered what the captain was trying to change. The time had come for them to take on a heavy responsibility. Haibana and Kareem both had the same destination in mind: the Holy Saul Temple. The symbol of the convent was the cross of Saint Saul interwoven with flowers and leaves. It took him 113 homeless girls and raised them to be symbols of faith. The sisters would often pray every day to express their sincerity and gratitude to the saints above. The meals at the convent were all prepared by the sisters using vegetables they grew in their garden. Following the convent's motto and symbol, this place had a tradition of naming sisters after types of plants. Haibana returned to the place that raised her, clasping her hands in prayer for the sisters who died in the fire all those years ago. She hoped Sister Samiri was taking care of the girls in the afterlife. Even now, she still couldn't believe the truth about the doppelganger was hidden in this place. Haibana asked Kishirai to wait for her here. Even as a bodyguard, he wasn't allowed to set foot in the convent. She would call if she needed him. To come all the way to this remote part of the Empire just to be shut out like this. Kishirai was saddened by his boss's coldness. Before dragging himself over here, he was busy asking a girl out. Seeing that she had just finished training, he told her, "If you were as good as me, you wouldn't have to worry about that training session. If you're free tonight, let's go out to eat. I know the owner of the hardest to minus book restaurant in the Empire. I can take you there." The girl was unsure how to respond when Haibana appeared and said, "Trying to win someone over by only talking about yourself is a mistake. No one likes a show minus off like you." Hearing this, Kishirai was speechless. But he shamelessly ran a hand through his hair and tried to flirt with Haibana. She said coldly, "Your hair is an eyesore. So get rid of it." There's nothing more embarrassing than an ugly guy who won't take a hint. Only then did Kishiara understand the problem. He had cut his hair for Hibana. Yet she was still so cold to him. On the bright side, after cutting his hair, he didn't have to wake up to straighten it anymore. Which proved the captain cared about him. Thinking this, the fool deluded himself into believing that Hibana scolded him because she really liked him. She shot a disgusted glare at the gleefully daydreaming Kishiara. Why was her company filled with such obnoxious people? Hibana placed a hand on the ruins left behind by the fire. Childhood memories flooded her mind. She heard there was a beehive on the other side, so the group asked the brave Hibana to go with them. Seeing Iris sitting still, she pulled her along, promising to protect everyone. As they were about to get close to the beehive, they were caught red-handed by Sister Sumiri. Hibana said, "We just wanted to take a peek. But it's almost time for prayers." Sakuzi whispered, "We can sneak out after prayers." But, somehow, the sister still heard her. A sense of nostalgia washed over Hibana. Even though they were sisters, they were still mischievous kids back then who caused Sister Sumiri plenty of trouble. Hibana ventured deeper into the rubble. The fire had claimed everyone's lives, except for her and Iris. She had sworn on the Holy Saw cross that she would avenge them. Before long, she had circled the entire church. Nothing on the ground was intact. So she figured there had to be a secret basement. Hibana activated the watch on her wrist. If there was a large empty space below, the frequency would drop. She continued moving, and suddenly detected a sharp drop in wave amplitude in the dining hall. The entrance to the basement must be a place the sisters rarely went. Hibana guessed it was under the altar, as the sisters would never touch that place without permission. The problem now was that Hibana didn't know how to move this massive stone slab. She gave it a kick, but it didn't budge an inch. As she was trying to remember the altar's name, someone reminded her it was the altar of sacrifice. Karim and Giovanni suddenly appeared behind her, making Hibana ask irritably what they were doing here. Karim explained he wanted to ask her a few questions about the doppelgangers, so he came all this way. Kishiara was still lost in his own delusions, so he didn't notice anyone passing by. Hibana was furious, but that was the situation at hand. She had found something under the altar, but couldn't move it. Karim told Hibana to light a fire under the altar so he could handle it. But she was annoyed that he dared to give her orders. Only when Giovanni stepped forward did she pull out her fan to stop him. She then created a flaming rose whip for Karim to freeze with his coolant instrument. The sudden temperature change caused the altar to explode, revealing a secret staircase leading underground. Hibana created a flame to light the way. Giovanni prayed to Saint Saul for forgiveness for this transgression. The underground cellar had 8 massive pillars rising up. This contradicted the teachings of the Holy Saul Temple. Everything was just as Giovanni had predicted. But he wished he had been wrong. The 8 pillars seemed to represent the 8 pillars who possessed the Adale burst. And the sinister nature of this place became increasingly apparent. The secret of spontaneous human combustion was here. Someone had intentionally burned down the convent to hide it. While searching for evidence, Hibana only found books about plants. Giovanni said he also found books on gardening, so she began to connect this to the convent symbol. Hibana thought she might be overthinking things. But then Karim found insect specimens. He didn't find them unusual. But building an entire room just to store books on plants and insects was a bit strange. It seemed Hibana realized something as sweat poured down her face. Every day, the children were fed 3 meals from the vegetable garden and in by the sisters themselves. The more Hibana thought, the harder it became to breathe. She grabbed another book from the table and found a recipe inside. Her eyes widened in horror, and she was overcome with nausea. Could it be that all this time they had been deceived? Following the convent's motto and symbol, this place had a tradition of naming sisters after types of plants. Hibana was horrified to realize they had been raising them like vegetables. If the sisters were named after flowers, then insects would surely be drawn to them. Sister Sumiri's voice suddenly broke the silence. Startling all 3 of them, she slowly stepped out of the darkness, scaring Hibana out of her wits. The memory of the horrific fire was still vivid in her mind. Everyone was like a human orc standing in the middle of the room. Hibana had to cover Iris's eyes to prevent the little girl from witnessing the horrifying scene. She thought everyone had died that day. Yet now, Sister Sumiri was standing before her in the flesh. Hibana asked what she was doing here, and she had the same question for her. Seeing the book lying on the floor, Sumiri walked over, picked it up, and placed it back on the bookshelf. She remarked that Hibana was reading books without permission again and not cleaning up properly. Seeing how familiar Sumiri was with this place, Hibana realized she knew all about its existence. She seriously asked her what she was doing down here, even though she had already found the answer. Sumiri admitted she researched doppelgangers here. Hibana was always diligently exploring everything and asking adults countless questions. She never expected that even as an adult, she'd keep that habit, which made Sumiri feel a bit nostalgic. Even though she was prepared for it, Hibana was still extremely shocked by Sumiri's terrifyingly casual attitude. She turned the other sisters into test subjects for doppelgangers, deceiving devout children to create Tadale burst users. Everyone loved and respected Sumiri, but she took advantage of their trust and put Tadale bugs in their food to create more users. This was the secret behind spontaneous human combustion. The sisters here bursting into flames was all part of Sumiri's doppelganger experiments. A doppelganger is another version of ourselves that lives in Tadale. She intended to summon them to this world, and the tools to do so were the insects. You could say they are the bridge between that place and this world. For every person on Earth, there is another in Tadale. When the counterparts from both worlds interact, spontaneous human combustion is triggered. Just what the hell is Tadale? Faced with Hibana's question, Sumiri remained silent for a long moment before praising her. To have figured out so much already. It's true that if you're smart as a child, you'll be smart as an adult. Suddenly, the cellar shook once, making Giovanni think it was an earthquake. Hibana didn't care about that. She was busy asking about the pillars. Thanks to the experiments, all the pillars have been gathered. Hearing this, Hibana guessed she also conducted experiments to create the Tadale burst. Just how many orphans' lives had Sumiri stolen to carry out her insane experiments? Sumiri didn't want to argue anymore. She would just bury the three of them right here. Hibana still had 1,001 questions for Sumiri, but the cellar continued to shake. Suddenly, Sumiri teleported to Giovanni, punching him in the chest and sending him flying into a bookshelf. Before Kareem could do anything, his horn was crushed by Sumiri. Just a light touch was enough to make him kneel at her feet. This ability to steal pyrokinetic power in an instant reminded Sumiri of Karen. That boy was always enthusiastic and causing trouble, but he always yearned for justice and prayed with all his might in the flame of salvation. Hibana asked what Sumiri was planning to do. She decided to reveal it as a parting gift before sending her to the afterlife. The story began with her failure 150 years ago. Not having enough pillars or energy led to the Great Cataclysm. The world was torn to pieces, but ashes still remained. After that event, Sumiri created new pillars to prepare for the next Great Cataclysm. Hibana couldn't understand what kind of being Sumiri was to have existed for 250 years. And as for what the Great Cataclysm was, she refused to say more. Sumiri complained that it was cold today, causing the cellar to shake violently. Giovanni analyzed that the previous attack used powerful vibrations. It wasn't clear what the opponent's power was to be so terrifying. Hibana said the reason she came here wasn't just to discover the world's secrets, but also to avenge the one who took the lives of her precious friends. Sumiri calmly said, "They're not all dead." Then summoned 3 lesser infernalists, writhing in the searing heat of Tadale. One of them, with a freckled face, painfully called out Hibana's name, making her instantly think of Sakuzie. Only then did she realize these 3 lesser infernal are 3 best friends from the past. Sumiri was letting her see them one last time before she died. Hell was closer than ever. Giovanni forced himself up and lunged to sneak attack Sumiri. But as soon as he touched her, the sleeve of his shirt was suddenly torn to shreds. Kareem told his comrade to back away. It seemed she made her body vibrate and used it as a weapon to protect herself. Offense and defense using vibrations. But how could she use pyrokinetic abilities while shaking like that? Sumiri explained that shivering is a natural reaction of a biological body, and she just amplified the intensity of the tremors. Hibana quickly realized Sumiri was using it to create ultrasonic vibrations. But even with pyrokinetic abilities, you couldn't shake the ground like that. Unless she was using an A burst. The situation was extremely tense when the cellar ceiling suddenly collapsed. Her subordinate Kishiari leaned down and asked if the captain was okay. Hibana praised him, saying he did a great job, which made him ecstatic. Nothing beats getting recognition from your crush. Sumiri was getting annoyed with these troublemaking kids. Just as she was about to deal with them, she was pulled back to Idale. A strange figure appeared and asked Sumiri if she was going to pull that stunt again. He was about to fade away, so he was using the last of his strength to connect. Sumiri said he was always such a worrywart. It was the same 150 years ago. No matter what she does, destruction has already been sealed upon the human world. The figure slowly faded away, with the remark that Sumiri hadn't changed at all. While she stood motionless, Hibana's group managed to scramble out of there. Sumiri let them struggle as they pleased, then turned and left. She bid farewell to the woman in black and promised to fulfill her duty as the seventh pillar. A bird hiding in the corner that had witnessed everything from start to finish also quickly left. Sumiri gradually vanished into the darkness. There wasn't enough fire here, so she always felt very cold. The earthquake stopped, so Giovanni guessed she had no intention of following them. Hibana still hadn't escaped the trauma of seeing her 3 childhood friends turned into lesser infernalists. The clueless Kishiari opened his mouth just when she needed quiet, so he got yelled at again. The cause of spontaneous human combustion is doppelgangers in a Dale connecting with people in this world. This means the Great Cataclysm is a combustion reaction when all of a Dale interacts with the world. Karim remembered how Mia saying in the Imperial Palace that she wanted to turn the earth into a second sun. If the pillars gather under the evangelist, the Great Cataclysm will happen again and engulf the world in a sea of fire. Back in Asakusa, Arthur's wounds had healed, but he still hadn't gotten over the battle with Dragon. He couldn't hide his disappointment at losing his holy sword to the enemy. Sad, Arthur slumped down on the steps. Vulcan picked up the remains of the Excalibur and said, "Just go to a repair shop. They have heat-resistant carbon." Arthur informed him that his sword was made of Orich Alcum, a legendary metal forged by dwarves into the Excalibur. Vulcan Dazli asked Arthur where he found this metal. He replied it was a volcano. So he asked where that volcano was. Arthur, sad as can be, turned away and admitted he bought it at a home improvement store. Vulcan tried to suppress his laughter, then said this wasn't real Orich Alcum. Arthur replied angrily that it was just heat-resistant carbon. The Vulcan pulled him up and asked if the Night King wanted to go find Orich Alcum with him. Once they found the legendary metal, he would forge Arthur a real, unbeatable sword. This statement pulled the boy into an adventure of his own making. Shirna and Lisa had never heard of that metal before, so they couldn't help but be curious. Iris saw Shirna and her face lit up. She got Vulcan's message and rushed straight here to see everyone. Seeing that he was healthy made her feel relieved. Shirna smiled and said he was healthy thanks to her. As soon as Iris left, Shirna grabbed Vulcan and asked what he was doing. Was he really going to make up a story just to help Arthur get his spirit back? Vulcan told Shirna to calm down and listen to his explanation. Arthur gets stronger when his night persona becomes clearer. They just needed to make him believe in it. Their mission was to pretend to search for Orich Alcum. Shirna and Lisa had to help him with this. Luckily, their target was Arthur, so they didn't have to worry too much about the story's authenticity. After clashing with the enemy in the Nether, Vulcan knew the White Clad had many more powerful members. To balance the odds, he had to upgrade Arthur. Otherwise the whole team would be in trouble. Though he understood it was necessary. Having to act it out was just ridiculous. Of course, Vulcan also realized that, but because their subject was Arthur, they couldn't do things normally. They just needed to lower their IQs by a few points, and Vulcan would handle everything else from A to Z. Before leaving, Shirna asked how low he should drop his IQ. Vulcan turned sharply and said, "Low enough to dig up Orich Alcum." Hearing this, Shirna leaned over to Lisa and whispered, "He probably thinks he sounds cool saying a philosophical line like that." Not long after, the three arrived at the meeting spot with Arthur in strange costumes. which made him extremely satisfied with his party. Vulcan heard that there was a man here who knew about Orich outcome. Specifically, the owner of the pickle shop. Lisa and Shirna let out an "oh" at the ridiculously absurd lie. This level of nonsense made even Arthur question it. Vulcan explained forcefully, the shop owner needs to pick stones to make pickles. Therefore, pickle makers know a lot about stones. As expected, Arthur fell for Vulcan's trap. He couldn't think that far. So it was understandable that no one else knew about it. Shirna had tried to hold on to a sliver of hope. But Arthur was truly too stupid. After arriving at the pickle shop, Arthur immediately got into character, telling the owner to tell him where to find Orich outcome. As soon as he finished, Lisa and Shirna quickly cut him off. But surprisingly, the owner calmly replied that Orich outcome was at the kimono shop. Arthur wanted more details, but he just repeated the same sentence. This by my book and PC response made Arthur believe it without a shadow of a doubt. Meanwhile, Benimaru and Joker were talking on a high tower nearby. Joker was always an outsider. Even if he joined forces with the Empire's enemies, nothing would change. Meanwhile, Benimaru could be in danger for taking in company. Eighth, but did that nonchalant face look like he cared? He would crush anyone who used their strength to overwhelm the weak. Joker believed what he was doing was right, and the people he destroyed were evil. That's what made him the king of destruction. Company 8 was challenging the entire empire. An event this fun couldn't possibly happen without Benimaru. Joker laughed and said they were all reckless fools. If they'd just open up a little, they'd find many people just like them. Benimaru wondered if there were others. Joker replied, there are fools like that in the nether, where the light cannot reach. Back to Arthur's quest for the legendary metal. He had just received a legendary scallion from the vegetable seller and information that the barber knew where Orich outcome was. While Arthur was lost in his own world, Lisa admitted that Vulcan managed to get a lot of people to participate in this mission. Luckily, the people of Asakusa were all very kind and enthusiastic, which is why the plan was going smoothly. Nearing the end of the journey, Vulcan said it would be a fun surprise for them all. The clue leading to Orich outcome's hiding place was at the base of a tree. So, after a bit of digging, Arthur pulled out an envelope. Inside, it said that Orich outcome was at the first pickle shop he went to. The legend was right where it began, coming full circle, which Lisa believed Arthur would love. With just a piece of iron and a puzzle game, they had boosted his spirits and helped his imagination soar. Arthur read the clue. At the foot of the lamppost is darkness, and immediately concluded that Orich outcome was in a dark place, which meant the nether. This line of reasoning that defied all logic left the trio speechless. Shirna frantically told Arthur to read the paper again. It says it's in a shop, not the nether. You dunce. Unfortunately, Arthur was busy being lost in his own thoughts and didn't listen to him. Shirna and Lisa blamed Vulcan for making the clue too difficult for someone with a grade schooler's IQ. Now he wants to go to the nether, and no one can stop him. Orich outcome, the legendary metal ore from the mythical island of Atlantis, so its rarity is beyond question. Orich outcome is very suitable for forging the legendary sword Excalibur. All of this information was part of Arthur's wild delusion. Everything was drawn on this map. The hidden meaning in the ancient runes made it impossible for him to understand that the word darkness must be referring to the nether. Shirna tried to pull Arthur back to the plan by spelling out the answer, but this idiot didn't even remember the existence of the pickle shop. Arthur insisted that this was referring to Atlantis, his beloved homeland. Vulcan saw things were getting out of control and decided to change the plan. Arthur boldly led the group to the nether. On the way, a little girl ran up and asked him to rescue her cat, which had climbed a tree and couldn't get down. However, Arthur was on a main quest. He helped the girl once he was done. Vulcan sighed, saying that idiots are like a short circuit. They don't think. They just charge straight for the goal. The reason Vulcan compared Arthur to a short circuit is that when you connect the positive and negative terminals of a battery together, it short-minus circuits. That's why you need something between the two terminals. Simply put, you can't let machinery short my circuit. You have to look at things from multiple angles and find the best way to do it. Shirna understood what Vulcan was trying to convey. As for Arthur, he couldn't see the answer because he had accidentally blocked both terminals. He never imagined that boy would be this foolish. His brain might be the size of a button. However, every cloud has a silver lining. It had been a while since Vulcan taught Sheerna something practical like this. He slapped his face to get his head back in the game. If he'd caused a short circuit, now they just had to fix it together. At that moment, Arthur turned back and hurried them along, making Vulcan want to quickly find a way to fix this mess. The group found it or leading down underground. Sheerna didn't want to go in recklessly, but on the way here, they had already done a bunch of things a fire soldier shouldn't do. Arthur wasn't letting anyone back out now, even though Vulcan advised that it wasn't too late to turn back. They proceeded into the underground cellar. It was pitch black inside, making Sheerna slowly regret his decision. He muttered and mumbled behind Vulcan and Lisa. The boy suddenly screamed, making Lisa worry that he wouldn't last long. After all, this was the kid's first time setting foot in the Nether. Arthur smacked Sheerna on the head to snap him out of it. If he let his guard down, the darkness would swallow him whole. Hearing this, Sheerna calmed down. But after getting hit, he suddenly started calling Arthur Night King and obediently listening to the short-fused fool. Vulcan was exasperated. At this point, why did he voluntarily come down here where everyone was certifiably insane? He was also worried Lisa would be reminded of her past upon entering the Nether. It was true that she was still afraid of Dr. Giovanni, but she also needed to learn to overcome her fear and look to the future. When that time comes, Vulcan promised to stand by her side and help her take him down. The great cataclysm was near. They needed Arthur's strength, so he had to help him get even stronger. Unfortunately, delusion was more effective than training. Vulcan wondered how the Adale burst power even worked. What exactly was a Dale? Anyway, in contrast to the chaos below ground, Sheerna quietly thought about the death of Captain Burns, his younger brother, and the evangelist. Kaon Rose saw Sheerna sitting dejectedly in a corner and asked if he was feeling better. Sheerna gave a vague answer and asked if he had ever experienced an Adale link. He couldn't just sit and wait for it to happen unexpectedly anymore. He wanted to charge into Idale himself. Back to Arthur's unstable journey. Lisa was afraid they wouldn't make it back from this trip. But luckily, Vulcan remembered the way back. Lisa grumbled that they had been wandering for over an hour already. Yet Vulcan still let Arthur walk until he couldn't walk anymore. Later he would just pick up some random piece of metal to replace the alloy he had prepared earlier. But it was true that going deep into the Nether would be very dangerous. Lisa couldn't take it anymore and decided to step in to speed up the process. A flame suddenly erupted in front of Arthur. Then, a series of large, writhing tentacles appeared before him. It declared that it was the ruler of the night and would not allow them to take the original outcome. If they knew what was good for them, they'd leave before tasting suffering. Unexpectedly, Arthur was unusually sharp this time. He quickly realized Lisa was putting on a show and asked her to stop. She was too old to be acting so childishly. Vulcan advised Lisa not to be so hasty. She had almost ruined the journey he had painstakingly set up for Arthur. Lisa couldn't hold back anymore and exploded. She was sick of this stupid expedition. Arthur was a grown man, not a little kid anymore. Were they just going to keep indulging him like this forever? Just then, Sheerna announced that Arthur was showing signs of boredom and wanted to stop. This made Lisa even more furious. That good-nothing brat dragged them all the way down here just to yawn like that. Vulcan had to hold Lisa back to stop her from pouncing on that dumb kid. Suddenly, Arthur frowned and looked ahead, sensing a presence nearby. Sheerna told his buddy to stop joking, but Vulcan trusted Arthur's sharp intuition. He told everyone to step back before asking who was coming. The sound of footsteps grew closer and closer. A couple stepped out, to Arthur's surprise, hearing him call out to them as Mom and Dad. The group was relieved, but their jaws nearly hit the floor right after. The thing is, they had once used the excuse of saving the world to abandon Arthur, and the boy never suspected a thing. Lisa and Sheerna thought Vulcan had staged this too. But of course, he wasn't crazy enough to create such a melodramatic script. Meanwhile, Arthur was very proud of what his parents had done. They, in turn, were proud that their son had become a fire soldier and was fighting to protect the world. Arthur said that the day his parents left the castle to go on an adventure, he became both a Night King and a fire soldier. Wearing two crowns at once wasn't easy. Seeing his parents so proud of him, Arthur smiled confidently and said it was nothing. Vulcan couldn't take it anymore and interrupted the story. He understood less and less of what was happening and desperately needed an explanation. Arthur told him not to think, but to feel it. But he was the one who needed to feel less and use his brain more. His father heard Vulcan say he was a comrade from Company A with Arthur. So he introduced himself and his wife as members of the resistance. They worked together to protect this country from great dangers. That was just a fancy way of saying they made up a story to escape from loan sharks. The wife had gone along with her husband for so many years because she couldn't bear to leave him in the nether alone. As for Arthur, he was too young at the time, so she couldn't take her son with her. It was true her husband wasn't very capable, but she still loved him very much. The reason for abandoning their son was so ridiculous that Vulcan's group was speechless. And yet, Arthur praised his mother for being so thoughtful. The truth had been revealed. But the husband continued to ramble on about his ideals of protecting the world. The wife, having just laid her cards on the table, went along with him, mentioning that the Holy Saul Temple was created to manipulate the people. It seems a powerful entity from another world called the Evangelist wants to recreate the great cataclysm and destroy the world. The things this couple were saying were so shocking that Vulcan's group was stunned into silence. Arthur's mother continued to explain that spontaneous human combustion occurs when one's double from another world makes contact with the real self in this world. Hearing this, Vulcan had to ask where she had heard all this from. The wife calmly replied that it all came from her husband's hallucinations. It turns out Arthur's old man was a prophet. After his restaurant collapsed due to food poisoning and a fire, the family fell into financial hardship. While trying to escape from reality, he accidentally unlocked the ability to see surreal things. Arthur asked why his father always kept his face buried in his helmet. What on earth did he see in there that he refused to show his face? However, at that time, his father just smiled without explaining anything. After their son was asleep, the couple left with the excuse of saving the world. From that day on, whenever he felt lost and looked into his helmet, Arthur's dad would see a starry sky inside. While gazing at the stars, he realized the truth about this planet. Shirna, hearing this, was bewildered and asked Arthur if those were really his parents. Of course, Arthur didn't mistake them, because he was resistant to illusions. Although Vulcan still had many doubts, the man was making too much sense for him not to believe. Arthur's father had sensed his son would come down to the nether to find something, so he came out to meet him. Arthur immediately replied that he was looking for the legendary metal or its outcome to forge a true Excalibur. So, the father told them all to follow him. Lisa saw Vulcan start walking and called him gullible, saying that's why her lies had managed to fool him. But we're still together now, aren't we? Just that one sentence from Vulcan made Lisa fall silent and follow him. Arthur's father led the group to a place full of scrap metal. This scene was so familiar. It seemed Shirna had seen it somewhere before. Arthur's mother said it was technology from before the great cataclysm. She and her husband had collected it all here. After rummaging around for a bit, the father pulled out a strange, cone-shaped piece of metal. He immediately recognized it as a secondary component of a space rocket. This thing was made from a special aluminum alloy and had heat-resistant properties. To 3,000 degrees was nothing to it. Arthur refused to accept that information. To him, this was dark matter floating in space, so he called it a meteorite fragment. Shirna tried to talk some sense into his friend. Elisa quickly covered the boy's mouth because the idiot was getting excited. Just then, 3 children ran up to Arthur's parents, calling them mom and dad. Leaving Shirna gaping in shock, the father explained that he and his wife had children after coming to the nether. This made Shirna curious. They heartlessly abandoned Arthur, and then came here to have 3 more kids. Lisa calmed her younger comrade down. Every family has its own circumstances. But Shirna couldn't accept this. He felt so bad for his friend that his eyes started to tear up. Meanwhile, Arthur was still lost in his own fantasy world. On the other hand, he cheerfully promised his friend that he would forge him a sword even better than that metal. Shirna jumped up, reminding his buddy not to blurt it out like that, or he drew in the whole plan they had set up. Who knew that the dumb kid Arthur wouldn't realize a thing? Truly only good for fantasizing and fighting and nothing else. seeing Shirna collapse in despair with this dysfunctional party. Lisa told the boy to get up and go to the surface to forge the sword. It wasn't until dusk that the block of metal was finally melted down. Shirna sat exhausted in a corner, while Arthur's family was busy visiting the city after living underground for so long. Seeing Vulcan preparing to pour the molten metal into the mold, the group gathered to watch. Arthur was so engrossed that he pressed his face right up to it, forcing Shirna to pull him back. Even for a third generation, that was way too dangerous. Vulcan sighed that making a sword from a piece of a rocket was truly difficult. It was the first time Lisa had seen Arthur so happy, so their plan could be considered a great success. After casting the mold, Vulcan took the sword to be sharpened, then worked with Arthur, hammering it repeatedly to flatten the blade, while he quenched the sword in cold water to harden it. Shirna and Lisa had nearly finished the scabbard and sword belt. Late that night, Shirna dragged Arthur to the workshop to see the group's finished product. He emotionally touched the legendary sword and thanked Vulcan. In the name of the sword, he swore he would never lose to any opponent again. Later, Arthur was in his room reading a letter from his parents when Maki came to congratulate him on finding his family. Unfortunately, they had abandoned him once again, but he didn't seem sad at all. Maki didn't see someone who had been abandoned by his parents twice, but a true Night King who would save the planet. At the same time, Shirna was training with his brother figure Benimaru to prepare for the upcoming battle. He heard from K-On-Ro that Shirna wanted to know how to establish an A Lincoln attack through it. However, he was completely clueless about this as well. But if the evangelist truly was a god, he had a way to deal with it. The training now was aimed at opening Shirna's third eye. He could connect with the universe and other dimensions, then link with divine beings. To open the third eye, Shirna needed to relax his entire body, feel the ground with the palms of his hands, close his eyes, merge with the earth, and calm his mind. Shirna seriously followed the instructions and fell asleep, just like Benimaru used to. As a result, he was kicked awake by his senior. Benimaru's master used to make him practice this, but he had no faith in it, so he always fell asleep. Shirna understood why he had no faith. A god of destruction wouldn't need to believe in such things. Benimaru saw the kid about to get up and made him lie back down to continue training. He had to go play a few rounds to blow off steam. As soon as Shirna lay down, he was snoring. But in his unconscious state he suddenly reached Adale and met his younger brother there. Sho, in the nether, woke with the start after experiencing the Adale link with his brother. Many strange memories flooded his mind, making him wonder what trick Haomiai had played on him. The White Clad's mission was to return the entire planet to the Great Flame once more. But he had met his brother. In that moment, he felt a warmth he had never known before. It was completely different from the burning sensation the flame brought him. So, Sho decided to meet his brother again. He left silently, afraid that Haomiai or the Guardians would find out. But he had only taken a few steps when he ran into Inca. Luckily, his guilty expression wasn't detected by her, because he looked more like a social deviant. Sho asked where Haomiai was and learned that she had locked herself in that room again. Haomiai had the ability to see the future, so he needed to stay away from that place. This was also his chance to leave the nether. Sho switched to another path and accidentally ran into Sister Samiri. He didn't want to be near this old woman, so he went another way. But he went from the frying pan in the fire. Karen, who was usually always with Haomiai, now loomed before him. It's true that when you don't want to see anyone, you always see everyone. Moreover, Karen was Haomiai's guardian, so he couldn't let him know what was happening. Sho quickly turned to leave but was stopped by a voice. Arrow asked where he was going when the final ceremony before the great cataclysm was about to begin. Only then did Sho understand why he kept running into people. At this point, he was wavering a bit on his impulsive decision. Perhaps he wanted to see his brother again out of a sense of duty. But once he was free, he didn't know what to do next. But he had seen his brother come down to the nether. He didn't have an overwhelming desire to see him, but he couldn't ignore this feeling. Arrow was walking when she suddenly froze as Sho pressed his sword to her back. He demanded she take him outside. Resist, and she would certainly lose her life. Arrow calmly said she was a guardian, so she would never betray her commander. Her duty was to protect Sho wherever he went. Sho asked, "What if I don't need that duty anymore?" Making the girl turn to look at him without answering. Actually, Arrow was just like him. She just did her duty because she didn't know what else to do besides that. They had both lived according to the duty given to them by the evangelist. But now Sho had found something else he needed to do. Arrow could give up protecting him and live as she pleased. But even after Sho sheathed his sword, Arrow still knelt and said her duty wasn't that simple. His safety was her joy. Serving him was all she knew. Arrow considered herself the single arrow protecting him. Once an arrow is shot, it cannot return. Thanks to that heartfelt plea, Arrow was allowed to follow Sho to the surface. But she kept looming behind him, making him uncomfortable. Sho ordered Arrow to stay so far away that he couldn't see her. So she decided to protect her commander from her maximum firing range. Back to Shirna, the rising sun woke him up. He vaguely felt that he had met his brother, but didn't know he had opened an Adale link. Just then, Sister Iris appeared, startling him. She asked if he had a good sleep on the ground. The boy immediately stood up and said it was great. Which was different. Maki told everyone to study as soon as the captain returned. So Sister Iris came here to wake him up to prepare. Shirna, dazed lie, asked if Captain Nobi was out, and learned he had left early. He also didn't forget to thank Iris for waking him up, which made her smile brightly. Meanwhile, the Amatoriza thermal power reactor was still operating on schedule. A little later, an emergency meeting of Special Fire Force Company 8 was held in Asakusa, chaired by Captain Obi. As everyone knew, the Tokyo Empire had joined forces with the White-clad, turning Company 8 into wanted criminals. Although Company 8 had established strong relationships with many forces in the Empire, with the chaotic situation, Company 1, the Holy Salt Temple, the Hyuden Temple, Thejimo, and the military, none of them could support them. Lieutenant Takeze remarked that if they could get a part of the military on their side, things would be different. Tamaki told Maki to ask General Ozie, but since she had left the military, her father didn't like Company 8 or Lieutenant Takeze. If she called now, he'd just drag her home instead of helping. At that moment, Captain Obi said he had just received news that the Great Cataclysm was about to begin, shocking everyone. Shirna asked where he got this information from when the door burst open. Hibana suddenly appeared and said she was the one who told him. Iris happily called out to her sister, which reminded her of the terrible things at the common a few days ago. Luckily, the girl was still healthy and knew nothing. Iris was curious about what Hibana was doing here and learned her sister brought the investigation report on the Great Cataclysm and spontaneous human combustion. Before Captain Obi could thank Hibana, Victor had already snatched the report from her hands. Though it was a bit awkward with the Company 5 captain, it was better for this fluffy-haired guy to read it than him. Obi said Hibana was the first person to offer help to Company 8. He thanked her for helping his company in this difficult situation. Hibana immediately clarified that she wasn't helping Company 8, but she didn't hate anyone in the company either. As she said this, her gaze went straight to Shirna. The dumb kid immediately grinned and thanked her for her help. Makin Tamaki concluded that this idiot didn't understand anything. As for Iris, she advised her sister to date an ogre like Captain Obi, but the age gap was too big, so he immediately refused. Hibana said no one cares about age anymore, but Iris still didn't get the hint and tried to set her up with Lieutenant Takeze. Hibana got increasingly annoyed as her little sister kept playing matchmaker. She then added fuel to the fire by saying Shirna was a better match for Tamaki. Tamaki immediately jumped up at being paired with that loser. Meanwhile, Shirna reminded the cat girl not to be so picky. His taste wasn't that low either. He likes gentle people like Sister Iris. Hibana quickly chimed in, saying she was a sister too. But he didn't respond. Iris just uttered 4 words. I value you too. Which made Shirna grin foolishly. Tamaki felt sick seeing it. This guy had no chance with Sister Iris. Get real. Vulcan and Lisa were only impressed with Sister Iris. She made everything chaotic but still maintained her angelic smile. Suddenly, a lump formed in the empty space next to her. Right after, a pitch-black mole shot out. It was the first time they'd seen a talking mole, so Vulcan and Lisa's jaws dropped in. Astonishment. As soon as the mole saw Shirna, he jumped up and hugged his neck. Shirna asked how Scott managed to get all the way here. Unintentionally unlocking his non-stop talking ability, Scott found his way from the oasis to the port and was chased by hellhounds. Just when he thought he was a goner, he remembered he knew how to dig. But those dogs still wouldn't give up. At this rate, Scott couldn't shake them. The moment he ran out of stamina and stopped, they would dig him right up. It was a terrifying, life-and-death situation, but the outcome was clear as day. The hellhounds ran on the surface while Scott burrowed underground. As soon as he felt himself tiring, he used the mountain breaker mole technique that everyone had just seen a few minutes ago. While on the subject, Scott would like to explain this technique further. He focused all his digging power into his right hand and fluffed up his fur to unleash the ultimate punch that eliminates all obstacles. Scott rambled on, and though Shirna didn't want to, he was forced to interrupt him. The story was interesting, but no one was in the mood to care about that right now. Shirna wanted to know the reason Scott came all this way. The mole chuckled and said, "Try not to be too surprised." After taking the mountain breaker mole punch, the hellhound sat up and looked at Scott. The ultimate move both won him the fight and gained him a new friend. The hellhound carried him to the port, and after that, he just needed to get on a boat to Tokyo. Hearing this, Shirna's face darkened, but Scott kept chattering about his farewell with the hellhound. He held back his tears and hid in a potato-filled crate with a Noto symbol on it. The crate was full to the brim, so he had to eat a few potatoes to make room for himself. But by the time he got to Tokyo, he had eaten their entire crate of potatoes. Amon yelled, "A sewer rat ate this whole box," which hurt Scott's feelings. He couldn't accept being compared to a sewer rat until he saw his chubby figure in a mirror. That wasn't a mole or a sewer rat anymore. It was a walking potato. As soon as he finished, Scott was met with a nice kick from Arthur and was flattened against the wall. Shirna praised his friend for hitting a bit hard, but it was necessary to shut him up. Who knew the reason Arthur attacked was because Scott dared to eat all of someone else's potatoes. To make matters worse, Sister I receive and agree with him, leaving Tamaki speechless. Lieutenant Takehize and Obi had heard about a talking mole before. Haibana thought it was delusional from inhaling too much gas. Shirna snatched Scott from Arthur's hands and demanded to know what his business in Tokyo was. Only then did he remember he came here to deliver the dying words of the woman in black about the impending great cataclysm. At the same time, in the nether, the White Mind Sklad started their meeting, only to find the third pillar hadn't arrived. Haumie said Sho had left and reassured everyone not to worry and to let him be. Sister Sumiri explained that until now, the cult had only been gathering the Adale burst to awaken them. No matter where the pillars go, they can't escape Adale. Haumie declared that the great cataclysm was about to begin. Inka was thrilled, going crazy over all the people who are about to die. Jitsu promises to protect his lady until the day she burns to ashes. But Inkwai thinks Jitsu will die before her. She eagerly awaits the great cataclysm to see who dies first. Fairy, the commander of the disaster squad, has waited for this day for far too long, and it's finally time to complete his mission. Dawn suddenly scolds a guardian, saying, "Those who don't follow the pillars are nothing but trash." Fairy acknowledges that he's unbeatable in this world, but nothing will survive the cataclysm he's creating. While they argue, Haumie is being tortured by voices transmitted from Adale. She grits her teeth, breaks free, and steps onto a high platform to make an announcement. By the will of the evangelist, the ceremony officially begins. Back in a Sakuza, Scott relays the words of the woman in black before she vanished. The great cataclysm is near. One of the reasons the last great cataclysm failed was because they hadn't fully deciphered Pi. Therefore, the evangelist raised humanity's collective intelligence so they could solve it. Vulcan's ancestor built the Amatoriza and gave him the key. So he suspects the thermal energy reactor and Pi are connected. The key that Giovanni stole from him might be the key to deciphering Pi. After hearing this, Victor concludes that Vulcan's ancestor had already deciphered Pi. All 8 pillars have gathered, according to Captain Haibana's report. Scott confirms the woman in black said the same, which proves the preparations for the great cataclysm are complete. The world will merge with a Dale. And this planet will burn to ashes. The situation doesn't look good. But Captain Nobi reassures the squad not to lose spirit because it's not all bad news today. As it turns out, he went to meet a few people this morning. First was Captain Honda of Fire Company 2. Obi met him at a cafe but didn't dare sit at the same table for fear of being discovered. He wanted to hear the military's course of action from Company 2's perspective on the Great Cataclysm to see if they should cooperate with them or not. This proposal was extremely dangerous. Honda asked if Obi wasn't afraid he'd report him. He knows Obi doesn't lie, which is why his subordinates and friends follow him. The country and the army are two sides of the same coin. Honda can't act against his superior's orders. Obi understands that, so he doesn't need him to openly support Company 8. But he wants him and Company 2 to be as prepared as possible. After hearing this, Honda told Obi to leave quickly before the military patrol passed by. Obi then went to find Pan, the captain of Fire Company 4. This guy was also willing to support Company 8 in any way he could. When a bigger problem is on the horizon, the Empire's orders don't matter. The late Captain Haig always regretted that firefighters only arrived after a fire started, because that was the rule. The 2 times Obi defied orders and was stripped of his command were to save people. For that reason, Pan believes his rebellion serves the same purpose. Firefighters have a duty to protect the lives and property of the people. Pan will support Obi even if he's charged with treason. Hearing this, Obi left with peace of mind, only to be startled when Pan blew a whistle to feed the koi fish. Obi said he was drawing attention to them. Pan apologized but maintained his view that firefighters shouldn't do things sneakily. Shirna was overjoyed that Company 4 was on their side. Captain Honda of Company 2 would also personally support them, although they currently don't have enough information about the Great Cataclysm. As long as they don't give up hope, an ally is sure to come to their aid. Company 8 must stop the Great Cataclysm from happening. Suddenly, Scop spoke up, saying it was happening again. As soon as he arrived in Tokyo, he felt a strange energy underground. The last time he followed it, he reached a room with several pillars, where an old woman and a pink-haired girl were sitting. Hearing that, Haibana deduced that the strange energy Scop felt and the recent mysterious earthquakes all originated from Sister Samiri. At that moment, Haomiya was ordering her to show them the destruction of fire. Sister Samiri took a deep breath and channeled her energy downward, causing the ground to shake violently. Scop worriedly said, "This earthquake was highly unusual. Even a ship far out at sea could feel the terrifying tremors." The sea surface suddenly grew turbulent, rocking the ship. A sailor clung tightly to the ship's railing and looked up in horror at the towering pillar. Ahead, fishermen living near the sea also witnessed a similar sight, not understanding what was happening. The news immediately broke the story about a giant 500-meter Minal pillar that had risen from the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Researchers have launched an investigation. Haibana's face turned pale because there wasn't just one pillar in the convent's basement. This wasn't the only one. 7 more could appear later. Once all 8 pillars are erected, the world will once again be plunged into a sea of fire and suffering. The Great Cataclysm has officially begun. The first pillar's appearance marks the beginning. Haomi orders her minions to wait until the evangelist gives the next command. Suddenly, Inka felt something that made her freeze. Aritsu approached and asked if his lady was alright, and she said she was fine and dismissed the crowd. Fairy, the commander of the disaster squad, was also no longer here. Now, Shirna was suggesting to Captain Nobi that they go to the pillar, but Lieutenant Takeze argued that they were wanted criminals and couldn't act rashly. This was making Shirna extremely impatient, but there was nothing he could do. Then, the sea's surface began to churn once more. However, what emerged from the water wasn't a pillar, but a colossal infernal. It headed straight for the mainland, terrifying the citizens. The news was quickly sent back to the station by a reporter at the scene. The fire force issued an emergency evacuation order. But if this infernal reaches the shore, where could anyone run? Shirna said he could get to the pillar before that thing reached the shore. No one else here could fight it at sea except him. Captain Obi closed his eyes, thought for a moment, then agreed to send Shirna. At this point, the whole squad could only count on him. Many citizens in the city were still unaware of the imminent danger. All lanes had priority lights on for emergency vehicles to reach their destination as quickly as possible. By the time the giant infernal had covered half the distance, Company 2 had arrived. All units quickly got into position, establishing a anti-devil formation under Captain Honda's command. Everyone was focused with utmost concentration on preparing to deal with the demon infernal. The urgent situation forced them to be extremely careful to avoid any mistakes. Director Oguro calmly stood on high watching Company to set up, while Kurono thought that with them here, he wasn't needed at all. That demon infernal looked just like the big, tall, dark, and stinky monsters in anime, and he doesn't care for that genre. However, he is a soldier, hired by the corporation, so this is a mandatory mission. A hired hand doesn't have a choice. The higher mind-ups are only good at coming up with all sorts of reasons to assign work to subordinates. Is in order to protect the country also considered a lame excuse? Director Oguro retorted, and Kurono immediately fired back that he likes bullying the weak. So any reason forcing him to fight the strong is classified as a lame excuse. Oguro was speechless at this. But luckily, Kurono stopped arguing and rolled up his sleeves to prepare for battle. He couldn't let all the weaklings he likes to bully get killed by that monster. Well then, everything is up to Kurono. Oguro is just a normal person, but has the authority to command this crazy guy. That's why he had to risk his life coming all the way here. Seeing his subordinate looking forward to the day he's promoted and no longer has to take his orders, he praised Kurono's ambition. But by the time this guy gets promoted, he'll be in top management. While the two of them bickered, a soldier below happened to see them and wondered what the elite from HAIGMA were doing here. The soldier, Takagi, asked if they were famous, and was informed that Director Oguro is a terrible person no one likes. But he's highly valued because he always delivers results that exceed expectations. Anyone who dares to complain is silenced immediately. Anyone who follows Oguro at Haijime has a bright future. By now, the giant demon infernal was very close, and seeing it up close revealed it was much larger than reported. Captain Honda gave the order to prepare the weapons, and once his subordinates aimed the cannons, he ordered them to fire. The entire army launched an all-out attack on the infernal with everything they had. The warheads tore through the air, heading straight for it and exploding thunderously. The firepower focused on the demon infernal was immense, but it did no damage. No matter how much Company fired, it was like a mosquito biting steel. The demon infernal's speed was only affected when multiple cannons fired at once, but one scream from it was enough to shatter all the glass windows on the mainland. Captain Honda was also pushed back when it opened its mouth, but he didn't falter and ordered his subordinates to continue firing. After a volley of cannonballs, a missile was launched, but it still couldn't take down the demon infernal. From a distance, all that could be seen was black smoke and fire rising, along with the deafening explosions of the weapons. Shirna flew to the scene, knowing exactly where the opponent was thanks to the pillar and the thick black smoke. Scop told him he had to stop this meaningless attack. It wasn't solving the problem and was causing heavy damage to Tokyo. Just then, Captain Honda ordered a ceasefire as the thick black smoke was obscuring their vision. When the smoke gradually cleared, the demon infernal stood tall, completely unscathed, leaving everyone in utter dismay. The recent attack had enraged it, and it retaliated with a shockwave blast, destroying numerous weapons, personnel, and communication devices of Company 2nd. A soldier quickly ran over to report that all standard weapons had been disabled because the computers were down. 80% of the team was injured while the enemy was unharmed. The situation was extremely dire when Takehise appeared, since he wasn't used to this New legs. He was only just now able to join the battle. Captain Honda quickly moved to take his A to the front lines, because he was now much stronger than before and no longer waited for others to save him. Not fighting means losing what's important to him. Take his A. Lives by that, ideal to move forward. He locked onto the target, set up his anti-air shockwave anchor, and fired on the captain's command. But Shirna suddenly rushed in to block it, taking the full impact before plunging into the sea. Take his A was confused as to why Shirna would jump in front of his gun. Skop then yelled at him not to destroy the demon infernal or shoot at the pillar. Shirna was protecting the pillar, so the priority now was to save him. Take his A was about to jump into the sea, but Captain Honda immediately stopped him. With that gear, the kid would just sink to the bottom of the sea as fish food. Just then, Kurono ran over and jumped straight into the sea to save Shirna, even though, deep down, he just wanted to watch the kid drown. Captain Honda also knew this guy was no good, but Oguro said as long as he follows orders, whether he's good or bad doesn't matter. Kurono quickly fished out the unconscious Shirna and brought him ashore. However, the spot they surfaced was very close to where the demon infernal was standing. Kurono looked with disgust at the giant hunk of metal before him. Big, strong things aren't cute at all. And just as he thought, that thing immediately swung its arm down, sending him flying far away. At this rate, he'll be in danger. Maybe he should just ditch this dead weight and swim to shore. Oguro knew this slippery eel too well and immediately yelled, if he abandons Shirna, he'll have to pay for it out of his own pocket. Indeed, nothing is more effective than an attack on his wallet. Kurono reluctantly stayed to endure the hardship with Shirna, since he couldn't get to shore yet. Without someone to provide cover, they would both surely be drowned by the demon infernal. However, Skop wouldn't let Take his A shoot the pillar, because it's a plug for an undersea volcano. If he accidentally shattered the pillar, the magma underground would erupt and destroy the Tokyo Empire. Meanwhile, Kuro under the water, was having an internal struggle between losing his summer bonus, his rank, or saving Shirna. After thinking it over, saving his own life was more important. It was almost certain this guy was about to leave Shirna behind to escape. But then the demon infernal above was suddenly hit by an attack. The attacker was, of course, Take his A. Standing at the end of the pier, he adjusted his firing angle, so he didn't have to worry about hitting the pillar anymore, allowing him to freely unload on the enemy. That was enough for Kurono to swim to shore. Director Oguro saw only him surface and asked where Shirna was. Kurono lifted the kid out of the water and said he brought him ashore. While he struggled to climb up, Oguro stood still without moving a muscle. This guy was afraid of getting his suit wet, so he didn't even lift a finger to help Kurono. Oguro didn't forget to give a prior warning that this was just the beginning, so Kurono wouldn't sneak off. But Take his A was shooting until he was breathless, and the demon infernal was completely unfazed. So what could he do? It's not like, you want me to fight instead, is it? The retort made Kurono shut his mouth and activate his combat ability. He was feeling smug about catching a wanted criminal on this trip when Captain Honda said Shirna was a firefighter from Company 2, and the army would keep him. Oguro used the excuse that IJME Industries had captured Shirna before, but Honda considered this an obstruction of the army's duties. The two sides bickered back and forth until Ferry suddenly appeared and said Shirna belonged to him. Honda was startled by the stranger's presence, wondering how the man was standing upside down. When he explained that this was the ceiling too, as soon as he finished speaking, their positions were reversed. Honda and Oguro went into a state of freefall. Oguro cried out for help. Kurono was thrilled, about to be rid of a boss. But Oguro was one step ahead, having written in his insurance that if there was any work accident today, the other party would bear full responsibility. Kurono had no choice but to control the smoke to save him, ignoring Honda who fell into the sea next to them. Oguro didn't care if his subordinates liked him or not. Everything he did was for his own purposes. Shirna had now fallen into Fairy's hands. Oguro grumbled about his new suit being covered in soot. 1 point off Kurono's performance review, even though the guide just saved him. On top of that, he threatened to deduct 2 more points if Kurono dared to talk back, then ordered him to retrieve Shirna. Kurono asked if doing so would earn him performance points. Oguro replied that he doesn't negotiate with subordinates. He was only there to ensure Kurono didn't mess up, so he should just obediently follow orders. The time had come. Fairy decided to let the giant go all out to see if anyone was capable of stopping it. Captain Honda, who had just been pulled ashore by his subordinates, had to witness the demon infernal absorbing something from the middle of the sea. The firepower this time was 1,000 times stronger than before. The citizens in the city still hadn't finished evacuating. If that blast hit, they were certain to be burned to death. And indeed, just one blast from it incinerated 8 buildings at the port and caused one to partially collapse. Captain Honda immediately dispatched a medical team there, while Kurono lamented how many weaklings had just been killed without him getting to enjoy any of it. A citizen wrapped in the fire was coughing violently from the smoke. Fortunately, Captain Pan and company quickly arrived to rescue them. They took advantage of their remaining heat resistance to get the citizens to safety. Not long after, Pan confirmed that no civilians were injured and there were no casualties. The appearance of company made Oguro change his orders. Dealing with the giant was now the top priority, so Kurono took off immediately. Pan analyzed that the enemy was out at sea, and, therefore, this was an opportunity for Ogun to show off his flying abilities. Take his A. On his side, was still enthusiastically shooting the demon infernal without missing a single shot. Ogun took advantage of this and sped straight towards it. Captain Pan immediately blew his whistle, giving Ogun a power boost, then reinforced his FLA Ink. Take his A reported the damage was concentrated on the left shoulder, allowing his friend to use his FLA Ink to deliver a combined punch, breaking the giant's left arm. By now, Kurono had arrived. Looking closely, he saw the damage on it was quite significant. If it was from accompanied his cannons, he just had a little more smoke. Honda wondered what Kurono was doing, clinging to the giant. Oguro explained that he had found the place to deliver the finishing blow. As long as a weakness is exposed to Kurono, he will kill his opponent in a single strike. Fairy, far from being sad, was very pleased to see the giant defeated because the ritual cannot continue unless it is destroyed. In a nearby building, the light from someone's sword suddenly flashed. Sho had arrived to join the fun in this battle. The great cataclysm began with the appearance of the pillar and the giant in the sea. Company to quickly arrive to shoot it down but failed. Shirna jumped in front of Take his A's gun in time to stop him from shooting the giant. Meanwhile, Kurono received orders from Director Oguro to destroy the giant. With the help of Ogun, he successfully restrained it. Fairy was preparing for the next step when he was suddenly attacked. He dodged the first blow and glared, stopping several arrows in mid-tier. By now, he had realized who was behind this, that the opponent was nothing to worry about, so he paid them no mind. Arrow from below fired arrows relentlessly. Fairy easily dodged them all and scolded her, asking where she was aiming. But these arrows were never aimed at him. They were a stepping stone for Sho to launch himself towards him. Fairy immediately recognized the third pillar, his eyes glowing as he held out his hand. Just as Sho touched his sword, he abruptly stopped and was forced downward. Arrows quickly flew out to help him gain momentum and jump high. He drew his sword, aiming straight for Fairy's head, but his body suddenly spun around. Sho was once again in freefall, along with a warning from Fairy that he could fall out of the universe. Arrow continued to fire life-saving arrows for her boss. Sho declared he didn't need the evangelist blessing, then suddenly vanished before Fairy's eyes. Before he could recover from his astonishment, Sho reappeared and delivered a slash that cut his body in two. At the same time, Artsu curiously asked her mistress what she saw at the ceremony that made her so excited. Hearing her mistress talk about the coming future, Artsu quickly retorted, "A future where you get slaughtered like a pig? That scenario is nice. Too bad it hasn't happened yet." Even so, in Hua had sensed that something interesting would happen, so today wouldn't be boring anymore. After severing one of the giant's arms, Kurono and Ogun were temporarily hovering in the air. Ogun happened to see Shirna floating in mid-mid-air and informed his captain. Pan was surprised and asked what he was doing there. While Kareem hastily concluded that Company 8 was truly the enemy, Ogun quickly explained that Shirna was here to stop the Great Cataclysm, just like their squad, then asked the captain for permission to save his friend. Pan agreed immediately, which upset Kareem, who called Shirna the devil who killed his mother. But Pan didn't care and blew his whistle to shut him up. Only then did the boy calm down and remember Company for his motto of never leaving a comrade behind. Ogun was now flying like the wind towards Shirna, and saw the white Sayai was there as well. After delivering a slash with no resistance, Sho deduced his opponent had the ability to split his body. It seems he can not only fly but also use his appearance to deceive enemies. Theory knew this kid was very curious about him. Moving with arrows like that must be very inconvenient. Before being flipped upside down like last time, Sho asked what the mechanism of Fairy's power was. He coldly replied, "All objects have gravitational pull based on the law of universal gravitation. An object's gravity is proportional to its mass. So objects with smaller sizes are pulled towards larger ones. Planets revolve around the Earth because they are pulled closer, and the Earth's gravity is the strongest compared to everything around it. This power, combined with the Adao Lei flame, allows Fairy to dominate the laws in gravity by transmitting molecules containing mass and using the high flame to increase it. He can arbitrarily increase or decrease gravity. This ability also allows him to bend light, reverse gravity, and drop things into space." Fairy demonstrated as he explained to help Sho understand. He flipped upside down in an instant, letting the kid fall like a ripe fruit, then snapped his fingers to stop him, simultaneously reversing back to normal. Sho wasn't too surprised by Fairy's ability. He was just puzzled that his opponent could use the Adao flame. It wasn't like only pillars could use it. Fairy was more than capable of being Cho's guardian but was rejected. He should have chosen him as his protector. Sho abandoned his duty as a pillar, betrayed the evangelist, and became a pitiful lost child, while his guardian hides like a coward, shooting arrows. If Sho had chosen Fairy as his guardian, things wouldn't have come to this. As soon as he disappeared, gravity pulled Sho and Shirna downward. Arrow quickly shot an arrow to help him stay up and force Fairy to reveal himself. However, he didn't want to play anymore and warned him to just watch the Great Cataclysm unfold. Sho no longer had the mind to argue with him. As he was busy saving his brother, Ogun braked hard when he saw the two disappear in mid-air. He frantically looked around and saw they were already down at the port. Sho stared intently at the brother he'd been separated from for so long. He was about to touch his face when Ogun swooped down and asked how Shirna was. Sho didn't answer and disappeared, leaving his brother for Ogun to handle. Meanwhile, Kurono was now soloing the giant. He cut off its remaining arm, causing its head to explode. Finally, the enemy was weak enough for him to feel some pleasure. Kurono then delivered the finishing blow, causing the giant to explode with a shockwave that made everyone turn their eyes to the sea to watch it get shattered into pieces. Sister Iris, at home with Company 8, suddenly felt dizzy. She glimpsed a distorted version of herself through the Hale link. After the giant was destroyed, a black shadow appeared on the sea surface and entered the pillar, causing it to turn black. Company 8 watched every development on the screen with bated breath. Only Tamaki noticed that Sister Iris was no longer in the room. At the same time, Yona in the netherworld sensed that Adao Lei was getting closer. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Back to 150 years ago, when the first great cataclysm failed miserably, Yona brought insects to Earth through the Adao Lei connection. An unlucky man saw him and was skewered the moment he turned to run. Humanity saw him as a demon. But he didn't care. His mission was to find a person of influence. And the blonde girl collapsed on this rock was the chosen one. Yona had to bring her to that person, Amatoriza, the wielder of the Adale flame. He found a caravan of survivors from the great cataclysm, led by Raffles Smith. Yona used his hand to pierce through Raffles, then transformed his face to look exactly like him in order to psychologically manipulate his followers. The last survivors of humanity would build everything from scratch. There was no better opportunity than now for him to lead and create a foundation of faith for the remaining people. Humans are strange creatures, always loving fictional stories. In novels, movies, comics, legends, and religions, they are willing to believe anything, even a newly founded religion. When shown a little of its magic, Raffles would be the leader when he brought Amatoriza back. He would lead the caravan with the goal of restoring human civilization and spreading the faith to everyone. Despite him talking utter nonsense, the stupid, useless crowd still followed him obediently. If there was any difference, it was that this person had seen Adale. That was the only difference. Raffles could restore civilization with Amatoriza's Adale flame and create the pillars to connect this world with Adale. This is where it all began. The new religion centered around Amatoriza, which is also the Holy Sol Temple. Now, people are becoming increasingly fanatical about the Holy Sol Temple, just as they have repeatedly throughout history. They love fictional stories, and the Holy Sol Temple can satisfy those delusions. In another development, that strange face appeared again in Sister Iris's mind. Even though she had hidden in a locked room to pray, when she opened her eyes, the pupils in her eyes suddenly turned blue. The pillar had now completely turned to mysterious black. The flame of Adale has been lit in this world. Just as Fairy finished speaking, black smoke billowed out from it. Shirna awoke in an Adale link with Inca. He asked countless questions, but she didn't know what had happened on the other side. Only that he was unconscious. All Shirna remembered was using his body to block take his A's cannon. Inca explained that the Great Cataclysm's pillar had been erected, and the connection between the two of them had grown stronger. This was just the beginning. Hearing Inca's calm pronouncement made Shirna turn pale, and he urgently asked if she knew anything about the Great Cataclysm. But this was her first time witnessing it too, so she knew nothing. Shirna remembered Inca had the ability to see the future. She must know something about what was coming. However, Inca can only see futures that are certain to happen. Right now, she saw nothing, so everything was still uncertain. She persuaded Shirna to go back in time to before the first Great Cataclysm, so they could understand it better and predict what's to come. Seeing Shirna's skepticism about this information, Inca couldn't see it, but she could predict what would happen in the future. To make an accurate prediction, she needed to see the past. And coincidentally, Shirna could do that. Therefore, he had to take her with him. After saying this, Inca clung tightly to Shirna's back, giving him no chance to object. The fact that he could fly fast enough to travel back in time was preordained, and he would even fall for her afterward. Inca had seen a vision of the two of them together. Naturally, Shirna didn't believe this girl. The flame of love isn't so easily ignited. Enough chatter. Shirna told Inca to stop talking nonsense and hold on tight so she wouldn't fall off. The space around them distorted violently. Shirna ignited his feet and took off faster than the speed of light to head into the past. The time journey took them to another dimension. Inca asked where this was, and Shirna explained that this is the world where, upon surpassing the speed of light, one disintegrates into particles. After flying through it, Vietnam would arrive in the world before the Great Cataclysm. Shirna had imagined it countless times. What was the Tokyo Empire like before the Great Cataclysm? What were people's lives like without infernal S? That was the only difference he knew. The past appeared before Shirna's eyes like a Black Men's and My Wife film. The cityscape The streets, the architecture of the buildings, the subway stations, all of it was identical to the current Tokyo Empire. From the smallest corners to the vast beaches, every detail was so familiar to daily life, especially the people, who were no different from now. Shirna couldn't take his eyes off the world of the past. Extreme anxiety eroded his blind faith that he was still sane. A feeling of nausea and dizziness quickly overwhelmed him. Shirna tried to stay conscious, but trying to hard backfired. Everything blurred like a static KYTV. A news report about a fire near Komagomi Station in Toshima Ward woke him up. He found himself chained to a bed with a new look, much like a street punk. While wondering why he was chained to a bed, he heard the newscaster announce that the fifth pillar had appeared. 3 months after the first one rose. Shirna was in complete shock at this information. What awaits him ahead? What will Fire Force Company do to stop the Great Cataclysm? All will be revealed in May 2026.